We all know how important testing is. It's how you discover bugs in your software, or whether your new apps and features work the way they should. But which tests do you need to run? Find out with Resilient. We set new standards in the world of testing as a service. Our experts cover every stage of every test, so you'll have the right people with the right skills running the right tests for you. Everything you want to know is displayed on a comprehensive dashboard. It's tailored to your needs. And with 24/7 monitoring, you're instantly alerted if a critical user story fails. Peace of mind for a simple, fixed monthly rate. It's time to identify and iron out the bugs, bring your products and features to market sooner, and deliver greater user satisfaction. Ask Resilient for your demonstration today. Resilient, guardians of the connected world.
Frontier. And yep, plenty of place up at the front. So, firstly, I'll introduce myself. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Owen O'Sullivan. Yes, that's pronounced Owen. I'm not sure I'm brave enough to do it, but I'm tempted to introduce you. You may be familiar with the Van Morrison song Gloria, where he teaches you how to spell the name Gloria. Gloria, Gloria. So my name is Eoghan Owen. Okay? Just remember that. Someday I might record that one. So anyway, it's very nice to be here. I'm delighted to be hosting the conference this year. Of course, I'll be taking care of you tomorrow as well for the Unconference Day, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later on. If you are a social media person, and if you're posting on LinkedIn about this, if you're posting on the other platform, I think just you can stop now actually and just delete your account. But the hashtag is HbbTV London. The Wi-Fi, that's what you need for the Wi-Fi. CHW guest, that's Church House Westminster guest, and Westminster 1. Everybody got that? Anyway, it's on signs around the place. We're going to have Slido in operation. You can use Slido to submit questions if you want. You go to slido.com. If you go to slido.com/HbbTV London, you'll get there. On the other hand, I would much rather you just put your hand up and just ask your questions, because I will be mobile. I'm going to move around the room and I'll come to you with a microphone if you want to ask questions. So I hope we will have time for questions, lots of questions today. That will be up to our speakers. So I'm hoping our speakers will be able to stick to the time that we give them. Most of our slots are 15 minutes. We've asked the speakers to speak for 10 minutes. And if we think about this as a broadcast, those who are standing at the back, by the way, there are still some places in the front here you can take. If you think about this as a broadcast, that's 10 minutes of broadcast. But if we measure it more like streaming, we've about 250 people by 10 minutes. So that's about 44 hours or so, I think, of speaking, not 10 minutes of speaking. So it's a lot of time you're getting to deliver your message to this audience here in front of us. What else do I have to tell you? Very important. If you go to the HbbTV website, click your way through to the event pages for this event, there is a link to the Unconference Hub. In fact, that's more like an event hub for the event, because you can find the participant list there. You can find the ideas that have already been submitted for the Unconference there. Although keep in mind, those ideas will only appear on the agenda if those people pitch them tomorrow morning. So just because you've submitted an idea in the with the form on the website, it doesn't mean it's definitely going to be a session tomorrow during our Unconference. So you find the participant list, and that's also where you are going to be submitting session reports tomorrow, and that's very important. The password for that section is London 2024. And if you're curious about looking back at last year's session reports from last year's HbbTV Symposium, Naples 2023 is the password. You see a pattern. We want to say a big thank you to all of our sponsors. It's not cheap holding an event in a venue like this, you can imagine. What an amazing venue. I think we should congratulate the organizers for, of which I'm not one, by the way. This is not self-congratulations, nothing to do with me. It's a great venue, right? So. Most of you came into the hall through the back door here. If you go out through Bishop A's over here, just in the back corner, you can then turn left or right for the 2 exhibition rooms. So there's not just the room you were in at the start, and coffee breaks and lunch will be served in both of those rooms. So don't get stuck, everyone into one room, spread yourselves between the 2 rooms. So let me take a look at how we're doing on time. Oh, this is fantastic news. The conference just started 1 minute ago, apparently. So what I'd like to do next, we have some short elevator pitches from each of our main sponsors. And I would like them all to come up along the side of the stage here, if they could do that. Those who are giving those elevator pitches, just line yourselves up there. As you come onto the stage, I'm going to give you a microphone. Oops. And we're going to set a timer of 1 minute for each of you. The timer will be on the screen here. And if you could try and stick to that minute, that would be fantastic. So let's see who's first up. It's Paul Martin from Ocean Blue Software. Paul, stage is yours.
Good morning. Great to see you here. Just a quick introduction to Ocean Blue. So we're a software services house based in Bristol. We're a little bit unusual in that we've got a specialist focus on smart TV. We're really big into open source software. We've created 2 communities ourselves, one based around HbbTV. So, and also I think we're very active in the HbbTV ecosystem, and we're pretty much involved at every stage, from test development, test review, test harnesses, browser development, integration in TV sets, app development, cloud services to sit behind it. I think that's really what makes us distinct. Ocean Blue's grown 3 times in terms of revenue and people in the last 3 years, and that's driven by HbbTV, which is why we're proud to be a diamond sponsor.
Great. Am I on? Many thanks. Which room are you in? Paul, you're exhibiting in?
We're in the hall, Memorial
on the left-hand side there.
Come
okay,
and see us.
Great, thank you. Okay, next up, Vincent Gattone. Speaking on behalf of DotScreen, JW Player, and Conatix. Vincent, take it away.
Hello everybody. So yes, Vince representing DotScreen and together with JWP and Kinetics. So DotScreen, we're a French-based company working strictly in the video streaming sector. So we provide video streaming application front ends for all connected devices, very active within the HbbTV community, together with working with France 24, France TV, TF1, these types of things. We worked strictly on the front end development application. So again, creating very featherweight, lightweight applications to optimize on all the different connected devices. Together with JWP and Kinetics, we're bringing more of a full end-to-end solution, connecting with the video pipeline for JW Player, offering a full streaming service together with the advertising, pipeline. So, we're very proud to be a Diamond sponsor, and together we're going to be exhibiting in the, I'm not sure what the name of that hall is, this one over here.
The Whore.
The hall, yes.
Yeah.
So
Bishop
we'll be
Whore,
exhibiting there with our full demo. So please come by.
Great, thank you very much. Antonio from Couchplay, next up. Keep that microphone nice and close. You got a timer there. Off you go.
1 minute, great. What a location. We're into instant gaming, and we want to show you in the 2 days how we help TV manufacturer to boost TV hardware sales, get more users active, and unlock new revenues by advertising. That's it.
Wow. Okay.
Simple business case and fun.
You have an exhibition booth?
Yes, right one.
Okay, right-hand side out there. That's good. You have 37 seconds you can use next year, okay? When you sponsor again. Thank you. Okay, next up it's Kineton, Matteo Venturelli. You got a timer here, Matteo. Off you go.
So I believe that most of you, almost most of you knows Kineton. For those who don't, Kineton is an Italian company focused in several markets: aerospace, defense, automotive, telco, and media, of course. We are here to present to you our MediaCert platform, which help you to test your devices and applications. So please visit us at our booth on the right, I believe, and please come and join us, and let's see.
Great. Wow, you have 30 seconds next year as well. Thank you very much. Good. Next up, Fabio Guarnaccia from Media for Europe. Here you go, Fabio. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone.
1 minute here, please, on the timer. Thanks.
Yeah. So from MediaCert, you know it's a leader commercial broadcaster in Italy. We have 15 free channels. We are leader on digital audience too with Infinity. And we are here again, as always, to sustain and reaffirm our strong belief in open tech standards such as HbbTV. At our stand, we have the first European DVB-I trial to market. So we have in Italy tens of thousands of television, I mean real and actual commercial devices from the shelf and real users. Beside this trial, we brought our phase 2 POC on target advertising in DVB-I environment, and both the trial and the POC, of course, rely on a stronger and stronger relationship and collaboration between HbbTV and DVB standard. Thank you. So see you at our booth, which is in our memorial at number 6.
Good.
And see you later. Bye-bye.
Thank you. You borrowed some time.
Yeah.
So it's Resilient next up. Bob Campbell. Timer here, Bob. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. So Resilient's a total global quality services provider. We are across HbbTV, ATSC in the US, working with operators in the mobile space and telco space, delivering solutions and working with our partners to get value out, get services that deliver value to the organizations and to consumers. We've had a long history in HbbTV, and we're demonstrating over in our booth, right out the door there, our latest additions to the leading test harness, Legada for HbbTV. So come along and have a look.
Thanks, Bob. Next up, Leander Carell. We will be hearing from you later in the conference program, but right now it's time for your pitch. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Leander Carell. I was co-founder managing director of Nautilus, which is meanwhile a proud part of the Equative Group, an ad-serving SSP and DSP company we belong to. We provide an SSAI and server-side ad insertion solution. What makes us unique is that we can help broadcasters to monetize both in the OTT streaming but also in the broadcast area. So we have a solution which finally monetizes in CTV, but also in HbbTV broadcast, and I will tell you more about this this afternoon. Yeah, we have a booth. Come by, we can show you something and introduce also some nice features today that we will launch quickly with a large broadcaster, and happy to show this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Niall Ferguson from SourcePoint.
Thank you.
Niall, timer there.
And go. Okay, I'm going to use my 60 seconds with a quick who, what, why, where. Firstly, who? I'm Niall Ferguson. I'm the Managing Director for Europe for SourcePoint. On to what? SourcePoint is a privacy technology company, and what we provide is the consent management platform, arguably the frontline privacy solution for many of Europe's leading publishers, media companies, and content providers. Why? Well, I think we'll hopefully agree privacy is important and getting more and more important, whether it's the encouragement and enforcement of our regulators, the growth of personal data, enriched programmatic advertising, and the inarguable value of having a well-thought-through privacy strategy. And on to where. So SourcePoint are based in New York, London, Berlin, and we have a team in Madrid. And today we're based in Church House, in the booth, just through those doors there. And we'd love to speak to you about all your privacy challenges. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Niall. Bang on. Frode from Xperi, now you have a couple of slides, I think, to show. Is that right?
Well, I have actually a video. Hopefully.
Well, you can click through with
so,
that.
Yeah, I'm Frode from Xperi, which is now owning Vute. So I'm Frode from Vute, and work with TiVo. So I'm Frode from TiVo. And
Can we play that video?
Can you play that video? Yeah. So we're rolling out a new platform for smart TVs, and here's the just 30 seconds pitch for that. Oh, there. Now it's. Okay, so come to us, see it live. We have it over in our booth. And especially, we're now searching partnerships all over Europe, content owners, broadcasters, pay TV operators, all of you, please come by, and we'll talk about how we can help you, you can help us. Thank you.
Thanks, Frode. And finally, completing the lineup, we have, just one moment, Ricardo from YouView. Ricardo.
Good morning, HbbTV Symposium. I'm here representing YouView today. We are a tech company, a joint venture between the public service broadcasters in the UK, BBC, ITV, Channel 4, Channel 5, and leading telcos like BT and TalkTalk. Throughout the day, you will hear a lot of mention about a brilliant product called Freely. Freely has launched earlier in the year and is available as an HbbTV op-app across a range of smart TVs in the country. And we have been Everyone TV's proud technology partner in building this product. So if you have any questions about how we went about building it, we will make it worth the walk into our joint Everyone TV and YouView stand, and we'd be happy to address your questions. Thank you and see you later.
Thank you, Ricardo. So this is great. I mentioned sometimes that I'm Irish, as you can probably see from my name or hear from my voice, but I actually am Swiss also since a couple of years ago. And so timing is very important. In fact, it's the main reason I'm here in front of you today, to ensure that we keep things on time, and we're well on time now, which is great news. What I want to say to you is a couple more things. You'll notice that you don't have tables in front of you. This is partly because we wouldn't have space to have tables for everybody in this room. 250 plus people registered for the event, which is fantastic. But it's also because we want you to lean forward today and engage today. So if you had a desk in front of you, it would be much easier to put your laptop on the desk and to do your email and to tune out. You don't have that. You need to work a little bit harder. So we're hoping that we'll have your attention throughout the day. The other thing that I wanted to mention to you is that we don't really have time to do some, networking right now among you, but I do want you to just take a look around you at the people to your left and to your right, and resolve to say hello to those people, if you don't know them already, as you're going back out for coffee or lunch, okay? Take the opportunity to say hello, introduce yourself, and you know, make sure that you make new connections here. Tomorrow we are doing an unconference. If you have never been to an unconference before, please stand up. Please stand up if you have never been to an unconference. Well, this is great news because, you can sit down now, it means that more than half of you have been to an unconference before, so you're really going to get the best out of it. And what I always say about the unconference is, if you go home at the end of the day tomorrow and you think to yourself, that wasn't much use, that was a bit of a waste of time, well, that's your fault. Okay? Because you control the agenda. If you have challenges or problems or questions in your company, in your organization, put them on the agenda and find the answers. You've got copyright Gordon Maynard, a quality audience here, very little riffraff. So make sure you use this audience and find the answers to those questions. It's your opportunity. We will have a blank agenda tomorrow morning. That agenda represents opportunity for you. So please take the opportunity tomorrow. With all of that said, it gives me great pleasure to invite Vincent Grivet to the stage. By the way, speakers, you can either stand at the podium or you can take the handheld mic and wander around a little bit. I don't know which Vincent is going to do. There's a handheld there for you. And as we all know, Vincent is the chair of the HbbTV, I nearly said a different organization, chair of the HbbTV Association, and he is going to give us the state of the HbbTV nation. Vincent, over to you.
Thank you, Owen. Good morning, everybody. It's really a great pleasure. It's a pleasure every year to be at the symposium. Very special pleasure today because I never seen so many people in HbbTV, so that's very welcome. Thank you for coming. And it's also a great pleasure to be in London. I have been in this position quite a few years now. And in my time, at least, Symposium has never been in London. And I think it's a very important thing that we are in London because UK is a very important country in the HbbTV community and ecosystem. And hopefully, and I think it's the case, and we'll hear more of that, HbbTV is very important to the UK TV ecosystem. So I think it's very good that we meet here in this great place. I would like to thank especially Jonathan Thompson and Everyone TV, who are co-hosting the symposium with the HbbTV Association, and all the sponsors and also the organization team. I know that I have a tight surveillance from Owen on my timing, so I need to rush and get started after these introductions. I would like to make a few observations on what has happened around us in the TV environment in this closing 2024 year. My observation number one is that, and this is not entirely new, but we can see a confirmation of that. We can see the legacy traditional broadcasters enhancing, accelerating their shift to streaming. And we can see that they start to be pretty successful in doing that. And we're hearing a lot of good news, whether it's in France, in Germany, in other countries, that they are actually doing a good job in reinventing themselves into broader streaming companies. The second observation, which is a little bit the negative version of the first, is that on the opposite, those companies who have invented streaming and SVOD, so to speak, and who have been so successful with that, they start, or they give a number of signals that they start to see some limit to their growth. And certainly they're not going to disappear, but they're probably they are not going to make everybody else disappear. The third observation, and that goes into the same direction, that the world is slightly more complex than something being removed and something else replacing everything, linear TV certainly is challenged, but even in the US, linear TV is resisting. And there are many signals that, of course, the exact weight depends from country to country, but there is like a robust, stable, like unremovable basis of linear TV that is still here. And the fourth observation, and that is probably the one that is accelerating a lot recently, is what I would call, and this is not a very nice word, the OSization of the TV sets. And what I mean with that is that we can see a flourishing of operating system for TVs, and we just heard one from TiVo, and there are many of them, and they become increasingly important on TV sets. And that is not without asking a few questions. So in summary, this 2024 has really confirmed to us these trends that traditional broadcasters move to streaming. SVOD is hitting some limits. Linear TV is not dead. TV OS are very important. And I think this is confirming a world, and you have heard me saying that before. We are in a world where streaming and broadcast do share the leadership. We are in a co-leadership situation. This means it's a hybrid world, and this means it's a world where HbbTV is super relevant. It's relevant because it's a natural and friendly path for the broadcasters to bring their streaming versions. It applies to all TV brands, all networks, and I would like to thank all the TV manufacturers who are present here and who are making within the HbbTV Association and in their labs, in their factories, they're making a great work to have HbbTV compliant TV sets. HbbTV is the natural platform to bring addressable advertising in linear, and we'll hear a lot of that because, of course, that's where the money comes from. And HbbTV is an open standard which aligns with the market aspirations for open ecosystems, avoiding tough, entrenched position. So that's the world. What happened in our smaller HbbTV world? Well, it's been a year, 2024. Maybe this can still be challenged in the remaining 6 weeks of the year. But it's been a year without a publication of a specification. It doesn't mean we're not working, and you'll hear more from John Pising, who will present the status, but we have a very important piece cooking, which is 205, and a very important element in this 205 is going to be an add-on document that we're going to publish, which is going to be the HbbTV DRM guidelines. Very important. You'll hear John Pising on that. We have maintained our very strong pace, and I'm very happy with that, of our interop events. They had been paused, of course, like many other things, for the COVID. They have now restarted, and now we have a stable pace of having 3 of them every year, and they are big success, very important events for the community. We have also more discreetly deployed a number of initiatives to improve the usability of HbbTV in our ecosystem. And to mention a few, we have a totally revamped developer portal, and I see that the usage of that is very important, and I encourage all of you to visit and use this portal, very, very important. We are now bringing in consistency with these DRM guidelines, which I announced. We are bringing a lot of new DRM tests into our test suite so that we have completeness. We are in the process of bringing into HbbTV a minimum test harness that's not going to replace the commercial test harness of the market, but that is going to help the community of people and companies working on the HbbTV test to be more efficient. And we have issued a major test maintenance RFP, which gave birth to 2 significant contracts with two important companies who are present in the room today for test maintenance. And we will probably announce today or those days a server for a contract for an ADB2 DNS server. And all together, and the zoo directory, not to forget the zoo directory. We have invested altogether more than 250,000 euro of the members' money in those initiatives. At our scale, it is a lot of money, but I think it's very well spent money that goes into the direction again of making HbbTV more usable for the ecosystem. And we have been lucky to see some signals, and you will hear more of that in the conference, that this is recognized by the market, and HbbTV is confirming its market relevance, where adtechs, and you were hopefully saying more on that HbbTV now becomes a very significant addressable segment in Europe. And we have been seeing very recently Google announcing that they have made an HbbTV version of their SDK, which for linear addressable advertising, which I believe is a signal of recognition of HbbTV as a mass market tool. HbbTV TA, and you will hear more of that today, is now a mainstream adopted tangible specification. And maybe the final point which I want to comment on our 24 history is our membership, where maybe the news is a little bit less positive because we can see some decrease in our membership. I would say this is highly linked to the fact that some companies merge and consolidate. We have very valuable members, which we thank for their loyalty, but there is slightly less of them. And maybe at some point, that will bring some questions on our financing. What's next? We'll just continue. We will continue our normal operations, test, webinars, PlugFest specifications. And of course, as I said, the very important point is to deliver our 205 specification with the DRM guidelines. Hopefully, we're going to continue to harvest the results of our efforts on test maintenance and the usability of HbbTV. And we will keep our ecosystem dynamic and attractive. And when I see again this very big audience, I'm very optimistic with that. And we're going to think of what else can we do to increase the usability of HbbTV for the app developers and for the manufacturers who implement HbbTV. And we're going to do all of that with the members and with the users of HbbTV. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vincent. Thank you. So I'm going to come to the floor for questions in a moment. We heard a lot of good news there, Vincent. But I think a gathering like this, it's important for us to look realistically at the world as well. Are there some things that you're nervous about?
I'm nervous about our ability to continue to deliver something that works and that meets the expectations of the app developers and of the implementers, because we have a rather sophisticated specification. I don't think we need to keep making it more sophisticated or marginally. I think most of what people, viewers, app developers need is present in the specification, even the more when we publish 205 with this DRM, which was one important missing thing. So from the spec point of view, I think we're all good. Excuse the lack of humility. I think the challenge is really...
Sorry, Raj.
I think the challenge is really to keep delivering and putting everybody in the ecosystem with what their needs in their hands, in their pockets, to use the specification and to have a quick cycle of delivery. And that's the challenge.
You mentioned during your presentation the wonderful support from the TV manufacturers. Do you see enemies? Do you see forces that are acting against HbbTV and what HbbTV wants to achieve?
No, I don't have enemies. I hope I don't have enemies in the room. No, I think the question of friends and enemies doesn't happen like that. I think we are at the center of an open ecosystem. For some companies, it's very natural to participate proactively and spontaneously in this open ecosystem. Some companies may have other views, but in the end, they realize that it is a big ecosystem. And even if they maintain another strategy, they can't ignore HbbTV. So I think we have only loyal supporters and members.
Well, that's good news. Let's turn to some of those supporters and members now. Does anybody have a question at the start of this event for Vincent, for our chair, based on anything that he said there? I had a quick look at Slido a moment ago. I didn't see anything. Yeah, we do have a question. I'm going to hop down, Raj, if that's okay.
Thanks, Paul Gray from Omdia. I just wondered if you had any comment to make about breakout of HbbTV from Europe into other regions and countries in DVB land.
Yeah, that's a very relevant observation, Paul. And I could maybe even have sort of mentioning it in my keynote. And indeed, I do see a growing and now maturing interest of non-European markets for HbbTV. I can feel that. I'm very happy with that. I can see an interest even from the United States, but I don't think United States will ever implement HbbTV. But I think they are intellectually interested because they realize that we've done something that seems to be working, and they are trying to get some inspiration, and we're happy to share that inspiration. I think what you had in mind and what I have in mind is more the Middle East area, where indeed this was widely out of our radar screen for many years, but now I'm receiving some calls and emails from companies from this area, Middle East, Africa. They are deploying in many places DVB network, whether it's satellite or terrestrial. Even in some markets, they don't have broadcast, but still they have an interest for HbbTV, and I see that as like a next chapter.
Thank you, Vincent. Ranjit from DTG, and then we'll come to Marco from Mediaset.
Hi, Vincent. Good morning. As the world is moving towards streaming, HbbTV stands for hybrid broadcast broadband TV. Now, going into the TV when the IP transitions will take place, is there anything in the horizon, in a roadmap, to develop a lightweight specification just for the IP delivery and streaming, taking care of the HbbTV? This is to target the devices which are handheld, tablets, TVs, and so on. So that's my question.
So are we talking about taking one of the Bs out of HbbTV?
Well, I don't want to spoil the presentation from Jonathan and Everyone TV, but I think we don't need to develop something, because Freely is the perfect example of a service which is totally streaming-minded, IP-minded, which is based on HbbTV. So we have it already. But again, I don't want to spoil Everyone TV.
Thank you, Vincent. Marco from Mediaset.
First of all, everybody, good morning. I'm really appreciating the DRM in 2005, because DRM was a milestone that has never been presented in HbbTV, but it was very important, and I really appreciate it. What about the next future, considering copyright protection guidelines? That is the next step after DRM.
I must confess, Marco, I have no clue on that. To me, this is a new topic. Thank you for raising the question. And with the steering group, we every year, of course, we make like a post-mortem debrief of the symposium, and I'm sure your question will be part of that debrief, and maybe we'll find we need to do something. No personal clue on that.
And of course, we have the benefit of having an unconference day tomorrow, so if somebody feels Vincent, I think we'll leave it there. We'll keep ahead of our time actually here, because it's good to have this little bit of space for questions. Thank you very much for your presentation. Round of applause for Vincent, please. Andrea Michelozzi tells me that we are streaming on 12 different platforms at the moment, and we have rather remarkably 1,800 people watching us on YouTube apparently, and 230 on X, and VM Partner, I'm not sure what that one is, 600 people on that. So a lot of people watching us online at the moment. Don't be nervous though, don't worry. I have great pleasure in announcing our next speaker, who you all know very well. Super important person in the standard space, not just in HbbTV, but in the DVB project as well. John Peising is going to come and tell us what has been happening with the specification. John.
I'll stand here.
Is that okay, Raj? Good. Don't wander too far.
Okay, so you heard the market stuff. Now I'm going to hit you with some of the more technical stuff. So I thought I'd start by reminding people what we did before. So not just 205, because actually what's landing in TV sets in next year is going to be 204, not 205. So we published 204 March last year, but we have the test suite that the testing group have been working on developing during the course of this year, so to be ready for manufacturers to test and certify product next year. So yes, there is a lead time here that is surprisingly long if you're not actually in the industry. And here's a summary of the key features of 204. So we've not had it mentioned yet. It's been mentioned, there'll be some unconferences on this, is accessibility. And the European Accessibility Act becomes EU law next year. And at least it probably is illegal to sell TVs that don't comply with it. So you can have a debate about what compliance means, and people are trying to write down how they can know that they are compliant, but accessibility is important, particularly given the legal context and the legal changes next year. Integration with DVB-I. We'll hear more about this at many points during today, but that's on tomorrow. But this is about the fundamental, the open standard way of streaming as an alternative to siloed applications where the user has to go all the way up and all the way back down again to change channel. Integration with voice assistants. This one has gone off the boil a bit, but it is about fundamental user experience. If the TV allows use of a voice assistant to navigate up to the point of here is a linear channel, to suddenly force the user to use a remote, to pick up the remote control, find the remote control once the HbbTV app starts, is a poor user experience that ought to be addressed. The other thing that was in 204 and more is coming is deprecation of the less used duplicated features. So this is announcing things we're going to remove because, yeah, they're just a burden on people. And when you get the slides, there is an explainer we published at the time that will give you an overview of all of this. So moving forward to 205, it's coming next year. The most significant additions actually, and this is not a, this is from a impact on the users and on the market point of view. We've mentioned DRM, I'll say a bit more about DRM later. WebAssembly. Now WebAssembly, you may not have heard of, it's not necessarily exciting in a way, but what brought home to me how important this was, and the colleagues concerned have a proposal for the Unconference tomorrow, is the colleagues from Freesat in Catalonia who are using WebAssembly for in-vision signing.
So they've written a video decoder in WebAssembly that runs in software on smart TVs for the signing stream, and it works. So suddenly, in terms of, we've had plenty of discussions about manufacturers not wanting to support that explicitly, but with WebAssembly it can be delivered implicitly. And that, I think, is, in terms of the other things that that technology can deliver, that has the potential to be really exciting. We're also adding some optional new features, new video support for new video codecs, AV1 and VVC. AV1 will probably work accidentally in a number of TV sets. We found that HEVC did a good few years ago, and VVC might. And HTTP3 is something that is sort of coming around the corner, and we want to at least make sure we've got some unit tests, because it can be really embarrassing if something starts working accidentally 2 years after the product was sold and wasn't tested and therefore breaks. I mean, we've had that a few times, that an ISP turns something on and services that worked before broke, and the content provider didn't change anything, nothing changed in the TV set. It was something that neither of them know about. We're also tidying up unused and historical features, and more about that in the next slide. And loads of bug fixes, particularly people working through the HbbTV DVBI integration and pointing out inconsistencies, corner cases, things we've missed. And I would really like to thank everyone who's been contributing to helping us improve that part of the technology. Tidying up. So the first thing that we're tidying up is multi-stream sync. So this is basically video via the broadcast and audio via the OTT. And this is spectacularly complicated to implement. People struggle with it. And the reality, when we wrote it, people were not doing live video via OTT. I mean, this has been around for a while, but now people are doing live video via OTT. So basically, if you want to do this sort of thing, you can send both the video and the audio via OTT. You don't need to have this mixture of one via broadcast and one via OTT. So that removal, that's being removed out of 205. And that's a reason to do 205, because we're not removing it from 204. OTT streaming in MPEG-2 transport streams is being made optional. Again, this is a historical thing that's been there since the very beginning. We're clearing out stuff that doesn't. We know people are using it. We know people are using it to access 10-year-old TV sets. So we're keeping the tests in the test suite, and discussion will be required. We're relaxing the requirements around the built-in fonts. There used to be competition in this market, but one of the providers acquired the other one, and now there isn't any competition anymore. So we're relaxing the requirements to make it easier to use alternatives. And another thing we're just removing completely. There's a web privacy technology called Do Not Trust DNT, which basically died in the web, and basically supporting it. Do not track. Thank you, Frode. So for those who didn't hear, it's do not track, not do not trust.
Do not trust John Pising, is that what we're hearing?
You can say that if you want to. DRM, so as people have hinted, we had some bad experiences around this one in the past with DRM vendors writing nasty letters to people. And basically, we basically said we're not touching DRM for somewhere between 6 and 8 years, just because the experience was so painful. That resulted, though, in market fragmentation and apps and services saying we're not going to use HbbTV because you don't do DRM. Or we can't make it work. So when we had a symposium, I think it was the Madrid symposium, we had feedback, and we went off and started an initiative that Bob will say a little bit about later, about the DRM reference app. And that's interesting because it also gave us objective data about use of DRM in the market and what versions. So we're now developing a document on integration of HbbTV and DRM. The first version will include PlayReady and Widevine with some objective criteria for including more later. So if you are another one, come and help look at the objective criteria and think about how you could address them. We've got a mixture of material, background material on DRM itself, guidelines for content providers, platforms, operators, and requirements for implementations. We're also collecting dirty and 205 will require terminal support, and I picked the words out of our issue tracking system. Decryption and presentation of DRM protected video and audio broadband content using at least one of the systems in the guidelines. You can use others. You can have ones that are there in the TV but not connected up to HbbTV, but that's the minimum requirement. Since we're on DRM and we mentioned the DRM reference app, I just took a snapshot of the data, the kind of data we get from the DRM reference app. Bob may say more about it, but you can see here the 2023 and 24 models. This data is anonymized. I don't know what number 201 is. And then you've got a set of tests with some indications about how well they work. And, well, color coding is relatively obvious and self-explanatory. And no, I don't know what number 186 is. It's none of my business because it's probably one of my competitors. Van will be saying a bit more about the test suite later. I picked this slide out of the most recent report. You can see that the number of tests in the test suite did go up precipitately, but is now going, the gradient has leveled off, and sporadically we go down a bit when somebody finds some bugs that impact a number of tests. So, for instance, there's been a lot of work on the targeted advertising tests when people found issues there to do with sort of frame-accurate switching from broadcast to broadband and differences in AV sync. DRM and country-specific tests, this is another thing we put a lot of time into. So what happened when we didn't do anything about DRM was some of the countries and platforms did, and they made their own test suites. And once you have your own test suite for DRM, it grows, and then this complicates the process of implementing and certifying HbbTV. So we went through two of these in considerable detail, being the UK and Italian ones. That's not an insult to anybody else. We reviewed many improvements to find that we needed to make to the DRM guidelines. We've recently made an RFP to bring these into the main test suite, which was what Vincent was referring to. We're focusing initially on tests for the EME API and for the advanced features of the old OIPF DRM agent API. There are 10-year-old tests originally from France for the old API, the basic functionality that are used at least in Australia and Spain. We're going to look at those next. One thing we found was that although these test suites were in theory country or platform specific, most of the non-DRM tests were not. They actually filled gaps in the test suite. And ideally, the UK and Italy would not need their own country or platform specific HbbTV tests from next year onwards, although obviously this is ultimately their decision, not ours. But that's the discussion we're having. We're working towards that goal, and we're hoping that we can meet their requirements to achieve that. I just made a list of things that are being talked about later, mainly to encourage people to stay rather than leaving at 5 o'clock. So the 1815 panel today will cover the test suite. So if you have more interested in that, it will cover the DRM reference app. It will cover interop events and plugfests, the developer portal, the validator, more on the DRM and country platform specific test suites. And also, some of those already have topics in the Unconference portal for tomorrow and will be proposed. Some of them don't, but please come along and propose them if you want to talk about some of those in the Unconference tomorrow. And there we are.
Thank you, John.
How badly did I do on time?
Thanks, John. I'm actually going to put a question to both you and Vincent. I mean, I guess you may have something to say about this because of the way the question has been phrased, but it's one that I missed in Slido for you, Vincent. Could HbbTV have a small and medium enterprise membership level like DVB has just introduced and 5G Mag to improve the membership numbers?
We've been considering that possibility a number of times, and we could never conclude that we could both please to these small and medium enterprise who would like to come in as members and at the same time protect the financial stability of HbbTV. So right now, we've not found the right approach to allow for that. I regret, maybe one time we'll find the magic way to do that, but not for the time being.
Thank you. John, specifications.
Well, actually, I was also going to comment on that.
Oh, yes, sorry, I did say you could.
You did say I could. So some of you know that I have a number of hats, and one of my other hats is chair of the DVB technical module. So I was involved in the discussions that led to what DVB discussed. So I think once DVB's experiences are clear, maybe that will reduce some of the fears about a small enterprise, small company level undermining things. So I hope that it works for DVB, and if it works for DVB, that then sets a precedent that HbbTV could follow.
And for those who are not in the know about that, what DVB has just introduced is instead of an €8,000 per year fee, it's €2,000 per year for companies that have revenues of less than €3 million per year. And it's, sorry, I'm getting confused with the entrance fee. It's 1,000, apologies. Thank you, Matthew Huntington. And the same for universities. There's a lower fee for universities now in the DVB project. That information is on the DVB website. Anyone got a question for John Pising while he is up here on the podium?
I'm up on the podium twice this afternoon.
It's true.
Thanks to Ranjit, who keeps twisting my arm. Thank you, Ranjit.
And he runs high-quality unconference sessions too, I can tell you. So look forward to those tomorrow. John, specifications, it's a lot of paper, right? Well, it's not paper anymore. How is that whole situation evolving in terms of, we talk a lot in these organizations about the way we make specs, the importance of things like GitHub and reference tools and so on. Do you see it evolving?
HbbTV, and for that matter DVB, deliver specifications to ETSI for formal standardization. So in the end, what ETSI say they will accept as input is a fait accompli for HbbTV delivering. So if ETSI said we will use GitHub Markdown tomorrow, and you must deliver in GitHub Markdown for all new documents or something, then we would have to do that. So it's, and equally, if they say, as long as they say you must deliver in Microsoft Word, then we have no option but to deliver in Microsoft Word.
Okay. Time for one quick question for John, if you wish. Otherwise, we will move on. John, thank you very much. A round of applause for John Pising, please. Great presentation. So we have Omdia's research director, Paul Gray, with us. He is, of course, something of a fixture at the HbbTV Symposium. Always good value. We have 10 minutes on the timer, or we will in a moment. See what you can tell us in 10 minutes, Paul. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Owen. And there's the timer rolling. Thank you very much indeed for inviting me again to speak. I realize that things have kind of come full circle, because the first time I spoke, which I think was 2017, it was a conference center owned by the Catholic Church, and now we have one, a Protestant one, which ensures some form of balance, I guess. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the TV market. Owen threatened me with all kinds of things, including a concealed trapdoor. That indeed I only have 8 to 10 minutes, and that I must leave space for questions. So I've left a lot of slides out, and do come and grab me over the next couple of days if you'd like more detail, and I'm happy to provide that. But one of the interesting things is that after 25 years or so of the global TV market being really quite homogenous, managing that shift from CRT to flat panels to digital, with a lot of very, very common IP, and that the regionalization went out of it. I think we're now at a point where actually the global TV market is splitting into three. And that's before you add politics to it. So I think that tariffs, trade boundaries, and things like that will only accelerate this trend. But really what we see is almost three markets. And the first one is North America, and probably with it slightly longer term also Mexico and Brazil, which is becoming a battle of platforms and advertising. The business model is shifting away from making money on TV sets and instead to making money on ads and data that is delivered by those TV sets. And therefore, it's turning into a battle of installed base. In many ways, thinking about it, it's rather like the old ones of pay TV, where you thought about how many users you had, how many subscribers, and the revenue per user. At the moment, in that scramble to acquire users and eyeballs, and I've talked about the eyeball battle for some years, but this is now really, we're entering the next phase of it, that people are happy to sell TVs below cost. Just have to look at the finances of Vizio or Roku to see that they're selling TVs at somewhere between -3% and -7% margin, just in that scramble for users. And that is really, really different. Also at the same time, of course, pay TV is collapsing in North America. Well, when you see how much they pay for pay TV, it's not really surprising, you know, that the level is 4 or 5 times per user compared to Europe. At the same time, consumers aren't quite aware of that because they've got on average 7 or 8 subscriptions, and when you add it all up, they're probably paying the same amount. They just don't think they are. So North America is really driven by ads and data now, and that is what's driving everybody's motivations. China is different again. Obviously, it's a media culture which is totally controlled by the government, and that makes it inaccessible to most global players without detailed alliances. Chinese consumers, as you know from every single piece of news that you read, are really pulling their horns in at the moment. But actually before that, they also started to change their behavior away from buying more and more TVs and refreshing them quickly. Chinese TV market peaked at the end of 2016 at instantaneously about 60 million units a year. It's below 40 million now. So the market has taken a real battering, and that's driven by consumer shifts. That happened before Chinese consumers lost confidence. But when they buy a TV, they buy a really big one. So the average size shipping at the moment is over 60 inches. On 11/11 at the beginning of this week, of course, a shopping festival in China, you could buy a 100-inch TV or a 98-inch TV for less than $800. Okay, so you can wallpaper one room with television sets for really not very much money. So it's a very, very different market. I think we can expect many of the same factors and thinking of these very, very, very large sizes appearing here in Europe. Certainly Chinese brands are trying, and you can buy 98, 100-inch for really quite remarkable prices now. But it's into a whole different world. It's a different media culture, and it's about very, very, very big. Which leaves the rest of us. And we buy moderate sizes. Our TV markets are recovering, and they're growing ever so gently in line with spendable incomes. We don't have an advertising culture, so the advertising revenues are rather smaller than elsewhere. Our consumers probably like buying quite nice TVs, both across developed Asia and Western Europe. So you can see that it's a moderation market with slow demand growth. Probably by the end of the forecast, we roughly get back to where we were in 2019 after the pandemic bulge in TV demand. But you can see it's a very, very different world. At the same time, we also have new brands playing. And I think it became conclusive from 2021 that Chinese brands were now breaking away. And we're into a fourth age of TV. that the second age was as the Japanese took over, then the Koreans overtook the Japanese, and now it's the Chinese, quite definitely. So when you see what's going on in Europe, we have slow recovery in the TV market, but most importantly, the Chinese brands are now significantly changing the agenda. They are beginning to attack the Koreans, and I think most people I talk to, especially from Japanese companies, say, yes, this is 2006, when the Koreans really started to pose a significant threat to the Japanese. History is repeating, and the Chinese are now posing a serious threat to the Koreans. That doesn't mean that the battle is concluded. It means that the threat is there and the competitive intensity is going up in the market. I think one of the things to notice is that because these markets are differing in terms of standards, in terms of motivation, that probably regional designs become much more important than they did before. We're almost going back to a European TV will be developed in Europe because its requirements are so much different to one in North America or China, for example. So there's going to be some interesting tension building there, and I think there's big opportunities for local players and local development. Do not neglect, though, that Chinese companies are also being very, very fast at executing on regionalization. Very, very fast indeed. Hisense is already one of the first into TV3 in Brazil, and of course in Freely in the UK. And at the same time, this shift, as I've talked about platforms, and thank you, it's been introduced already today, is that we have what I think is, and call the App Store moment, when you realize that what mattered far more in terms of smartphones was actually the App Store. That was the thing that unlocked smartphones and enabled the hardware to change and evolve. And I think we're in that point with TV now, with those TV platforms. And what is covered and serviced by platforms is going to be more important than just the hardware on its own. So I've just got a few concerns. Obviously, I've talked about the hardware model evolving to platforms, but HBB needs to decide what its part to play in that is. Is it neutral or is it partisan? The landscape is changing with the Chinese brands. They are trying to push very, very large sizes. In China, people like huge TVs and small rooms. In Europe, we've got small rooms. So do we want very large TVs? They're certainly trying that out. For them, it's a very strong competitive axis against the Koreans because these large sizes are made only in China. And finally, I think the question which platform owners and everybody else is asking, which is what can HBB TV do in a battle of platforms, audiences, and eyeballs to increase loyalty and engagement? And above all, what does HBB TV do for advertising outcomes? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Great to hear from you again. Always interesting stats there. China, I know that certainly in the DVB project, we talk a lot about China, and there's move around. There certainly seems to be interest around DVB-I, for example, in China. Do you see any possibility of HBB TV making inroads there?
I think one of the big differences that you have in China is that very few people watch broadcast. And in terms of anything that's happening on TV, then you have the dead hand of the government. You see that in particular with advertising, where advertising has really moved off the TV platforms in China. The smart TV advertising market in China is worth less than the UK. And that's across, what, 780 million households. At the same time, TikTok on mobile makes $29 billion a year in China. So I think it's a whole different market that is, because of the regulatory pressures, then you can see that they kind of squeezed the bag in one place and it popped out in mobile. So mobile video is huge. Advertising on mobile video is huge.
Okay. Anyone have a question for Paul? Take advantage here. I'd like to know a little bit more about what we've heard there. Don't be shy. Yes, John Moulding has a question. Let me come around to you, John, just a moment. Thank you to the porters for bringing additional chairs in, by the way. We're victims of our own success in terms of the numbers.
Hi, hello, Paul. Those brands that are selling their TVs for less than they actually cost, what do they hope to make in terms of recurring revenues from their advertising and data?
Great question, John. Thank you. And I should have put that in my presentation. I think our estimate, and obviously there are big differences between platforms, but you look at the best in class and they are probably making something like $20 a year. And if we assume that the smart TV platform remains active for, say, 5 years before the TV is maybe moved to another room, or there are compliance problems and things like that that mean that it gets out of date and can't be updated. Well, I think as a rule of thumb, let's say $100 of recurring revenue. And just to build on that point, then therefore the number of active accounts that you get from every 1,000 TVs sold is really critical. Yeah, if you looked at Vizio's numbers earlier this year, they were only gaining about 10% out of their TVs that they were selling, and so that conversion rate is absolutely critical as to whether this business model actually works.
Thanks. Raise your hand if you have a question. Paul, as someone who lives in a house that has a 10-year-old Samsung smart TV and a second-hand Sony smart TV of some sort that we bought for kids to play games on, with a Google TV dongle plugged into both, is this kind of experience going to become more and more typical, where there's absolutely no drive for us to replace that set in our living room because the media is not coming, the TV is not enabling the media that we're watching, in our household at least?
No, I think this is the really critical one, which is how much do people use their platforms? And there are a lot of cheap ways that you can use to subvert that subsidized business model of TVs and platforms. And one of them is you buy the TV that has the best image, and then you plug in and sideload a streaming stick with the app platform that you like best. So it's a precarious game. We'll see where it ends up. I think the other one in Europe is you see huge differences in advertising values between markets. So everybody's focused on Germany and the UK because that's where the money is. But just like the Geneva traffic jams on Saturday mornings, where you have the Swiss going off to buy their groceries in France and the French coming across the border into Switzerland to buy electrical products because of arbitrage, across Europe with free movement of goods, that's really, really difficult to make it happen and target those right markets. I think it's very, very precarious.
But do you have a prediction? Well, I mean, you're looking at this every day. What do you see happening in terms of screens versus, as you say, sideloading?
I think that at the moment, a lot of it depends on rising stock prices and the ability to borrow money, but very definitely for some people it will end in tears. And that the more platforms you're having, that's diluting that message. So we are still at the early stages before the consolidation happens.
Okay, certainly implications for HbbTV in all of that as well, of course. Thank you very much. Thanks, Paul. So we're very honored to be hosted here. The co-host of this event is Everyone TV. And the next talk that we have, the next keynote we have, is from the Chief Executive Officer of Everyone TV, Jonathan Thompson. Now, before Jonathan comes to the stage, I want to say that, in fact, the next whole set of presentations is around Everyone TV and Freely and so on. So we're going to hear from different aspects of the service, and we're going to have a roundtable that William Cooper is going to be hosting. So we're not going to take questions immediately after Jonathan's talk. We want to take advantage, give him the full 15-minute slot so that he can tell us everything, introduce the service to us. Then we'll move on to Chris Poole and so on in the program, and there will be plenty of time for questions. And Jonathan, of course, will be here as well. So if we need to come to him for any of those questions, but his colleagues will be here also. So without saying more, I'm going to invite Jonathan Thompson to the stage. Thank you, Jonathan.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Thanks, Owen. Actually, before I say anything, I'm going to play a short video to introduce Freely. So if we could run the first VT.
Ooh! Serious. Come on!
God.
Get set, go! What the hell?
Wow, that really echoes in the church hall, doesn't it? It's a great honor to be here this afternoon. Yes, it is afternoon now. Everyone TV has been a long supporter of HbbTV, I think almost for a decade now. So it's an honor to speak here and talk about Freely. And also it's an honor to be hosting this year's symposium in London. So thank you to Vincent for choosing London as the host city. Yeah, I'm going to talk to you about Freely. And I'm going to explain how we've used HbbTV to allow us to launch this service. The story of Freely is really a story of how the UK broadcasters and many other partners have collaborated to shape the future of free TV in the UK in the streaming age. But before I talk about Freely specifically, let me just explain for those of you who don't know Everyone TV, who we are, what we do, and how we fit into the UK TV landscape. So Everyone TV is a joint venture. It is owned by the 4 public service broadcasters in the UK, by BBC, ITV, Channel 4, and Channel 5. And our mission fundamentally is to ensure the long-term health of free television in the UK. That's why we exist. And we do that through the model of collaboration, through broadcasters working together to deliver the best outcomes for viewers. Our history lies in the management of the UK's 2 free-to-air TV platforms. We've operated Freeview for almost 2 decades now, and that's evolved into Freeview Play, which itself embraced the HbbTV standard when we launched that in 2015. And 3 years ago, we also took on responsibility for managing Freesat. And we continue to support and operate those 2 platforms of the 2 main ways currently you can get free-to-air television in the UK and enjoyed by millions of customers. But as I say, the future, as we've heard this morning, is streaming, and Freely is our future. We launched Freely in April of this year as our step into that streaming future and providing viewers with a free TV service fit for the streaming age. Now, the reasons we launched Freely were really down to kind of 3 big strategic trends in the UK marketplace. The first of which is that despite the plethora of different devices that we all have in our houses in terms of tablets and mobiles, people still want to watch the shows they love on the best screen in their house, and that is their smart TV. So still 84% of TV viewing is on the smart TV. Unsurprisingly, when you want to watch a really great show like Ludwig or I'm a Celebrity, or whatever else it might be, you want to watch it on the best screen. So smart TV viewing is definitely the future. It's where viewers want to spend their time with the content they love. The second trend is the growing number of households in the UK who no longer connect that smart TV to a broadcast connection. So they're no longer plugging their smart TV into an aerial or a satellite feed, and all their TV consumption is now over the internet. Now, as of the end of last year, that was 1 in 5 households in the UK who were effectively internet only, IP only in their TV consumption. But it's forecast to grow to be over half of households by the end of this decade. And as some people will be familiar, the government themselves have kicked off a process of looking at the potential long-term transition to an IP-only future. And we wanted to ensure that we were involving our services to respond to that trend. And the third strategic challenge really was one that's familiar to every TV market in the world, is the growing level of choice and competition that national broadcasters face. And that choice is great for consumers, and it's great for the marketplace more generally, but it means that national broadcasters have to think about how they can ensure that their content is easy to find and easy to discover and easy to enjoy. So it was those three strategic trends that led us to think about the future of how we evolved our TV services. And before I talk about Freely, it's just worth noting that this isn't UK specific. I've had the opportunity over the last year or so in terms of rolling out Freely to talk to broadcasters from lots of different countries, to the national broadcasters in each of those markets. And whilst the dynamics within each of those markets are very different, the fundamental strategic trends are the same. And I suppose the thing that we advocate to all of them is the importance of national broadcasters working together to secure their own future, I think rings true in each one of these marketplaces. So let me talk about Freely. And first of all, before I show you the service, I just want to talk about kind of the principles that underpinned its development. And there were really 6 fundamental principles. And the first is a word I will use a fair amount in the next 10 minutes or so, which is about collaboration. We are a vehicle for collaboration between the 4 main public service broadcasters, but our entire model is based on partnership. We work very closely with TV manufacturers, with TV OS providers, with other content partners in the UK, and with retailers as well. And the entire way in which the UK ecosystem works for free-to-air TV is based on that principle of partnership. And that lies at the heart of how we've brought Freely to market. The principle of Freely for us was to make the opportunity to watch live and on-demand free TV as native and as simple for the viewer. So the way in which we've used HbbTV is to adopt the op-app specification, the operator application specification, to effectively integrate the Freely service at a system level. So it's not just an app sitting in the App Store. We have worked with our partners to integrate the Freely service into the native UX and OS of our partner devices. And I'll show that in the demo in a second. And what that allows us to do, again, is to have multiple different ways in which a viewer can access the content they want to watch, all of which are simple and intuitive, very natural for any viewer who's been used to a Freeview TV, but again, embracing the latest technology and embracing the streaming proposition. As I've said, it's based on HbbTV, the latest standard that was released, I believe, last year, and that means it is now available on the smart TVs coming to market this year. So we launched in April, and we are now on a range of different partner devices that have come into the marketplace this year. And our focus for launch is very much on smart TVs for the reason I through the Freely application, again, seamlessly allowing you to navigate in a fairly traditional, familiar way, which is still important for a lot of viewers, between the various different channels and what's on, but again, with the opportunity to go both to live and into on-demand. So simple, easy. In a way, it looks and feels much like a Freeview TV does today, but with a huge benefit that even if you don't have your aerial connected, it works seamlessly. Now, I said at the start, our model is one of collaboration. There are all kinds of different organizations we have worked with to bring Freely to market. We work with, of course, all our shareholders, and we are bringing other content partners onto the platform. So we announced UKTV, who joined earlier this year, and there will be a number of other content partners who will be coming to the platform very soon. So watch this space when we announce those. As I said, we launched with Hisense, but we're incredibly proud and pleased with the range of different smart TV partners that we are now working with. So a range of different devices from Vestel, from Sharp, Panasonic, and of course Hisense as our launch partner. And we also have agreements with 3 TV operating system providers, so Vida, TiVo, and also more recently announced Amazon Fire TV. And I know quite a few of those players are in the audience this afternoon. A huge thank you to all of them for being our partners and working so closely with us. As Rick said earlier, we've worked with UView as our technology partner in delivering the service, and a huge thanks to Rick and his team for all the work they have done. We wouldn't have been able to do this without them, and also with the DTG and HbbTV, and also working very closely with retailers so that we can work to encourage a customer going in store to buy a Freely TV. If we can just quickly play the marketing reel. Just to bring that alive, Freely is more than just a product proposition. It's more than just a technology solution. It is a TV platform that we market and support with our partners. So we're really proud and pleased with the Freemoji, the Freely logo. And we put a lot of muscle and money into marketing the Freely proposition, not only to consumers to explain what it is, to encourage them to buy it, but also in partnership with our manufacturers and retailers so that we can promote specific TVs, specific price points, and tell them where to go in store to get the best deal for a Freely television. That's a really important part of the value hopefully we bring back to the partners who we're working with. One of the great benefits of the op-app model and of using HbbTV is that it's software that we are running on the TV that we can evolve. We launched with the proposition we're very proud of, but it was an MVP, and we will continue to evolve and develop the service over time. And we can do that through working with the UView team, adding new features, new functionality. So for example, making continuous improvements to the UX, adding new ways to find and discover content, continually improving the performance for viewers so it works seamlessly, it works reliably, and adding new features that viewers increasingly expect to see. So new forms of personalization, offering a service that is tailored to the individual viewer. And again, we have new features coming very soon that will allow greater personalization of the content you want to watch being displayed within the Freely service. I think I'm almost dead on time. So that is largely it from me. Thanks again to all the partners who are in the room who've been part of the journey. There's a lot more we want to do and will do, but Freely is our future. We want Freely to be the future of free-to-air TV in the UK. And I believe there are at least 2 demo TVs, I think, outside in the breakout room. So go and have a play. But thank you again, and thank you for listening.
That's really fantastic. Thank you, Jonathan. It looks just great. You've done a great job, and congratulations to everybody who's behind it. Let's get Chris Poole from BBC R&D up here. Chris is going to dive into the technology a little bit, look into the engine, see how all of this works. Chris, it's over to you. We're going to put 10 minutes on the clock there, and we'll have time for a few questions for you after it.
Okay, thank you. Right, okay. So how do we build a great linear channel viewing experience for internet-delivered channels using HbbTV? Well, I'm going to try and answer that a little bit in the context of Freely. So as you've seen, a linear channel experience might look something like that. The interesting points to note is it's simple, it's consistent, whether you're watching a broadcast channel or an IP channel, and it's also very responsive. So let's just take that apart and see how it works. So what you saw on the screen there is actually 3 separate elements. There's the linear content itself over on the right-hand side, there's the user interface, And we've also got support for broadcaster red button applications, HbbTV applications that are delivered by the broadcaster directly to the television as well. So the linear channels on Freely might be IP or DTT. And let's see who does what. So the TV is responsible for presenting the DTT linear channels. TV also handles parts of the user interface. Here I'm just showing setup and settings. The TV also handles and manages the full channel list. So the channel list and the notion of current channel, and provides the all-important HbbTV stack that enables both platform and content provider applications to run. At the top of the screen, regular HbbTV applications delivered by the broadcaster, as I mentioned. And then we have the Freely user interface here provided by an HbbTV operator app. HbbTV operator apps have been used before, notably by the HD Plus platform in Germany. And subject to a bilateral agreement with the TV manufacturer, they allow the operator app to take over some functions that might otherwise be provided by the television's own user interface. So here you can see some of those screens that Jonathan was showing earlier. Got a linear EPG, a VOD content discovery screen, and the user interface while you're actually watching a linear channel with routes to onward journeys and onward content. So where we differ a little bit from what's been done before is concerned with how the IP linear channels are presented. So on Freely, this is done by a player component, which is delivered and packaged as part of the operator application, but is actually running in a separate context in the TV. And this is a new capability in the latest version of the operator application specification, and it has a number of advantages, which I'll come to in a moment. One thing to note is it's fully integrated with the TV linear channels kind of selection mechanisms, so that all of the capabilities that you have for a DTT channel are also available for IP services too. So what's different about what we're doing to what's been done before? So we have the TV managing the whole channel list. There's IP services as well as broadcast ones in the channel list and known to the television. So previous platforms using operator applications, the IP services have generally been included in the guide, but they're not known to the television. So that gives you a kind of an illusion of there being channels that are similar to broadcast ones, but sometimes kind of cracks appear in that kind of illusion if you bring up some residual part of the TV's own user interface, for example, for audio track selection or something, which doesn't have the information about the channel that you're watching. So here we've got the TV fully aware of all of the channels on the platform that you can select. We also have full support for HbbTV applications, red button services across all channels, IP and broadcast. Again, that's partly enabled by the fact that the TV has visibility of all of these IP channels, so you can have all of that HbbTV functionality carried forward for IP services, and yeah, also there on IP-only devices. And then the separate player component in the app, what does this give us? Well, it handles all of the complexity of integration with the individual distribution architectures of the content providers, and manages the kind of the many-to-many integration challenge that you might have otherwise between every single content provider and every single manufacturer. It's an approach that allows that component to evolve over time. For example, we can improve the streaming algorithms and so on in the player. We could introduce low latency streaming for linear channels in the future. That's all under the control of that application. It allows for fast channel change. We're not having to start an application afresh on each channel just to get pictures on the screen. So it's pretty responsive when you change channel. The player can immediately just present the correct content for that channel. It works with red button apps. What do I mean by that? Well, in HbbTV, red button apps can do things like place the channel video in a quarter screen window, or change audio tracks, or pause the video. All of that functionality is also available here. The red button apps can use exactly the same mechanisms as they do for broadcast channels, and the APIs that they call through to the television are passed through to the OPAP video player, giving all of that functionality to IP channels as well. So kind of a theme here of trying to make sure that we're not losing any of the capabilities that we had for broadcast when we move to hybrid platforms and IP. And we can build a fully featured player. What do I mean by that? Well, we have full support for DVB Dash, implemented by UView using the Dash.js JavaScript Dash player. That has support for CDN failover. Access services, you can see in the picture there, subtitles. Those are being rendered by the app in the case of the IP services according to the viewer preferences set up in the television. So again, seamless behavior there. It can handle authorization, DRM, ad insertion, again updatable over time, and telemetry, reporting back to the individual content providers as necessary via a kind of plug-in mechanism. So full-featured player, updatable as well. So if we briefly look outside the television into the wider system, we have a number of component parts that communicate with back-end systems. So starting bottom left there, the channel information needs to be delivered to the television. So Freely uses a protocol called channel list management, which was developed for Freeview Play to provide that, which particularly copes well with the complex regional DTT networks that we have in the UK. The HbbTV specification also describes how DVBI can be used in that role as a DVBI service list. Top left, the metadata driving the OPAP guide. That is using a TV Anytime-based format that is also has its heritage in Freeview Play, and was actually the starting point for the development of the DVBI content guide specifications as well. Arguably, that is a private interface between the metadata servers and the OPAP, but also shown by a dotted line there, the TV also is interested in that metadata for populating the elements of the user interface that remain implemented by the television itself. Some of the content, the initial discovery mechanisms that you saw earlier. And top right, all of the interaction with the content providers servers for media delivery and telemetry is handled by the OPAP video player, DVB-T, or as it was. So there we are. In conclusion, HbbTV, through the latest HbbTV operator application specification, is providing an open standard solution, and it gives users a kind of seamless IP linear channel experience, matching or exceeding broadcast, which can be evolved over time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Super informative there. A couple of questions coming in. Olivier, are you here? Where are you, Olivier? Why don't you put your question yourself? I'll give you a microphone.
Hello. I wanted to know if the OPAP integration is specific for each TV manufacturer.
Is specific for?
For each TV. for each TV manufacturer?
No, so there's a common HbbTV operator application deployed across all of those TV models that you saw in the previous presentation. Yeah.
Okay. For example, you use the guide button we saw just before. You use the guide button on the Hisense remote, so it's an agreement with Hisense.
Yeah. So HbbTV operator applications, subject to agreement with the manufacturer, can take over certain user interface functions from the television, and one of those is the guide function, and if it takes over that function, then it has access to the guide key, and that would start the operator application if it wasn't already running, and if it was running, then it would transition the operator application into the guide screen where you can find the linear channels.
Thank you.
That's a good question, and just to dive a little bit more into that, so across the manufacturers that we saw on Jonathan's presentation earlier, is there a differing integration with each of them? Do you have the guide button for all of them?
I believe we do, but that's probably more of a question for everyone TV just to confirm. But,
okay,
yeah,
it may be something that comes up in William's presentation. We had a question that appeared a little while ago. I think you kind of, let's just clarify it in any case. On Freely, who delivers linear streaming to the TV? Is it Everyone TV, or is it each platform, another platform operator, or is it every participating broadcaster by themselves?
Yeah, so every participating broadcaster is delivering their linear streams, and those are being consumed by that common player component maintained for Everyone TV by UView. So you've got a common player with capabilities built out to support the needs of all of the individual broadcasters. And yeah, but the streams are being served directly by their servers and telemetry.
So in terms of CDNs and anything like that, they are responsible for making their own arrangements.
That's all chosen and selected by the broadcasters concerned, and probably serves linear streams into their own player apps as well.
Exactly.
Their own apps.
So we have time for one more quick question, Marco.
What's the main reason to select one OPAP specification for IP streaming on respect of select DVB-I, for example?
So, yeah, so DVB-I. So, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, as I showed on the diagram, actually, DVB-I can be used as a metadata format with an operator app solution. I mean, there's ways of kind of combining both of those things. But I mean, the operator app in the HbbTV case gives certain advantages of having that persistence, so it can be very responsive and run throughout the linear channel viewing experience. It can provide all of those guide elements that you see in a consistent manner, customized towards in this case, the UK audience through the Freely guide. And also having that function provided by an HbbTV application gives all of that fully featured player capability implemented once for the platform, and still supports HbbTV red button services individually on the individual channels. So there's a lot of advantages, but the architecture that we're showing is not the only one that could be used, but it is very well suited to the UK, providing that great linear channel experience that's consistent and has all of the features that people are used to from DTT.
Great, thank you very much, Chris. Certainly, I think we can say that what we saw in Jonathan's presentation with what Freely has done throws the gauntlet down for those who are working with DVB-I in terms of a user experience and so on. I think probably we can do more with DVB-I than has been done already. Whether it can reach something as slick as that, I think it's an interesting challenge and probably something that needs to be discussed. Thank you. Let's have a round of applause for Chris. You would like your panelists to come over to the side here. So William Cooper, I am going to invite to the stage now. William Cooper, many of you know, he wears various different hats, but he's here today as a moderator for the next roundtable. I will let William introduce his panelists to you, And there's going to be an opportunity for you as well. You can put questions in Slido. William will be keeping an eye on that. Or again, you can just raise your hands. So William, if you can come to the stage and then you can introduce your panelists. Thank you, William. William Cooper.
Thank you. If I can ask the panel to come on and sit in the order of the program, so starting with Deep here. So yes, as Owen said, I'm William Cooper. Over the last 20 years, I've been working in this field, providing independent strategic consultancy through Inform TV, which many of you may know through my weekly newsletter. The government in the UK is convening a forum to advise on the future of television in the UK. And it's published research predicting that without further intervention, 30% of homes in the country will still use some combination of satellite or terrestrial television reception on their primary set in 2040. As television and video viewing moves online, how can we manage the transition to internet delivery without leaving vulnerable viewers stranded? Well, the direction of travel may be clear, but the road ahead is long, and I've been on this journey for a quarter of a century. Are we nearly there yet? Well, for full disclosure, I also lead the Service List Registry, which is a global initiative to support HbbTV and DVBI by providing a platform for service discovery to allow simple service selection on any screen. And I'm delighted to report today that the Service List Registry has been appointed to run the registry platform, enabling HbbTV application discovery over broadband. And you can find out more about that at slrdb.org or through the hbbtv.org website. And that agreement follows a competitive tender process for a supplier to establish, provide, and operate the root domain service to enable online discovery of HbbTV applications. So with that disclaimer said, I'm joined now by my panel of experts to allow us to explore further some of the topics that we've been hearing about. We've seen the show reel, we've seen the architecture diagrams. Now let's have a discussion about the wider state of the transition to IP and how we're going to do that without leaving everyone behind. So perhaps if I can start with you, Deep. We've heard a lot about Freely already. What was the rationale? I know this happened from a technology point of view before you joined, but what's the rationale and what are the advantages of an op app as opposed to any other form of app?
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, it's an interesting question. And I think if you sort of look at the various spectrum of, how we could have distributed IP streams, right? You could have done a version where IP streams are just directly being fed into any of the smart TV platforms that's out there. That's on one end. On the other end, we could have packaged all of it just as an over-the-top app and distributed as widely as possible. But I think for us, in order to define the future of UK live TV for the streaming age, one of the core principles were to preserve how traditional TV on TV sets work, which is you turn on the TV, and if you're already not in live TV, you just go hit the guide button, and it takes you to the guide, and you choose the channel, and you go straight in there. So as I think Chris was explaining earlier, we needed a tech stack that was able to be as interactive to ensure that even in the future, free TV works exactly the way it has worked in the past. And what that does is that makes sure that the leap into this future is not so massive that we are leaving viewers behind, right? So that's number one. However, at the same time, we also needed to build the right bridges where anybody who's a new age user who's streaming first is familiar with having the tools and the controls that they want when they're watching live TV. For example, you can pause live TV, right? You can restart live TV. And at the same time, use those bridges or ramps to go into VOD content, right? So there was a lot of thought put behind the direction, the tech direction we took. And I think it probably took several months, if not years, to come to the conclusion that the op app was the right way forward.
Okay, well, we'll come back to that. If I can turn to you, Paul, from ITV, one of our four public service broadcasters, shareholders in the platform. You're also a shareholder in YouView, it's provided the technology before this. And you have your own online platform in ITVX. Why do we need another app?
So I think from an ITV perspective, Freely was a no-brainer because it's a complementary kind of capability to sit alongside what we're doing with ITVX. One of the things that we know is that, you know, the current kind of situation pre-Freely in terms of being able to access our linear channels on a smart TV was quite clunky, right? You had to go from one application to another if you wanted to change broadcasters. So bringing all of those live linear TV channels together in one simple, easy to use interface is really, really important for ITV. What we see obviously is on connected TV platforms, smart TV platforms, the amount of linear TV that is consumed is a lot less because, you know, the VOD applications have got a lot of prominence. But by having all of the combination of the linear content and the VOD content together in one place, like Jonathan was mentioning, 70,000 hours of content is a fabulous experience for the users. And as Deep just mentioned, we've got to address all of the different users who are trying to find our content, and making it as simple and easy to use as possible was the right choice.
So we see front and center, there's a schedule, there's an EPG, very traditional in many ways. Is ITV still a big believer in linear TV and the aggregated television viewing experience?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a large part of our commercial model is, and you know, as you've seen some of the stats mentioned earlier today, a large amount of linear TV is still consumed in the UK. So it's very crucial for us.
Well, the majority still, in fact.
The majority, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll pass the baton on and I will come back to that. Alexis, you've been with YouView for, I think, a dozen years now, and previously with NDS and Philips. I won't say for how long, but suffice to say you've got extensive experience in this field. We've heard from Chris, who's given us the sort of the architecture overview and some of the rationale for the op-app. But perhaps you can say from your experience in terms of implementing this as YouView, what were some of the particular challenges that might be of interest to people in the audience?
Yeah, so yes, Chris talked about there's a video player component that's separate from the op-app. And when I started working on this a couple of years ago, the HbbTV specification hadn't even decided exactly that's how it's going to go. So we've had a lot of challenges in the flexibility of how where the software lives, the functional placement, so that all the various teams could develop at the same time as the specifications were being ratified. We were writing our software, the OEM partners were implementing these new bits of HbbTV. So literally week on week, we were moving bits of code around. So you'd start with video playing in the op-app, then it'd move into an iframe, then it'd be an iframe using the HbbTV protocols, then into a fully fledged video window. So for us personally, there was some challenges in the flexibility we needed in our software components to deal with the fact that at the time it was a moving goalpost in terms of as we were all trying to get to that launch proposition of the latest version of the HbbTV specs.
Okay, thanks. Can I turn to Arne? You've been working with HbbTV op-app probably longer than anyone. So you're not from Freely. Perhaps you could just say a little bit about the HDP Plus platform and what you're doing in Germany.
Yes, so HG Plus is now existing since 15 years already, and over 5 years ago we started as our op-app, of course on the satellite, and at that time we just wanted to show and enhance the regular satellite experience viewing experience. So meaning that satellite reception is not just a boring broadcast stuff, that it can be much more than that, and that it can still be a modern way of receiving TV channels. And then only 2 years later, we added, Germany is still a very firm country for receiving TV via satellite. So we still have 45% of households receiving TV via satellite. But this also means we have 55% without a satellite reception, and for them we started developing since 2000. and 2011, sorry, 11, we started the IP op app, and yeah, and since recently we even started with our IP stick.
Tell us a little bit about the IPTV stick as well.
Sorry?
Tell us about the stick as well that you launched in September.
So, I think 2 months ago we released our TV stick, which is purely on IP basis. So technology-wise, it's mix of Android and still what we had already developed for the IP op app. And yeah, it's mainly for all the people who can't install an op app because they have older TV sets, legacy TV sets. They don't have a satellite reception.
And is that an entirely different code base, or have you managed to take advantage of the experience of developing with the op app?
No, it's mainly the same code base. So of course there are adaptations we needed to do for Android, for an Android stick, but it's still the same code base.
And when did you start on that initiative?
So the development started, I think, around the beginning of the year, and released now, I think, 2 months ago.
So pretty impressive accelerated development there, I think. So congratulations on that. So, Matisha, if I can turn to you. You're from Vestel. You're one of the partners here with Freely, a manufacturer from Turkey, really responsible for a number of other brands that might be more familiar in our market here. Can you tell us about the attraction of working with Freely and why you're supporting OPAP amongst many other things, because you're also very strong in DVB-I. We've heard about some of the trials in Europe, which you're a big supporter of. And I think that you also cover Android TV in your models as well. So can you tell us about your perspective as a manufacturer?
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this important discussion. I hope most of you in this symposium will be aware of Vestel, but just 1 minute quick introduction. Vestel is a 1% Turkish company. We are mainly working in the consumer electronics. Then we just started the mobility business. Then we have big varieties of lineups, like smart TV is one of the core business, mainly working for European market. Then also big varieties of home appliances like refrigerator, washing machine. It will not be relevant to HbbTV yet, but in the future, maybe it will be connected. Since my colleagues there are working on IoT, so anytime it will be connected by HbbTV, I don't know yet. But then talking about this smart TV business, UK market is one of the key market for us. Also, Germany is one of the top portfolio in our country or market portfolio. Then talking about the UK market, we have a kind of 35% manufacturing market share here in UK market by supplying more than 20 different brands, which may include Bush. You may know we brought Freely with Bush brand to UK market in May. Then also I can say we are about to supply almost 30 million Freeview Play devices as of end of this year. Then it is a kind of natural for us since we have a good partnership with Everyone TV. Started with Jonathan mentioned that last 2 decades we start with digital tech to switch over from analog to digital. Then somewhere in 2012 we started to support HbbTV. Then 2015 it was Digital UK at that time, but Digital UK started a Freeview Play, which is a hybrid in between terrestrial and IP. Then we started to distributing Freeview Play devices from 2016. Then to this year, May, we launched Freely, first with Bush brand. But in the meantime, we work with HD Plus to support HD Plus OPAP integration It was in 2019, as I remember. So we try to trace or monitor or let's say to be a part of those key elements of the development in the specification like DVB or HbbTV or even CA+. Those will be three of key elements when we talk about the European market.
Okay. Deep, if I can come to you. So we saw a slide earlier where we saw the partners that you're currently launched with, Hisense prominent amongst them, as well as Vestel. Can you tell us about some of the other brands that are currently on the platform?
You really want me to answer that? No, I think, look, Freely is what, 6 months old, right? And it's a new service, new proposition. Anything new that you're rolling out in the market pretty much grows and scales one way, which is to follow the S-curve adoption. And that means, in the first stage, you're not going to have everybody, right? And the way the S-curve adoption works is because early adopters will adopt it first because because of their self-interests, right? Once the early adopters come, then you go through a process where you're scaling up because, the next set of partners will find it attractive. And ultimately, when you're peaking out in the S-curve, it's because Freely has established itself in the market, is proving the value to the end consumers and therefore to all the distributors. So it just organically takes a bit of time to get everybody on board. And that is really the true reason for why on day one we are not on every platform, right? The other thing to add is obviously, as I said, it's new. So therefore Freely needs to be proven out that users actually value. And that takes time, right? And number three is we're a small organization. If all partners came, knocked on our doors, we just don't have the resources to onboard everybody. But right now, what we are focused on, launch is done. We're in the process of scaling the service, proving the value out to users. Let's see how that goes. We are in discussion with everybody that, that plays a role in the UK market. And we just have to progress those discussions and ride that S-curve.
So some of the leading brands that have a major market share in the UK, clearly not on the platform at the moment. You spent 14 years at Samsung. You must have some idea what might be their strategic objections to joining the Freely platform. Perhaps that's why you got the job, I don't know.
Yeah, good question. Please, a round of applause for... yeah, look, I think we saw in the presentation earlier that the TV market's changing. The way content's distributed is therefore evolving. There are various gatekeepers that are coming out. TV makes no or minimal margins or negative margins, I think, is in some market. So the focus is really on, capturing value over the lifetime of the device. And again, in that spectrum, there are manufacturers who are leaders, who are much more mature and progressed, and others who are not. So as the market changes, different platforms are in different stages of evolution, right? And therefore, the value of Freely to them is different, right? But ultimately, if you look across all the changes that are happening in the market, you need to figure out and separate the signal and the noise, right? And the signal, in our view, are two things. One of them was mentioned earlier, was, it's about install base, right? And install base is not static. Whoever has an install base today does not guarantee that they'll have that install base 3 years from now. So, our goal is to, not go from, 0 to 1 in a matter of a moment. We are playing the long game. There's a long time over many years where this digital transition will play out. And we need to make sure, we are not, no technology sort of defies the S-curve of adoption, right? And if you find one, come and tell me about it. But we need to be patient. We need to play the long game, and we need to ride that adoption curve. The other thing is, I think, the other key thing is, at the end of the day, is the end user experience, right? So you saw how Freely works today. I think the jury is still out, but we will only scale, ride that S-curve adoption and be successful if we ultimately provide value to the UK viewer. So therefore, the way we are going to roll out is going to be very careful, considerate of the viewer, not leave anybody behind, make sure the experience is absolutely fantastic, test and learn, roll out new features. We are still early, and the Freely service, I think, will only get better from here. So if we can get those two right, everything else is sort of like a lagging indicator and doesn't really matter.
Great. Okay. Paul, if I come to you, obviously as a broadcaster, you're a shareholder in Freely, but you're distributed on many platforms which are inherently competitive with Freely. Can you tell us about what it is in your mind from the point of view of distribution, what your objectives are, particularly as we move to an IP future? So we've got Sky Glass, Sky Stream, Virgin's offering as well, more channels than Freely, more viewers than Freely at the moment. So how do you approach the market, and what's the relative importance of Freely as a platform compared to all of the other opportunities? I mean, what we're seeing is a fragmentation and many ways of reaching the audience now.
Yeah, I mean, I think distribution is absolutely key to everything we're doing, particularly with ITVX. When we look at what we're trying to achieve in terms of connecting our customers to our content, we know that we have to be on as many platforms as possible. And actually, the HbbTV standards and the way that that's been rolled out has helped us massively. Jonathan talked about Freeview Play, and that's one of our largest platforms, all built on top of HbbTV standards. So it's really been a massive help for us. In comparison to some of the other IP platforms, it's the same kind of thing. We need to be on all the platforms where we can be. It's really important for us. We can create the most wonderful ITVX experience, but if we're not distributed broadly across all platforms, we're not hitting all the customers that we could be. And in comparison to some of the other platforms that you mentioned, obviously Freely is free, and that's one of the crucial aspects of it. And we know that in the UK, free TV is a massive kind of thing for the UK viewers. So it's super important that we have a credible kind of platform that is free to air, that anyone who wants to can go into a shop and buy a TV and get access to free content on that platform. So again, it's just, we want to be as widely distributed as we possibly can.
But there is a difference, isn't there? Because when I was involved in the launch of Freeview, this is 20 years ago, the concept of television was you broadcast a signal and it was available to anybody that had the technology to receive it. As we move into the IP world, it seems that you have to do it through a platform. It might be a free platform, but you have to buy a particular television that has a bilateral agreement with people that are providing that as a service. So have we actually changed the sort of the contract with the viewer there? And how's that going to play out in the future, particularly if that doesn't become a universal platform that is adopted by everybody?
Yeah, I think that is a challenge, because we've got to remember that whilst we are all in the industry and we're really familiar with what TV UIs look like and all that sort of thing, the majority of people who are trying to watch TV, they just want to sit there and be entertained. In my view, a TV UI is actually, its sole purpose is to connect you with content that you want to watch and then get the hell out of the way. I think that for me, when we look at the comparison to what's gone before, is that there's a lot of choice there. There's not only a lot of choice in terms of the content available, there's a lot of choice in how you access that content. And that is one of the biggest challenges. But I think Freely, by bringing together all of the PSB content into one familiar user interface, has a great opportunity to really meet those viewer needs for the UK in terms of making it really simple and easy to find all of the great content that's on that platform.
But at the moment, it's only the content of your shareholders. So if you're in an IP household and you've got a Freely set, you can get BBC services, your ITV services, Channel 4, 5, and wholly owned commercial services from the BBC, but no others. That again seems a somewhat different proposition to when we launched Freeview, where it was all about having a larger number of channels. Now, I'm sure that we're going to hear that others are coming, but we're 6 months in and we're into the Christmas marketing season, and we've still only got 5 channels of television. It seems like a bit of a backward step.
Yeah, it's not quite 5 channels, right? There's
5 brands.
There's 5 brands, yeah. But there's, but as Deep already mentioned, both from a partner perspective in terms of the platforms, but also from the content partners, there's a good pipeline of content coming on there. Also, we've got to remember that if this is a hybrid platform as well, so if you do plug in your aerial, you will get access to all of those Freeview channels as well. But obviously, over time, as the Freely platform grows, it will start to bring in more content partners onto the platform.
Arne, if I can ask you, you've obviously had, I think you've got 100 channels on your IP-only service, and you've got the stick with an equivalent sort of lineup?
Yes, yes. So our stick has exactly the same lineup as our IP op app. So over 100 IP channels.
And are those delivered by yourself through SES, or is that delivered by the content partners directly? We heard that with Freely, it's the broadcasters that are effectively providing the signal, if you like. Yeah. How does it work in your case?
No, we have a service partner for it. So it's not directly done by ourselves. It's not done by our content providers. It's with a service provider, but we are managing it.
But it's a single service provider. It's
yes.
Uniform across them all. Yeah. Okay. And so you've come to the market with this IP stick proposition, which seems quite an interesting development. And we've heard that one of the threats to manufacturers effectively is that you can do an end run around them and plug something in through the HDMI port or maybe the USB port. How do you see that playing in the market? Is that going to be important, particularly in terms of being able to retrofit existing devices that are in the field?
Yes, exactly. That's the purpose of the stick, to be on devices which are either not smart at all or too old for an op app, simply serving all these kind of devices which are not too old to be thrown away, but too old to be smart and to have HD+.
But you do have a business model behind that, because there is a nominal subscription, a monthly subscription for the service?
The anonymous subscription is only possible on the satellite, where you still can use satellite and the op app without paying for it. But in the IP world, it's obviously a little bit different. So you got free, I think, 3 months of free access on the stick, but then you have to pay.
Motishi, if I can ask you, one of the concerns perhaps about OPAP is that it provides a sort of a uniform experience, and it makes it harder for manufacturers to differentiate their service proposition. Is that something that's a concern for you and the brands that you're represented by, that effectively they will all look like the same TV because they will have the same user experience? And is that a challenge for you in the market, or is it an advantage for you playing against perhaps bigger players with more developed user experiences?
I think it will be a kind of, let's say, add value by supporting OPAP. Actually, it is part of, let's say, HbbTV specification, but for the first time we launched OPAP, we had a kind of 6 months delay to understand the specification first. But the other element was, it was the start of the COVID in 2019. So we are limited to travel to Munich to see a technical team of HD+. So those might be the major reason we had some delays. But every time we see some new specification like OPAP, then targeted advertisement, the other agenda in this afternoon, all the time when we see new specification, it is a kind of challenging for us to understand the specification first, then implement first, then test first. It is a long process. But also Paul mentioned that we all the time face the pressure from the competition. Then all the time we have the pressure from the management to reduce the BOM cost. Then on the other hand, OPAP or targeted advertisement are mainly on the software work. So software work is increasing these days. So it is a kind of opposite direction. We need to reduce the BOM cost, but on the other hand, software work is increasing. So we need to see a kind of balance, but supporting such, let's say, OPAP or HD+ or Freely, this is to simply add value to us for the competition. This is what I can say.
Okay, thank you. If I can go to our roving reporter, Owen, for any questions in the room or from Slido.
So now is the time to raise your hand if you have a question you want to put to the panel. Like, there's one on Slido, which I guess is primarily for Paul, perhaps the others as well. Might broadcasters imagine bringing freely only services to push the technology? So providing some things that are not available on some of those only platforms that are only available on freely?
We have not got any specific plans to do that at the moment. I think, you know, at the moment we're looking at launching all of the existing channels that you can get on Freeview are currently available on freely. Over time, obviously, there's opportunities to look at how we might sort of bring other channels on board there, but there's no specific plans that we've announced as yet.
Question from John.
Yeah, I suppose this is to everyone TV. If freely is the future for free TV in the UK, do we need to slowly kill off Freeview and Freesat in order for that to scale? It has to become a better product, and over time, is that the plan?
Well, it's difficult to answer that question because, you know, we'd have to assume that freely is the future. And while within ETV, you know, we may be in our cocoon thinking that, but that's actually not true in the market, right? So I think as we roll out freely and try to, you know, sort of scale it across the UK market, I guess we'll have to see the role freely plays in the wider free TV market, where both terrestrial, Freeview, and satellite, Freesat, are and remain very, very important platforms for us to distribute content to reach all homes, all viewers. So I think it's hard to say, you know, that may be one of the options, you know, that plays out in the future, but we are still quite early in that process.
So the UK government published this report on the future of TV distribution just last week. In it says that there are risks that freely may not be widely adopted in the UK, not least if the main TV set manufacturers decide not to implement freely, a UK-only technology in their products. They may decide to address the mainstream requirements of the European market using DVB-I, waiting for the UK to follow. A precedent for this has already been established with the UK's adoption of Europe-wide HbbTV standards to replace the earlier UK-only MHEG standard for interactive applications. So a success in the sense that we eventually embraced HbbTV, but somewhat slowly, and now it seems that we're going alone. Is there a risk that even though what you've shown is a very impressive product, that Britain ends up being an island, and that the rest of Europe goes in a different way, and that will have an impact for the sort of multinational manufacturers?
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, if I sort of technically, those risks are always there, right, across the world. But, you know, how each market develops and how much commonality there needs to be from a technical perspective and differences, I suspect is driven by the value that each market creates, right? So if you think of how TV is consumed and what is the value it's creating for all the players in that ecosystem, you can sort of see, you know, what is UK's market size, right, in Europe. And, you know, while I don't have the numbers, I would guess it's one of the top 5 market, if not higher. And I think value drives adoption, right? So there is a risk that, you know, UK will not follow Europe and UK has to change course. Equally, the opposite can be true, right? That Europe has sort of lost its way and it meant to look at UK and, you know, sort of, what do you call, you know, self-correct or, you know, change course correct, right? So it's quite early, and I think ultimately, whichever way, you know, the tide flows, you know, my belief would be that it's probably best for those markets and for the ecosystem and the players that are playing the game.
Alexis, can I turn to you? From your experience of working with HbbTV, are there any features or functions that you've found that might be missing in HbbTV that you think would benefit from incorporation in the standards, or indeed with DVB-I? Because you've effectively I mean, the UK has contributed many of these technologies, if you like, into HbbTV, including TV Anytime and much of the DVBI. But you're not necessarily adopting it internally. Do you foresee a world in which, through improvements, perhaps in specifications, it might be more easy to develop something like Freeview freely in those specifications?
So for most of the op-app doesn't particularly matter where it gets its, for example, its metadata comes from. The service information is already coming from the television. So whether the integration there is with DVBI, CLM, effectively the application doesn't need to care. So a pivot from one to the other is extremely possible without having to interrupt service. I think that's extremely achievable. First question now.
So are there things that you think that could be usefully included in the standard? So,
sorry, yes.
Were there any things that you had to do yourself? I mean, so we've heard, for instance, that DRM is a challenge for some of the people with the DVBI pilots. Are there things that you think could usefully be in the standard that would make it easier for others to adopt and to develop something like freely?
Oh, yeah, so certainly one area is around how errors get reported from the video player back into the terminal that then reach up into the op-app. There's a relatively small enum of values you can provide to say if something's gone wrong, whereas from a user interface, you'd like to think it's much more richer. So, for example, if you fail to complete the registration process for ITVX, then you can't see those ITV channels. And all we can really show is a very relatively generic error to say something went wrong. And it'd be nice to be able to give the user a better experience, say like, oh, you need to go and do this. If it's a problem with your broadband, more clues at what's going wrong. So a way to enhance that would be really useful because it's quite tricky to pass some of that context information interoperably when you've got this basically like a limitation in the APIs defined in HbbTV.
Owen, I've got time for one more question from the floor.
We're into quick fire questions. These ones are super quick. And Leander Carroll has a question then. Will Freely support 4K delivery of channels in the future?
I think technically it can support. We just wait for broadcasters to bring that kind of content to the platform.
For Arne, does HD Plus have a TV player similar to UView for playing IP streams?
Well, we have an IP op app, but we won't have one op app which is switching between IP delivery and SAT.
Okay. And a quick question from Leander.
Thank you very much. Who owns and monetizes the ad inventory on Freely? Is it each broadcaster directly, or is it Freely?
So I think the question is about the ad inventory, and I think the answer is probably the broadcasters control their own ad inventory.
Yeah. So currently that's the case at the moment.
Currently at the moment. Interesting.
So William, over to you to wrap up then.
Okay, thanks very much. Well, thanks to the HbbTV Association for staging this symposium and providing this panel, and to Everyone TV for co-hosting it in London and asking the difficult questions. So I'm William Cooper. Please joining me in thanking our panel, Deep Holder, Paul Kane, Alexis Ashley, Arne Radel, and Motoshi Bito of Vestel. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you also for the timekeeping. I'll take your microphone, William, if I may. Thank you. So standing between you and your lunch is our next speaker, which is Nicole Agudo-Berbel, who is the Managing Director of Join and the Chief Distribution Officer of 7-One Entertainment Group. And she is going to talk to us about targeted advertising, strategic and business cases. Do you want to use this?
Yes, I will use this.
That's for your slides.
Okay, thank you.
Over to you, Nicole.
So thank you very much for having me, and good afternoon also from my side. I have the pleasure to talk or run you through the addressable advertising models we are doing with 7-One Entertainment Group, and also and especially with Join, our streaming platform in Germany. And I start with, a trailer. Hoping that it works, but it doesn't. So let me go back and try again. This is not the case, so I don't know how to...
Do we have a video we can play there?
Can somebody help me?
How can we make advertising
Thank you.
even more effective? How can we make it even easier? How can we better leverage the power of TV and digital for advertising purposes? These are questions we ask ourselves at 7-One Media. As a pioneer in audiovisual marketing, we refuse to settle for the status quo. Our goal is simple: to constantly improve advertising for you with fresh ideas, data-driven solutions, and groundbreaking technologies. Our latest product innovation, programmatic TV. You've only leveraged digital advertising until now? Programmatic TV gives you easy access to the complete premium TV reach of the 7-One Entertainment Group. Total Video allows you to book TV and in-stream impressions in one advertising product for the first time. And we guarantee you the highest media quality and a predefined number of impressions at a fixed price.
This is einfach next level.
Addressable TV is one of our success stories. That's why we're constantly expanding our reach for you, for even more flexible targeting. Total Video, Addressable TV, and Programmatic TV. 3 data-based solutions that we have grouped together under the term Advanced TV. With these products, we're bridging the divide between TV and digital, and together with you, laying the groundwork for the future to make advertising even more effective, even easier, even better. 7-One Media.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. I'm talking to you about addressable TV right now. And as you can see, our strategy is basically to offer convergent media offerings to the market and especially to the advertising market. We're offering 7 free TV channels in Germany, about 11 in Austria, and also in Switzerland, a good portfolio. So the advertising market as free TV provider is very, very important for us. And we're digitizing everything, also in the respect of our streaming platform Join, where the vast majority of the content we have on Join is for free. We do also have some content behind the paywall, but now focusing on the free content. And I think very important for us is to reach the broadest possible audience with attractive advertising portfolio and cutting-edge technology based on newest advertising technologies, meaning programmatic TV, meaning addressable TV, meaning cross-device, and meaning total video. We, as I just explained, are tearing down TV and digital silos. Means in former times, we had been working in our marketing and sales department like in 2 different areas. One was the classic TV and one was the digital TV. And we now have put everything together and we're only selling like 360 campaigns and doing everything at the same time, which is especially very, very important for our streaming platform Join, but also for the classic TV. And going to the next page, I will show you about the products we're having on currently on the platform. One, or the challenges we're facing in the market. One is the audience fragmentation. The audience fragmentation, as you all know, so many people are watching across all different kinds of platforms. We just have been watching and talking in the former panel about how many platforms exist in the market, be it technology platforms, be it streaming platforms. And this is, of course, a very, very big fragmentation. We're facing tech and data challenges. We are trying to cover all those issues with our new data approaches we have at 7-One Media. And we also have market structures that provide us with major challenges, like transformational and digital movements that change basically on a daily basis. And then we have a lot of competition, of course. Netflix, Amazon, and Disney Plus entered AVOD business and are in direct competition to us and to other players in the German market that are there for a very long time. And we're trying to, of course, keep our budgets and develop new budgets. And how are we doing this? We are optimizing our portfolio, and we are offering like digital technology, data, and reach in one campaign. We are offering that on a product basis with digital logic, with benefits for the customers, and with offerings for existing and also for new advertisers. Here are the main products, and I just want to give you an overview on those ones. Here you can see them. And these are basically, hold on, I have to see how that clicks here. Basically the ones that you know. One is addressable TV, a very important product for us, and you may hear a little bit more on the technology side later, because we launched also together with RTL the Addressable TV initiative to enable such business models. Addressable TV for us means that we exchange on the linear TV stream the advertising block against a targeted advertising block that helps us providing higher CPMs to the advertising market. And that's a very, very important tool. We're doing this already on Join, and it's working out very well. And we're doing this also with lots of other partners, like, for example, with Deutsche Telekom. We have other possibilities. We also experiment on programmatic TV. Programmatic TV, as you all know, means that there's basically nothing in between but just technology to book in. And this also works out quite well. We have some very good models in the market, and we do total video, which means the 360 campaigns that I just described. The addressable TV, as I just said, is a very, very important tool for us. And addressable TV means, in this case, as I just described, different various product portfolio options we have. One is the switch-in. The switch-in is, as you may know, a form of a spot. And the other one is the addressable TV spot, which I just explained, like exchanging the ad break with a targeted ad break on the linear stream. And here you can see the two different product families, and all of them are working out very well and also performing strongly. And this helps us a lot to move the classical media budget we have into the digital world, and helps us a lot to keep our budgets and enrich our budgets. I think the programmatic TV approach that I just explained already a little bit is a quite new one. We are just starting with this one, and this means to target audience with fixed CPM and a guaranteed audience with simply on a technology basis, where there's basically you book directly as an advertising client into that technology. And I will quickly explain how that works. I think here you can see a portfolio of clients where we're doing programmatic TV with already, and this is working out quite well. And now to the technology. I think here you can see the highest possible level, but on the next slide, you can see the details. The TV advertiser receives the viewing structure for the advertising block, selects the campaign he wants to go for, and addresses it to the DSP. And then the contact number will be handed over to the campaign, to the target group of the campaign, directly to the DSP, and then the booking is working. And this is the ideal world for the digital area. As I just explained, we're only starting with that, but it's really important, I think, especially for all of you, to understand where TV is moving to, and we are already making good progress with that. And I think with this, I explained a little bit on where we stand. And last but not least, I would like to also spend some words on the Addressable TV initiative that I just mentioned. With that, we want to encourage especially the CEMs to make work that those models for exchanging advertising are possible via technology support that we would need from you to move forward on this area. And we're very happy to enter into discussions with you about that. And you will hear later also from my colleague Peter Neumann some deep dive on that. And with this, I think I will leave it for that. These are the three basic products we have in the market: the addressable TV, the total video, and the programmatic approach. And I'm very happy to receive your questions if you have any. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nicole, and thank you for doing it so quickly as well. I'm going to take one question from the floor if there is one, but given that lunch is served outside, I'm going to guess. So, Nicole, thank you very much for being with us, and I know you have a flight soon, so if you do want to ask questions to Nicole, grab her now before she disappears to get her flight. I'm not going to keep you. I'm just going to say two things. If for some reason you're unable to come this afternoon, but you are coming to the awards this evening, we're using the entrance on Great Smith Street. The entrance on Great Smith Street this evening, not the entrance probably that you came in today. And secondly, lunch is served. Be back in good time. We'll ring the bell. Thank you to all of our speakers for keeping us on time this morning. Don't forget that if you go through that door over there, there's another even bigger room than the one you came in through earlier. So we have lunch served in both the Hoare Memorial Room and in the Bishop Partridge Room. Bon appétit! So, I'm going to start speaking into this microphone because that might help the people outside the room to understand that we're going to get going again. I hope you had a nice lunch. I had the aubergine parmigiana. Thought it was good. No buts. Did anybody else think there might have been a touch of alcohol in the dessert there? This evening, the awards ceremony is happening in the, well, in fact, we'll be using both rooms, but the awards ceremony is happening in the Hoare Memorial Room, which is the exhibition room on the right-hand side for you. And you will enter on Great Smith Street, which I don't know what your spatial reasoning is like. Okay, which is the one behind the building here, I think. Pretty sure anyway. So Great Smith Street entrance this morning. Did anybody lose a tablet/laptop in the Hoare Memorial Hall? We'll come back to it later. I'll check again after the next presentation. So we have another batch of presentations for you coming up now. If we can put 10 minutes on the timer here, that would be great. Thank you. I was very grateful to our speakers this morning for keeping us on time all morning, and hopefully we'll do the same this afternoon. So our first speaker to take you back after lunchtime is Ophélie Boucaud, who's principal analyst with adtechs, and she's going to be giving us some figures on addressable advertising deployments in selected markets around the globe. Let me give you that microphone.
All right.
Ophélie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Owen. So, okay, no pressure, 10 minutes, super awesome room. I'm gonna try to live up to it. I have no idea where, okay. So let's start. I was asked to give a presentation on the global state of advertising, and especially advertising on the TV screen. So I thought it would be nice to start with a very broad overview, so you understand what's at stake on this landscape. So first, the overall TV and video industry is projected to grow by 17% in the next 5 years globally. So that's why the bars from up there are smaller than the bars from down there. And as you can also see, one growth driver is obviously video advertising. So video advertising is going to grow from an estimated 145 billion euros this year to 235 billion by 2025. So that's why the purple bar is growing significantly faster than the others. And the explosion of digital advertising revenues is mostly driven in a developed market, as you can see on the pie charts on the map. So first in Europe and also in North America, what we can see is that the share of video advertising revenue is growing significantly in the span of the next 5 years on both of those markets. And this is mostly at the expense of more traditional media, the so-called offline media. So for example, broadcast TV is set to decline by 11 and 12% over the next 5 years in both those regions. And mostly in the most developed markets, so of course the US and the UK. And CTV spending, meanwhile, is among the fastest growing ad budget. So the ad expenditure on CTV is growing faster than any other media except retail media. So that's also why the bar is growing that fast. And then if we look at APAC, we have quite an anomaly there. So it was mentioned already this morning, but mobile advertising is driving a lot of revenues. But actually CTV is much, much smaller. It's only a very small portion of advertising revenues on video content form. And that's because the ARPUs are much lower, because also the reach is on younger generation, especially in countries like India, Indonesia, Philippines, and Thailand, and that's why we see that this is going to keep growing. And the other two markets that are important to look at are obviously MEA and Latin America. So in both of those, subscription remains by far the main driver of revenues. And this is also because we've experienced quite some economic and financial instabilities in key markets across the region. So just to name a few, Argentina, Brazil, Egypt, Nigeria, and Turkey experienced huge loss of value on their local currencies. And this is obviously driving advertising expenditure down in those markets, which is why the TV and video actors keep focusing on subscription, which is supposed to be more stabilizing in terms of income in the next 5 years. So just to... Now, if we look at the reach, you can see that the number of households equipped with paying OTT services is going to grow quite significantly. So it will grow by 18% over the next 5 years compared to an average household growth of 6% across the globe. And we can see that on the other side, pay TV households are actually starting to decline. During this period of time, we expect them to decrease by 1%. In terms of reach, and they're mostly hemorrhaging subscribers in North America. Obviously, cord cutting was mentioned before, so a lot of cable TV are disappearing. Cable TV subscribers, sorry, are disappearing in the region. It's also a phenomenon we start seeing in Europe, even in places where it was still growing. I think I have a problem with the screen there. Okay. Yeah, so it's also starting to decrease in Europe, especially in most advanced markets. And what dependent of that is that a lot of ad-supported and free services are growing increasingly more popular during that time. And this obviously leaves much more room for CTV inventories to thrive, especially in the most developed markets. And that's what I wanted to talk to you about more. So here we are talking about the HbbTV Symposium, obviously. So the reach on HbbTV is one key figure to look at in Europe because HbbTV development is very, very closely tied to CTV advertising overall. The number of reachable households, so the households that have at least one active and connected HbbTV equipped at home is growing consistently across the region under two factors. So first, the fact that smart TVs are increasingly more coming into European homes, especially because most of them are equipped with HbbTV standards across Europe, and also because pay TV is receding its share of, its domination in terms of interface in some key markets. But as you can see on the second chart, there are still some countries in which most people watch TV on a set-top box interface, which explains lower penetration of HbbTV, for example, France, Belgium, Poland or Hungary. And overall, what we can also note is that the largest markets in volumes are the UK, Germany, Italy, and Spain, which are also incidentally among the 5 largest advertising markets in Europe. Together, they account for almost 70 million unique reachable households by the end of this year. And this is also significant free-to-air TV markets, which explains why it's such an important figure to look at. And they are now aiming at tapping into larger pools of advertising budget by enabling targetable ads, which would also help them reach out to long-tail advertisers. Now, one thing that's very important to note in the HbbTV framework is that in Europe, TV broadcasters that are doing addressable advertising have become really intertwined with the technological developments on HbbTV standards. So, for example, players like RTL, ProSieben, Mediaset, which we also heard about earlier, have launched HbbTV advertising. And with the successive versions of HbbTV, addressable formats have grown increasingly more complex. So, for example, we started with HbbTV 1.5. So that's already a while ago. I wasn't among the symposium back then. So that started with targeted video ads on catch-up TV. So for example, pre-roll or mid-rolls, and the first instances of video insertion on live streams. Then we had pop-up and overlay display ads, which led to the L-shaped banners with targetable capabilities that were launched first in Germany and that later came to Italy and Spain. and then that were also tested in Poland and Czech afterwards. We also had clickable and interactive ads, and later on the complexity of those formats grew with new versions. So HbbTV 2.0 introduced better DAI, so dynamic ad insertion, especially on linear streams. That was further improved by the updates of the standard in 2018 with HbbTV 2.02, which reduced latency and buffering. And then in 2020, the launch of HbbTV TA, which really took its name from targeted advertising to develop expressly the opportunities of addressable advertising on this standard by improving sync between broadband and broadcast, providing also advanced audience analytics, enhanced ad analytics, and so on. But I guess the technical part we'll dive into later. And yeah, that's how the evolution of broadcasters' ad portfolio also was nurtured by this. So we started with L-shaped banner and then moved to catch-up inventories, then moved to dynamic ad insertion on linear streams with successive launches that you can see on the chart. And the last one that is really worth talking about a little bit more, I would say, is what's going on in the UK. It's joined the bandwagon kind of later than the others, but it's also a massive evolution of the industry because the UK is the largest video advertising market in Europe by far. So obviously its launch into HbbTV advertising is quite substantial. And one thing also that I would like to point out is that we expect that currently a little bit over 90% of addressable revenues on HbbTV are driven by those 4 markets only. And this is projected to stay quite similar in coming years, which poses the question of how do we enable those opportunities for other markets and other actors of the industry. It really, really requires efforts from each stakeholder of the HbbTV value chain to facilitate integration and to harmonize practices so that consistent reach can be built on this technology. And that's why I also wanted to point out the ATVI launch, but Peter will talk about that later. And yes, last slide now. I have 30 seconds, sorry about that. So I'll go very quick. So the overall ad industry on TV and video in Europe is projected to grow by 16%, if you remember my first sentence. It's quite in line with what we see globally because it was supposed to grow 17% worldwide. So in the next 5 years, which represent a 3% yearly uptake in average, but clearly it's mostly driven by several types of formats that you can decipher already here. So digital advertising overall will grow by 11% in average in the next 5 years, and CTV and ATV inventories by 22% in terms of revenues. So you can see also on the pie charts that it's significantly growing its share of revenues. Digital advertising format grew from 81% in 2019 to more than 3/4, more than 2/3, sorry, in 2024. No, sorry, 44% in 2024. And they're expected to grow to 59% by 2029, so becoming then the majority of ad inventory sold across our screens. And addressable advertising in particular, either on set-top boxes or HbbTV, would represent a pool of 1 billion euros by 2029, which is quite significant. It's also supposed to account together with CTV for 21.4% combined by then. So quite a big share of the overall video revenue landscape. And yeah, I guess I'm already way too late, so I'll leave it to that, but and open for question. But if you have any questions, feel free to let me know and grab me by the collar at some point if you want to have more details on those numbers.
Thank you, Ophélie. Thank you. Now is probably a good moment to remind you that all of the slides will be made available to you. With all of these charts, you don't need to take photographs of them. All of the slides will be available. Jörn, when will the slides be available? tomorrow. There you go. Thank you, Jörn, behind the scenes up there. Ophélie, you showed a chart there that said that in Europe, free-to-air television will fall by 4%. I think it was in
the first slide or the second slide?
The second slide.
Second slide was more in terms of reach,
Okay.
because pay TV is still growing a little bit.
Do you count Freely as free television?
No, we would count Freeview, but not Freely.
Yeah. The interesting question around definitions, I think, because the
It's
vision for Freely is that it replaces what we know of as free television. So we need to think about what...
It's a real headache for us too, because splitting those numbers by categories of inventories and categories of people watching is increasingly more difficult. The lines are really getting blurred from linear to streaming, and trying to keep track of that is, yeah, quite a challenge.
Well, that's why we pay you.
Right.
We have a question over here.
The data about addressable TV as a market share was really interesting, but obviously it depends very much on which market you're talking about. So in the UK, for example, with Sky TV being the innovator for addressable targeted advertising, that market share would be much, much higher as part of the global terrestrial or cable TV. Do you have that repartition per market?
We do. So we look at set-top box and HbbTV addressable revenues. And obviously, HbbTV is still marginal in the UK, and we expect it to remain marginal for a while until they can catch up with AdSmart, which has been around for 12 years or so, and which is very advanced and represents quite a significant share of Sky's revenue in terms of TV networks revenue. And it's the same thing also in other markets where we see that there's not necessarily potential for HbbTV because of what I mentioned earlier with the pay TV penetration being way too high and a lot of people just watching TV on set-top boxes interfaces. The main example is France, where they launched segmented TV, I think in 2020, yeah, at the end of the year. And yeah, it's scaling up slowly also because the technical complexity on set-top boxes is quite significant, as I heard, but I'm not an engineer. And also because they need to harmonize across the whole operator landscape, which takes much more time, and it's a very political question, let's say, that the people using open standards like HbbTV don't need to deal with. So also a plus on that side.
Thank you, Ophélie. Ophélie will be here today, tomorrow, so grab her by the collar, she said. I don't know. I think you probably shouldn't do that. Thank you, Ophélie. So we're going to move on. If we can put 12 on this timer, because we have two presenters in the next slot who are going to try to get through what they want to talk to us about. We're going to start with Peter Neumann from the Addressable TV Initiative, and then he's going to introduce Laetitia from TP Vision. And we're talking about compliance of HbbTV TA devices. Peter.
Okay. Can you hear me well? Yes. Okay.
It's the other deck first.
No, that's good. That's good. So
I think. Oh yeah, no, we're good. Sorry, yeah.
Thank you, Owen, for the introduction. Indeed, today, Laetitia from TP Vision and myself, we want to provide you with some insights on how the ATVI is ensuring TA compliance of devices, not only in theory, but also with some reference to practice. So this is the outline of our short presentation. I will start with a short introduction to ATVI, and then I will talk about the challenges one is facing when trying to build a harmonized technical reach, and I will explain which tools and services ATVI is offering to its partnering manufacturers, and I will also talk a little bit about the certification process that we have successfully implemented before I then hand over to Laetitia, who will thankfully provide some insights on the challenges and lessons learned from with regards to the ATVI certification, but from the perspective of a manufacturer. So let's start. My name is Peter. I'm the CTO of a company which is called ATVI, Addressable TV Initiative, which is an entity founded by ProSiebenSat.1. So you have heard speaking one of my MDs, which is Nicole, earlier today, and the other one is Andre, which is not here today, but which represents RTL. And yeah, we have one goal in life, and this is to establish a harmonized reach for addressable TV in general, and for dynamic ad substitution in particular. And for doing so, we want to facilitate for the fast market adoption of the relevant standards from HbbTV, but also from DVB. And practically, this means that at TVI, our daily business is testing and certifying devices. And what we do is motivated by the fact that the device or the standard compliance of devices is a general issue in the HbbTV ecosystem. And this is even more the case for HbbTV-TA, because here not only functional requirements need to be met, but also performance requirements. And these are rather demanding, one can say, and it's really requiring efforts by all industry players, not only the CEMs, but also the SoC makers, also browser vendors, OS developers have to do their part for the technology to work. And this, I mean, is particularly relevant if one realizes that there are dozens of TV brands and multiple models per year. So if you want to know which device really works, you just have to test. And here I want to emphasize one point, which is when I say which devices really work, that does not necessarily mean that you have to double check against all the 3,000 plus tests that are in the HbbTV test suite. But it means that you have to double check on the ones that are really important. And here ATVI is in a good position because, I mean, we know from our shareholders, which are broadcasters, what a broadcaster needs to do business. And we share this information with the CMs that partner with us so that also the CMs could put special attention on the really relevant aspects. And this is really, I would like to say, the key part that ATVI is contributing to the ecosystem of HbbTV, which is defining a common denominator, because also, and only if this common denominator can be found, one will in the end succeed with harmonizing the implementations of the TA standard across different brands and different TV models. Yeah, and how we do that, I mean, the most important thing to mention here is our certification requirements. That's the paper, which defines the testing procedure, which also defines the test criteria. And next to the paperwork, we have also developed a tool, which we call the ATVI validation tool, and which consists of transport streams, reference application, and backend systems, substitution content, and so on. And all of these is provided for free to manufacturers that partner with us. And I want also to say and highlight that this is not only an offer to CEMs, but it's also an offer to SoC makers, browser vendors, the parties that I mentioned before, the other ones that play an important role in the industry. This is just a slide that we can maybe skip quickly. It's just a screenshot of our tool on the bottom right corner, and on the upper left corner, you have the download portal where partnering manufacturers can get all the material from ATVI, which means documents and which means also the test material. And then I promised to talk a little bit about the certification process itself. The process is open to all manufacturers which sign a certification agreement with us. And it basically works in a way that, firstly, the CEM identifies potential candidates for certification. They will do some tests in their own lab, and they will hand over the test results to ATVI. We will check them, and if they're okay, then we execute a certification run on our end. And there can, of course, be iteration. Sometimes issues are found and bugs need to be fixed, but hopefully after a second trial, we will succeed with certifying the device. And what is important here is to understand that each device that we certify ends up on what we call the ATVI verified list. So we put the devices on a list, and this list is then provided to our licensed broadcasters, so that the broadcasters, which our licensees, know which devices really work. Yes, and this process has been implemented and is working as designed. We were able to prove this with a first certification by July 2024 this year. Range of Philips TV models has been certified. This is what Letitia will present in more detail in a second. And in the meantime, there are certifications ongoing or under preparation, and I wanted to share some findings that we made along the way. Number one is that, making use of our tools as early in the process is a good idea because it avoids discovering issues late, maybe close to a product release. So the earlier the better. Number two is that you have to take into consideration where the users of the tool are, which are testers and engineers, and this is around the globe. So it means it's a really good idea to have cloud instances running also in Asia. And number 3, which is, recognizing the fact that multiple parties are involved in the implementation of TA, not only the CEM, but maybe, as I said, the SoC maker or the browser vendor. So what you need to do is you need to enable free flow of information between these parties being involved. And this requires right use of collaboration software, one thing, but also it requires the good legal framework that allows to flow of the information. Yeah, and this brings me to my immediate summary before I hand over to Letitia. Number 1, key takeaway is HbbTV TA is a demanding specification, and it requires testing to ensure the compliance in the field. Number 2 is ATVI applies for its certification regime open standards, HbbTV, to say also to name DVB, and we want to provide for a technical reference that is applicable across Europe, representing the real needs of broadcasters, and we have proven that it can work with the first certification of these Philips TVs. And this means, or brings me to my conclusion, that ATVI is a simple and practical springboard for the CEMs to also enter into enabling agreements with broadcasters later on TA. Thank you. Letitia, yours.
Hello. Yep. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here. My name is Leticia Noriega, working in TV Vision, mainly for Philips TV. And I would like to, I'm responsible for HbbTV validation and certification. As such, I was fully involved in the ATVI certification. And then I would like to present as TV manufacturer the challenges we have as a TV manufacturer, the mission, and our lessons learned. As TV manufacturer, we always start with a mission. And for us, the mission was to get ATVI certification with considering 3 factors. And for us, the first factor to consider was TA is very strict specification, which include the DAS model. And with this scenario, we need to know that it's really a challenge to cover. And also the second factor that we consider to start this certification is that ATVI certification has several scenarios covered, which include several switching cases. And this was also something new that we need to test. And also we didn't be aware about the robustness of the implementation. With this factor, we were wondering if this was a mission impossible. Let's discover how we did it. As TV manufacturer, the first challenge we have is to understand, to have the team to understand the TA standard, to apply the good algorithm, and to have also a good decoder capabilities to be able to switch from one to another scenario. The second point that we have facing is to have to test the test material. As you know, TA was already existing for a couple of years, but all the test cases of HbbTV were with red minds open. And for a long time, no one was there to test it because it was not TV to test it. The second point that we were facing, a challenge, was once we have failures and testing, knowing is this because of the TV implementation or is because the test material or the test harness. It was a little bit the chicken and egg story. Then we have also something that it was the no commercial tools were available. And then we need to do a lot of manual testing, meaning taking videos, writing the script, analyze frame by frame the accuracy of the TV, which was very time consuming for us. We have also the TA spec study, and then we discovered that we have some great areas where we're leave open for interpretation. It was, especially for audio decoding, a starting point. It was not very clear. And then we discovered after the implementation that audio take a little bit more time for the artifacts to decode. To do all this, the TAs require a lot of expertise and debugging skill for the team, which is not easy to find. And then the last and not least is the location where we were testing the TA were far away. Our test team is located mainly in Asia, and the services are in Europe, which sometimes we have some false failures, and it's not because of the implementation, but it was because of the network connection. So the solution is that ATVI put a server next to the location in Asia. What were the aspects, technical aspects that we have for the ATVI? ATVI has some services that have SD, HD. They have different frame rates. They have audio codec and video codec different. The most common in the market. Also, they have bit rates different. And as I said, several switching scenarios. With all this information, we only have the possibility, if we want to certify to have a robustness implementation, a very good algorithm to comply with the standard, and then very good performance on the TV in general. Is this ATVI a mission impossible? What do you think? It's possible. Yes, we did. Thanks to the very good cooperation of ATVI test with a very good and robustness tool that they provide, with a very good information reporting, tracking, and progressing report that we have in place, we were able to fulfill all the requirements. And then also thank you for the good cooperation for the test owners that also help us to clean up a little bit the bugs that they were already for a long time open on the test cases of HbbTV. We have accomplished this function, and then we were the first TV to make possible this ATVI certification. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Leticia. Thank you. So we have time for one quick question, which has appeared in Slido. Peter, why does the HbbTV test suite not cover what ATVI is doing? Are you not just reinventing the wheel? So what you're testing, why is that not covered in the HbbTV test suite?
Okay, where's the difference is the question. So number one, as I said, the HbbTV test suite is rather big. Yeah? Maybe not all of this, what you can find in there is relevant from our perspective, representing our shareholders and the broadcasters we represent. That's one thing. And also it is about the combinations, audio-video codec combinations that are relevant that we're using. And it's having the right combination of audio-video codec, timeline you are using, yeah, and encoding of the substitution content as well. So, and we just did not write the fine combination in the test set, and we did not find it on the right time. Yeah, Leticia had also outlined that HBB has been struggling with finalizing the test cases, so we had to do it ourselves because we were not patient. We were not able to patiently wait for this to happen. And yeah, that's the main reason, I would say, or the two main reasons.
Great. Well, thank you to Leticia and to Peter, and we will move on. Our next speaker this afternoon is the co-founder of Nautilus, and is going to show us some actual test cases, use cases from around, some real cases from around Europe in addressable advertising. So I'm going to hand over to Leander Carrel. Over to you, Leander.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I'm Leander Carrel, co-founder and managing director of Nautilus, now a proud part of Equative. Through server-side AI, we offer a solution for SSAI, server-side ad insertion, which manages ad delivery and insertion across CTV streaming and HbbTV and broadcast. Today, I want to discuss the challenges that limiting revenue in broadcast TV and explore how targeted advertisement can help to overcome these barriers. I will conclude with some monetization cases we are working on. Most of you recognize this iconic scene from The Lion King. Simba, the young lion, is presented to all the animals of the savannah, symbolizing the circle of life. This moment always gives me goosebumps. It's a story of trust, hope, and to some extent, also greed. But how would the story unfold in our modern broadcast world? Let's imagine it as the circle of TV. In this new tale, all the animals gather peacefully to watch the daily lake show. But as with everything in life, change is inevitable, and the animals themselves start to evolve. Generation Z, the younger animals, are drawn to different interests. Embracing social media for entertainment, they've become a diverse society with new values and habits. Meanwhile, the impact of climate change dries up the lake, and soon no one is left watching the lake show, and in our case, traditional TV. Now, our once proud Lion King is left at home, alone with its sly hyenas and a broken TV. Luckily, this is just a story, but the reality we face isn't far off. It's clear we can't save the traditional TV model from change. Transformation is inevitable, but we can help broadcasters adapt and find new ways to monetize effectively. So let's take a closer look at the current landscape. Why are revenues capped or even declining? There are several reasons. Lack of strategy. In the worst case, broadcasters lack a clear digital monetization plan. Budget shifts. Advertisers and agencies are moving budgets towards social video platforms like TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. These platforms offer addressable audiences, transparent metrics, and massive reach, often in the billions, making them more attractive than traditional TV. Inventory constraints. In TV, ad spots are limited, usually 10 to 12 minutes per hour. This puts a cap on potential ad revenue. Programmatic slowdown. TV sales teams tend to rely on direct I/O deals, while programmatic advertising is often overlooked. This slows down the ability to scale effectively. Data privacy. Broadcasters sometimes lack the compliant data privacy systems, limiting their ability to capture data and target viewers individually. And last but not least, measurement issues. In most markets, there is no reconciliation between TV measurement like panel data and cross-rating points and digital metrics like impressions and CPMs. This gap creates hesitation among broadcasters and agencies, as there's a risk of losing established metrics. So how can we reverse this trend and succeed with targeted advertising? To make targeted advertising work, broadcasters need to align their strategy with buy-side partners, agencies, and advertisers. This is where the budgets are, so involving these partners early on to understand their needs is crucial. Broadcasters must also participate in data initiatives to access valuable targeting data for both households and individuals. UTIC is a good example, but there are many methods for gathering audience insights. So it's essential to begin this process early. An effective ad server should be able to read and understand the linear broadcast schedule, allowing it to make informed decisions for digital campaigns while considering the rules of broadcast ads to maximize yield. You also need a robust content management platform that can handle TCF 2.2 strings and comply with all relevance regulations to enable smooth programmatic transactions. A comprehensive ad substitution and insertion service, like the one we offer with server-side AI, manages all aspects of ad delivery on HbbTV and backend systems, also ensuring constant monitoring. Furthermore, your playout system must support stream events, such as converting SCTE 35 markers into HbbTV compliant ad signals. And lastly, having an updated TV currency that includes addressable reach matrix is essential for buy-side acceptance, enabling more precise and valuable targeting. If a broadcaster has a clear plan about all these topics, a smooth go-to-market can be achieved. So let's see some monetization cases we are working on. We support Warner Brothers in monetizing TVN channels or TVN channels on the Polish market. So this is for TVN, TTV, and TVN7. Here we do full ad break replacement. So that means we create a mix of mirrored broadcast ads and digital addressable ads. Currently, we generate around 90 million impressions monthly, and we reach about 850,000 unique TV devices, respectively 2.5 million viewers. So far, over 1,000 campaigns, addressable campaigns have been delivered, mainly using geolocation and retargeting attributes. And from the pricing perspective, Warner Brothers achieves a 4 to 5 times higher CPM increase versus classical TV pricing. The big advantage for the Polish markets is the established measurement that's being done together with Nielsen. Here we achieve DI watermarking, so every ad that we deliver has a watermark, so it can be counted in the panel data. And this is a key of success for the whole business case. So what you see here is the user experience. On the left side, you have the broadcast. On the right side, you have the substitution. We use so-called prefetching events to know about the ad break early. And once we get the go-ahead event, we finally do the switch from broadcast to broadband. And in the near future, we will also use fast media switch from HbbTV TA for this. Another case we are working on jointly with Discovery is for the Italian market. Here we do monetization for, or the ad substitution for DMAX, Home Garden TV, Motor Trend, Food Network, Giallo, and Real Time. In Italy, unfortunately, we can only do single spot replacement because there's no agreed measurement yet in place for the Italian industry. But soon we will also introduce switch-in spots. With single spots, we generate around 9 million impressions, but with switch-in spot, we estimate around 50 million on a monthly basis. We reach in Italy around 1.5 million unique TV devices, respectively 4.5 million viewers, and have so far delivered 150 addressable campaigns using geolocation and retargeting as attributes. Didn't expect the sound. So this is an example of the switch-in spot with Motor Trend in Italy. With switch-in spots, advertisers can catch viewers' attention for a short moment when tuning into a channel. So the marketing message gets delivered even before the viewer dives deeper into the program flow and is not interrupting much. Another case we do is for Telia TVM in Finland, jointly with Freeview. Here we're going to monetize MTV, 3 MTV channels, and plan ramp-up launch still in this year. The use case is also full ad break replacement. And given the size of Finland, which is quite a small market, we have a high penetration of HbbTV devices. So we count more than 1 million active devices, and we expect a 50% growth in 2025 due to the launch of DVB-T2. And also, MTV is quite focused on the measurement in order to introduce a solution jointly with all stakeholders. Last but not least, we are going to launch Euronews early in 2025. So we will do program replacement instead of ad substitution. So that means we might replace a weather forecast with ads if there are opportunities for this. Technically, we can reach around 17 million households, but given the market share of Euronews, we expect around 100,000 households daily, and we will use contextual and audience-specific segments for the targeting. That's it from my side. Sorry. I didn't want to hide this information from you. But that's from my side. We can show you the demo also on our booth. One core message, be open to adapt. Thank you very much, and happy to move things forward together.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Leander. The switch-in spots, do you have those on air in some markets?
It's in testing, it's in field testing right now, it's not yet live.
Are you getting any pushback? I mean, it's a big change from the TV experience. You zap to a channel.
We hope not, but this is what the in-field test and the user test is about, to find this out.
Okay, we have one question in Slido. Anybody in the room with a question for Leander? I will just ask you this. Do you work with all HbbTV manufacturers or just a small number? I guess you would.
No, finally we work with all of them. There's no limitation. We try to be on all the devices, of course.
Okay, good. Have we got a question in the room for Leander? It looks like we don't for now. You are saved. Thank you. Are you with us tomorrow as well, Leander?
I'm here the whole
Great.
today and tomorrow, and happy to meet you on our booth.
Excellent. Okay, thank you, Leander. Thank you. I made it this time. No falling over. So it's time for us to move on. We have another panel session for you now. And to host this session, we are honored to have the editor of Broadband TV News. It lands in my inbox every day around this time, a little bit earlier actually. And it's a great source of news. Julian Clover, you're very familiar with already. And I will ask Julian's panelists to just make your way to the sides, please. And Julian, you will introduce your panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Owen. Afternoon, everyone. If my panelists can come up and join me on the stage here, and once they make their way, to save a bit of time, I will introduce them all to you. Philip Rottermund is the CEO and co-founder of We Do TV. Philip is conveniently coming up first. John Bartlett, the CTO and founder of BCI Digital. Olivier Contenberg, who is head of solutions architecture at YoSpace. And Aileen Alonso Montero, Global Account Director for TV Extra. Welcome, everyone. Thank you very much. Let's start then our roundtable topic. As you see it behind me, can't you? Deployments, developments, and challenges in addressable advertising. Let's start, shall we, with some of the challenges. We know there can be different flavors, if you like, of HbbTV. And connected TVs generally. They tend to have different versions and countless variations of the apps which are on them. Can we be confident that an ad campaign delivered to everyone ends up in the format that we might expect? I'm going to start with John, because you've done a research project, I think, over the last little while, which has been looking at the various versions and who has what.
Yes, can you hear me? Okay. Yes, so from April to September this year, we were doing a piece of research in conjunction with a couple of our broadcast clients within the UK to test and find the capabilities, we call it the capability study, for the TV brands and models within the UK. We tested, I think it was about 3 million devices throughout the UK, and it's about 2,500 different makes and models of television. We ran a number of tests invisible to the viewer, and we put on a transport test service alongside the normal broadcast channel, so we can test things like accurate timing, reading of PTS values, and looking at how the TVs potentially would use media switch or media sync to look at the frame accurate level of the signaling. And we are compiling a report at the moment to go through all of that. The driver for that was from our clients to look at how they can expand their current targeting advertising reach, because currently we operate the AdSmart platform outside of Sky, and these clients wanted to understand, can we increase that? So that's basically where we come from that.
And how deep can you go? Because I guess there's some things that you need somebody like the DTG or others to get the TV sets on a bench somewhere to physically watch them. You can't tell everything by sending a little probe down.
We spent an awful lot of time in the DTG zoo, and we tested a lot of the different makes and models we had there, because obviously initially we had to make sure that the test application we wrote didn't break any TVs. We wanted to make sure that the subscribers suddenly didn't see a load of debug on their screens. So we had that approach, but also that gave us a good metric across all the makes and models and the different ages of TVs and the various versions of HbbTV. such that when we got the results back from the field, we could validate that. Because one thing we didn't want to do is say, right, this is roughly what we've got from the 120 or so TV models and makes in the DTG Zoo. Is our research wildly different? And it turned out not to be the case. We were close within a few percentage points. So that gives us a fair degree of confidence that the statistics we're getting back, which we're still analyzing, we have an awful lot of data to analyze, is reflective of what we can see from the small maker model sample set that we use within the DTG.
And the data that you've got, UK data, you mentioned, one might imagine that you would have to do the same exercise or most of the same exercise in other European markets, because there'll be different apps, different operators, different advertising platforms.
Yeah, I mean, the UK, one of the things that's come out of this conference is that the UK are late to this market, the use of HbbTV, the legacy being MHA with the BBC and various others. So yes, we need, there will be massively different results, I'm guessing, from the different markets. If you look at the versions of HbbTV that we found, predominantly in the UK, where, and I apologize for using the versions that I get from the tests we've got 1.3, 1.4, 1.5. We've got a few at 1.7.
Different version numbers, is that right?
These are different version numbers, yes. So, yeah, I know. So looking at the version numbers, 80% of the TVs within the UK were with 1.3, 1.4, 1.5. 1.7, which I believe is 2.04, but there are more esteemed members of this audience who will correct me if I get that wrong. But yes, so that's where we are in the UK. But one of the things I asked the guys in the lab this morning when I heard the Freely presentation, we have some Freely sets in the lab. So, okay, guys, what version? They've got 1.71. So we know that the Freely box TVs in the lab are the latest and greatest version of HbbTV, which is borne out. So hopefully, as things like Freely and so forth take off, that shift will be towards the top end of the HbbTV version.
Philip, how does the various versions affect your business if you're sort of thinking about serving your various clients with your content? How does that all work out?
Yeah, how should I say? It obviously does affect, because you have to make a decision when you start. Whether you start 1.1, 1.2, 4, 5, whatever. Obviously, we have to this whole thing a little bit different approach. We consider ourselves a TV or streaming TV network. AVOD is still our kind of a core business, and our channels, which we're bringing to many, many markets, besides the fact they are a revenue generator, they're also a marketing tool. So for us, it's important that the user has a great experience, that he gets good content, and our brand is distributed. And then in terms of HbbTV, obviously we want to do ad insertion, and we want to be able to monetize on it. But we took a safe path, and we said, okay, we work on 1.6 upwards. So everyone who has that kind of device, we will have the ad insertion available there, so that we just make sure that the user has a good experience, because this is on top of everything.
Does there come a point, and that this point might not be for, I don't know, 5 or 6 years, when you say, I'm not going to support 1.6 anymore, I'm going to move on, and I'll make the next one along, the first one that I support, and I'll bring everything up to date? Or is it more useful, actually, to you to stay right where you are for as long as possible?
I think that's the good thing. If you have data, you know how many devices within people watching your channel, in which kind of version they are. So as long as you see a relevant set of or a relevant amount of people coming through a particular version, we will support it.
And Giles, I'm not sure who the best person to answer this would be, but on top of underneath the HbbTV implementation, you've also got whatever the manufacturer is doing themselves. Does that cause an additional issue with their various operating systems? Vincent alluded to them earlier on this morning. Or is everything which you're worried about contained within the HbbTV environment?
From the tests we were doing, we can see that different manufacturers do different things to implement the spec. For example, an example that's specific, without boring everybody in this audience to tears, the presentation timestamp within a broadcast stream is 33 bits. That gives you enough time to give 26 hours for a 20-day. But some TVs just use 32 bits because it's an easier thing to do. And as a result, we noticed the timings changed every 13 hours. So if you're actually sending a presentations timestamp in a DVB stream with a SCTE35 message, for example, you'd need to adjust for that, and you need to recognize that in that particular TV model. So we've compiled a list, are compiling a list, of the different makes, models, and so forth, which have that limitation, and other limitations. There are others. And you work around it. I mean, you have to. It's not a closed ecosystem. I come from a systems integration background where we have closed ecosystems like Sky AdSmart, for example. Everything is controlled. This is not. Even though we have standardization around HbbTV and certain other things, the way, as you rightly say, manufacturers implement it leaves gaps, or they've got commercial reasons for doing different things. And that is why we have to work with that.
Okay. Olivia, let's bring you in at this point. Do the large installed bases of older versions have the potential to hold people back?
Yeah, what we see is that the connected TV are much more fragmented than mobile device or browsers due to the difference in OS. And even though they might implement the same version of HbbTV, there might be difference in the player, the native player that the manufacturer has on the device. And we also see that it takes quite some time to get the new features or to be bug released to devices, and sometimes not to all devices. So the challenge that we see at Eurospace, where we do server-side insertion with Dash on connected TV, is that from 2018, we see that there's a good support on high-end devices. And then from 2020, it starts to spread more and more. And now we're seeing that the latest devices are really supporting well ad insertion in Dash, and also have enough capability to support more features that are requested by users, such as being able to start over, to scroll in the long playlist, while before it was really hard to do because the capacity of the device was really limited. So we're seeing like a lot of change, and unfortunately TV doesn't change every year in the home, so it's going to take a lot of time to be able to roll out every features everywhere.
Need to be careful how I phrase this, because obviously there's TV manufacturers in the room. You know, are you confident that the TV manufacturers will continue to support, I don't want to call them legacy sets, one of the older sets for some considerable time?
It looks like it. I think the advertisers see that ad-supported streaming, being live and VOD, is really popular, and they want also users to be using their OS system so that they can also offer to differentiate themselves from other constructors. So what we're seeing is that there is like a will from manufacturers to improve and to keep maintaining older device to support nice features for their users.
I wonder if it helps that the sort of business model has changed a little bit again, as was said earlier on. As you know, back in the day, the TV manufacturers trying to upgrade us to Nikon digital stereo or to teletext or something really exciting. These days, they want actually us to get the streaming because they can take a cut in the advertising then.
Yeah, and I think also like the screens now, you get 4K is almost everywhere. 8K is harder to see the difference. So I think the OS is also a way for them to really differentiate themselves, and so like new features that other doesn't have.
Let's change topic a little bit. Alan, I know you've been collaborating with a leading Turkish channel. Well, the phrasing suggests you're not going to tell us which one, but they're broadcasting in Europe, and they're looking at replacing traditional linear ads with some HbbTV targeted advertising. So maybe you could tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, as you mentioned before, we're currently working with leader media groups in Turkey, and in particular for one TV channel that is broadcasted in Europe. So yeah, replacing the traditional ad spots with addressable TV advertisement. And I'm checking my notes. I promise I'm not looking at my Instagram. So yeah, we are replacing those advertisements with the HbbTV enable targeted advertising, and we can target IP-based or, for example, TV model or brands. We can do demographic targetings as well. So our technology also supports cross-device retargeting. And This information can be also enabling the retargeting as incremental reach, I mean, in, you know, display networks via either Instagram or TikTok or even Adform or DV360.
This is quite a game changer, I guess, for international channels or channels broadcasting internationally. Turkish channels probably a good example, because the Turkish communities spread out. Quite a few in Germany who might benefit from the ads, but in plenty of other European places as well. And I'm thinking that, you know, traditionally a linear channel might, Fox Kids, take one no longer with us, Fox Kids might, we used to have goodness knows how many different language versions, and with separate ad avails here, there, and this kind of does it in one go, assuming there's the correct TV set in the viewer's home.
Yeah, definitely. Especially, well, for Germany, we don't have like active cases at the moment, but we have done addressable TV advertisement targeting IP in Germany, yes.
And how, in terms of the, you know, the data which comes in for this, are you getting the, you know, the information is coming from a single third party, multiple third parties? How is that brought in?
Each case is different. Like in Turkey, we work with more than 200 brands. So each brand, you know, they decide how they want to work with. So we can do first-party data or third-party data as well. So each case is individually different.
And the opportunity here is to spread out, presumably, to, I don't know, additional channels, both not necessarily Turkish all the time, but other networks could also take advantage of this.
Definitely.
Okay, no, that's useful to know. Philip, I know data is an area which interests you as well. I just forgot GDPR to worry about, but what are the challenges there?
Yeah, there are many challenges. I mean, just to hang in on what she
do.
said before, the one great thing with HbbTV is, in particular, if you're not a legacy broadcaster like us who doesn't have full distribution in a certain territory, you really can go distribution partner by distribution partner. If you want to go in a country like Germany, for example, and you want to be measured by AGF, which is the audience panel, you pay like over 3 million euros a year on distribution costs. Whereas with HbbTV, we're not even measured by AGF. We just go one little cable network by the next one. We see how the money is coming in, and then we can invest more basically in the distribution. We just, for example, recently launched with our good partner Eutelsat in the MENA region. How do we gonna, in, I don't know, 15, 16 different countries, gonna organize advertising sales on a like an old school way via audience panels? So, and this is where HbbTV is really a huge help for us to expand in many, many markets at the same time. And to your other question, the GDPR, yeah, this is a big thing. We've been fortunate that we found partners to have consent on the channel. So basically, once the device is connected to the internet, you know, you get the overlay with where you ask whether you give consent, and then we can basically do targeted advertising based on the same informations you would gather: geolocation, device ID, etc.
And we're purchasing a new TV set soon. I'm sure that sooner or later I'll be doing the setup and I'll be ticking a box which agrees to get advertising. Whether or not I notice that I'm ticking it is another matter, of course.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think Samsung already is doing it for their Samsung TV Plus product. So,
yes,
so they're taking
sure.
it as quick as possible. Maybe by just paying at the cashier, you already gave consent.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. But hey, you know, we've got to see the adverts, pay for the content that we love in this. You mentioned there, Philip, the different, you know, the audience research companies. I know, for example, Barb here in the UK has done a lot of work of bringing in at least the big streaming services. You know, they now count them and can tell you as to how many of their subscribers are taking the version which includes ads. One might expect that the similar organizations across Europe and beyond will be making similar plans.
I know, for example, in Germany they do. In Switzerland, you know, it's kind of a home turf because we're a Swiss company, obviously acting globally. But everyone is trying to kind of bring the audience measurement data together with more granular data, and I think that's a demand from the advertising world. You know, I think particularly younger media buyers, they are not interested in waiting 24 hours for any kind of audience numbers. They want to see live data. They want to see how many impressions I have sold in the last 15 minutes and where. And this is something.
So you think less about the awful thing to say, less about the programs and more about
of course
who's available, which demographic group they're in.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is the case. Obviously, the program is important because within the program you find certain audience, and obviously something, I don't know, something, you know, Britain has Got Talent has whatever more viewers than another show, but they still can target into this program, but they don't have to wait, and they don't wait for statistical number. And I think that's very important, because if you think, I don't know.
So overnight data is too slow these days?
I think it's too slow, and the question is if it's accurate enough. You know, if you look, I know UK has 6,000 boxes, something like that. I think
something like that.
Germany is 5,000.
John, you might be able to help. There's 7,000 at the moment.
Germany is 5,000.
And then the Sky Ad Smart is something like 30,000, or is it? Oh my goodness! How do they laptops on that? God, 600,000. Heck.
So Germany is much less, for example.
Yeah.
So I think it's 5,000 boxes. So you know, then maybe just the right 5,000 boxes are actually watching TV. But what was the rest?
Yeah, no, that's a good. That's a very good point. And I know you've been doing some work with Kantar, one of the research organisations. I think they do a lot of work with Barb and measuring the impact of linear TV ads, but using the HbbTV technology to do so.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, beside our interactive addressable TV advertisement, also we were conducted by ourselves before that, we're conducting brand lift studies through HbbTV. So we went a step farther and we partnered with Kantar Turkey. So we match the Kantar's Turkey real-time linear TV schedule data with our HbbTV TV analytics, and we divided them into groups, those who were exposed to the ad and those who weren't exposed to the ad. And we were showing these results in a panel, in a dashboard, divided by day lift, what's the other one? Exposure, and also ad type, so that you could follow if they were a spot advertisement or addressable TV advertisement, and you can follow all the metrics on the dashboard.
And what do you think that this is something which will be sort of picked up on a regular basis for people to follow that information when booking ads in the future?
Yeah, I think so, because it's a way for them to measure the ad recall and the impact of their ads. So it gives a very comprehensive insight of the effective of the ad at the end of the day.
Okay, thanks very much. I think Owen has been looking at Slido, which potentially has some questions to ask.
Yes, indeed. A couple of questions for John, actually. So during the HbbTV testing that you conducted, did you get consent from the viewer? You said that the app was hidden. How did they provide consent? How many did not provide consent? Or was it an issue?
It wasn't an issue.
Pink, Raj.
Oh, hang on, it's better. Sorry. I went through numerous meetings with various GDPR lawyers to get to the point where we understood what was required. And unfortunately, I almost memorized the 7 GDPR principles. So basically, we did not record any data that was directly attributable to a person under the terms of the GDPR requirements. So we stored a unique ID on each device because all we were doing was actually recording the device. We had to store a unique ID because we didn't want to double count stuff. So, but that wasn't attributable to anybody. We didn't even store the IP addresses or anything. So under the advice of lawyers and so forth, it was not an issue in that respect.
Okay, and the second question also for you, is any of your data going to be shared openly? Could any of the inconsistencies, for example, be shared with HbbTV or DVB so that they could be considered for improvement?
Absolutely. We have a duty to actually share the initial report with our partners because they want to see the next phase, which is potential trials and so forth next year. But yes, absolutely. We have a mountain of data at the moment, and we only finished the testing, and the app terminated on, I think it was the 12th of September, so we're only 6 weeks in. I have an initial interim report where we looked at the stats around media sync, media switcher, stream events, and so forth to give us a high-level view, but there's a mountain of data. So yes, absolutely, we will be sharing it with the industry as a whole, with the caveat that the testing we did was based loosely around some of the HbbTV test suites, but primarily with the drivers that we got from our clients to say, right, we want to do target advertising either at break level or spot level. What testing, from our understanding of how this will work, is how we framed our test application. So yes, in a roundabout way, sorry, I hope that answers the question.
Good. And maybe a quick scan of the room if anyone has a question, or I'll hand back to Julian. Back to you.
Thank you, Owen. If there are any questions, we'll maybe have another session on that towards the end of our time together. I wanted to look for a moment or two about the kind of information that's available to go back to advertisers. And Olivia, I know you've been doing some ad reporting work, I think, with our friends at Everyone TV.
Yeah, so like we say, when you insert an ad with the AI, you also have to report tracking impression to the ad server so that the viewing is computerized, and then you get money for showing an ad to a user. And this is using the International Advertising Bureau VAS standard, which is not part of the HbbTV standard. And so we work with Everyone TV to build a new standard would make it easier to integrate for the player and do the reporting. So instead of having to implement all the IAB standards, we provide an API where you just provide your playhead position of the player, and then we take care of firing all the impressions and making sure that these impressions are counted and so that you get paid. And so this is getting now standardized in the SVTA, so that's the body in charge of the MPEG- standards. And we can hope that maybe this will also make it to the HbbTV standard later on, which will then make it easier for when you implement your player on any connected TVs, and you get all these features already available. So
it's quite interesting because I guess this opens up to advertisers information that they might not have had available to them before. You know, an ad which, I don't know, you could play an ad in one program which has you can't really have an audience of 10 million these days, an audience of 5 million. Say it plays it in another show that has an audience of 5 million and does really well in the first, not so well in the second, and they thought they were targeting the same demographic group.
Yeah, and that allows you also to see the progression. So you get beacons at the start of the ad and then every quartiles, so you can see if they actually quit easily in the middle. You can see also the difference between being the first ad in the ad break or the latest ad in the ad break. So all this information is important to be accurate, and that's why it's not so easy to put in place at the moment. But with this new API that we put in place and the work we've done at Everyone TV, then we think that this is something that will benefit the whole industry.
And in terms of the advertisers, what, you know, are there things that when you have conversations with them that they're asking you for, that the kind of information that they haven't gotten previously from TV, which they think, oh, hang on a moment, now that we've got this, you know, technology in, that we can potentially get that information at last?
I think they really care about this quartiles beacon. That's the start, and then the problem with connected TVs is always has been to be able to fire this beacon from the device itself, and the problem has been that it's sometimes not easy to implement this in the player that is provided by the manufacturers, and so it's been accepted to do like server-side tracking, which is much less accurate because you don't really know what the user is playing, and you're just guessing that is actually view the ad, but it might actually left the ad. You know, the accuracy is by the minute or something that is really not accurate enough to be able to tell exactly what the viewer is viewing.
So just to be clear on that, you need to pin down that they are actually watching the actual ad and not the one which ran before or after. Am I?
Yeah. So you were guessing that, you know, you're seeing activity of the users for like 1-2 minutes, so you're assuming that he's been viewing the last 2 minutes. So you say the user has viewed all these ads, but actually you're just guessing because he might have scrubbed, he might have paused, he might, you know.
The traditional British thing of boiling the kettle during the ad break to make a cup of tea, and a spike in the national grid, I think, often used to happen.
Yeah, exactly. So it's because you're guessing, you're not accurate enough, and that's what advertiser doesn't like. But they accept this type of guessing because they understand the difficulty of connected TVs. But what Everyone TV wanted to do is be able to provide accurate measurement, because that also increased the CPN of the ad. So that is something that we achieve with this new system that we put in place and we standardize. And that doesn't rely on a lot of work on the device. So that's the important part, that we make it easy to implement on any device, and which means also that this fragmentation of connected TV doesn't make the cost of implementing an ad on an application on old TV too high. So that's another important advantage.
Yeah, you want to come in there, Philip? Sorry.
Yeah, no,
I mean, the micro big point.
Yeah, that's, I mean, again, that's the beauty here. So for us as a kind of digital first platform, we are used to report towards the AAV standards, and we're giving not only geolocation, device ID. If users are registered, we have first-party data, which is even more interesting. But we deliver everything from content title, genres. We can even deliver the actors, and we also can do that on our channels via the HbbTV app. And then all of a sudden, then you get rich data. And then again, to your question earlier, the content becomes much more important.
And what are the sources of your data? Where is it ultimately coming from? What's the chain, perhaps, shall we say, of how it gets to you, and you work your magic with it to deliver the right things in the right places?
I mean, basically, I mean, coming back to HbbTV, our channels, obviously throughout the CDN, we know what kind of content we're streaming. We know exactly what's on air at any given second, of course, and then this data will be delivered to the ad server in real time, and then the advertisers can bid in real time on that particular ad request.
And are you getting enough data, or are there things which maybe Olivier can help you with one of his projects in the future? Is there data which you would rather fancy having from, or having more of it, having it deeper? What do you need?
I mean, again, if you go to We Do TV, to our apps, we have first-party data. That's very interesting. Then you have gender, you have age probably, and a lot of, even zip code. And this is the data which we, of course, in a linear world, we don't get, because either the device manufacturer or the platforms, it's like Deutsche Telekom and so on, they can't, and they're not even legally obliged to give the data to us. But obviously, this data would help, even, if it's anonymized, but, you get more idea who's actually sitting there. We just can assume who's sitting there by the type of content the person is watching, but do we know is it a family, is it is it a male, is it a female? We don't know.
That's the challenge, isn't it? And it's interesting when the platforms set up, that you can log in under your under your name, and I find at home that we're logging in under my name for some things and my wife's name for other things, and ostensibly watching the same content because it's shared viewing.
Yeah, absolutely. There's also a problem, and I think that's where these profiles, like we know that from Netflix and Disney, etc., they are very helpful, because then it's a children's profile, or it's mostly by the name, is the wife of the house or whatever. Then you get even more detailed.
I guess the time of day possibly helps a little bit, doesn't it? Because if it's evening, it's reasonable to assume that it could be shared viewing, whereas during the daytime, whilst I don't know for sure, there would be a reasonable chance that if it's property programs, it's my wife; if it's cricket, it's me.
Probably yes, yeah. But then we have to be careful in the whole diversity discussion whether daytime program is watched by women.
Yes,
right?
Okay, it's true. It could be the other way around these days. That's very true. I wonder if we could talk a little bit. We've heard about the cooperation there seems to be here with Everyone TV. Are there any sort of other international examples, and looking at how good the cooperation is between platforms and those wishing to advertise? Is there the dialogue and the sort of the sort of work that Olivier was telling us about on Everyone TV? Is that happening in other markets as well?
I don't see it, unfortunately.
And why not? What's the reason? What's the roadblock?
I mean, at least in Germany, as we have seen earlier, there's initiative where RTL and ProSieben come together and try to develop something together.
It's kind of an unheard of cooperation, really, isn't it? So
yeah.
that's a really good for the German market.
Yeah, no, but I mean, we are many. I think these days we are probably in 70 or 80 countries, and we haven't seen anything comparable to Everyone TV, and we're glad that one of our channels is on Freeview these days. So, but it would be cool if other markets could follow that system.
And then have you seen anything at all in your travels of more cooperation between platform and advertisers and marketeers?
Well, that's where we're aiming. We are looking forward to collaborate as well with broadcasters abroad Turkey, because already in Turkey we cover 60 channels, and we also got integrated with Azerbaijan, another 38 more channels. So please contact us.
I'll ask you the same question of Olivia. Have you seen the sort of work that you were doing with Everyone TV? Is that are you aware of any other projects taking place internationally?
What we saw is really like country specific. So we see like Everyone TV's multiple UK broadcasters. We see in France with something similar. In Germany, I've joined TV. So we see it's really like per country, but we haven't seen anything cross borders that really made a difference yet.
Okay, I'll do a last call out for, where's Owen gone? If there's anything on Slido, any questions from the delegates?
Nothing on Slido. I'm wondering whether the panel, or indeed anyone in the room, when I scan down through the session ideas that have been submitted in advance for tomorrow for the Unconference, I'm not seeing much around addressable advertising, TA. Are there questions that need to be discussed? We have, if you had an opportunity tomorrow, for example, to get a group of people who are active in this space into a room together, what would you like them to share? What is there information you need? Is it from manufacturers? Is it from service providers? What information do you need?
From our side, one of the things we're doing, there's two main streams here from our perspective, and this is just our perspective. There's the technical piece, which is the stuff around delivering DSMCC messages, stream events, getting spot substitution, media sync, media switcher, etc., etc. But there's also the trading the adverts. I mean, we're very familiar with how that's done for AdSmart and various other things, but we talk to broadcasts, we talk to ad agencies and so forth. And one of the things that we need to do is engage with TV manufacturers as well to actually work out how this can be traded, how the revenue share, the business model works. I've frankly got no idea. I mean, I've got colleagues of mine who are far more expert in this commercial trading. They've worked in this business, and from the other side, far longer than I have, sorry. So we need to understand how this potential revenue cuts up. And a really interesting statistic that was presented earlier today was the fact that there's between a 3 and 7% potential loss on any TV ad sale, but only maybe $100 revenue gained back from the business of engaging with various applications. We could potentially improve that massively if we engage the TV manufacturers, the brand owners, the ad sales houses, broadcasters and so forth, to look at a revenue share model that potentially works beneficially for everybody, and so that everybody can make the money. It's a difference to where it is now, where the likes of the PSBs in this country, Sky and so forth, take a chunk of the revenue and it's not really shared. That's a different way of doing business, potentially. I don't pretend to have all the answers, but it's something that we could explore, and it's something that we need to work out if there's a commercial model that works.
Okay, final question then before we wrap things up here. It seems that quite a few people are doing, advertisers just do linear spots. They're using the new technology, but actually they're using it to deliver the same kind of adverts that they always delivered. I was taken recently, I noticed on Sky Stream, and I suspect on other platforms too. If I pause Channel 4, then I get a static ad and a QR code, which is quite exciting. I'm wondering if there's any other examples that we can come up with here before we close.
There is a big push to get, I mean, audience targeting is one thing, but the other side of the coin potentially is campaign targeting, i.e. producing ads that are equally targeted to the end user that you want. It's a sort of flip side of the coin. You've got a standard commercial. This is my standard John Lewis Christmas ad. I am targeting it. It's not a good example, but it's sort of top of the funnel. It goes everywhere, but you just target it to just everybody. Whereas you may want to, I've got this audience I want to reach, and therefore I'm going to compile this ad to reach that audience. And that is something that people are addressing, but it's a different view of the world, because you're never going to be able to, if you're investing in that piece of copy and that production, you're only going to hit 20,000 high-value customers potentially. Is it worthwhile doing? I don't know.
Well, in Turkey, we have a lot of interactive addressable TV advertisements. So when the viewer interacts with the ad, we redirect them to a landing page. And there you can see a QR code, as you have seen before, but we can make them also play games. We can collect lead forms. We can make them win rewards, like spinning the wheel. So we have a lot of very innovative, interactive experiences in advertisement.
Okay. Olivier, any thoughts on this one?
Yeah, what we see is also like when you interact with the ad at the start of VODA set, then they can also say like, now this program is sponsored by this one, and you not get any mid-roll. So there's also like the possibility to reduce the amount of ads based on the interaction, or if you have like a big sponsorship, that you can make it more clear and then say that this is because of this brand that you're not getting mid-roll. So this is something that we're seeing in addition to dispose ads.
Okay, and quickly, Philippe, because I'm in the red on the old clock here.
Yeah, I think with digital, there's a lot of performance advertising more suitable now all of a sudden for television. QR codes, we heard that. Something what we are exploring all the time, and I think that, we will see more of those.
Okay, well, thank you all very much, and I will hand you back to Owen.
Thank you, Julian, and thank you to the panelists. So when I hear John talking about you have this audience and you might create this particular ad for this audience, that makes me start thinking a little bit of those magic words, artificial intelligence, and the role that could play. Come back in 20 minutes, or ideally about 15 when we ring the bell, when we will have Maria Ingold here giving a keynote looking at this magic subject of AI and what it means in the HbbTV environment. Thank you.
So what do we mean when we say artificial intelligence in the context of media? Well, AI is just a bucket, right? So that bucket, which just broke out there, by the way, contains machine learning and deep learning, which contains generative AI. So within the context of machine learning, this can be used by the deep learning side. But there are a number of different things you can use. For instance, you can use supervised learning, which is labeled data. And that can give you things around churn, or you can use it for classifying images, for instance. Then you have unsupervised, which is unlabeled data. And that you can use for things like patterns. So if you want to find your segments for advertising. Then you've got the ability to combine both. So if you've got semi-supervised, for instance, you can then look at ratings and combine that with those patterns to give you recommendations. You also have other areas, so you've got self-supervised for predictive text and reinforcement. The reinforcement learning says, was this ad successful? Did someone interact with that? And that agent is learning from that. So we have create, enrich, deliver, and engage. This is how I've broken apart our industry to give us a little bit more of a sense of what are the range of things that we can do with this. So there's a lot of different things that we can do. We can do everything from script analytics to box office predictions. We can start looking at different production techniques. Of course, we're all using things around productivity, for instance, using ChatGPT or Copilot for coding. On the enrichment side, there's a range of different things. Sports broadcasters, especially smaller sports broadcasters, might be using the AI sports cameras. There's all of the dubbing and translation that's in there. There are many other different pieces that you can do, such as tagging, for instance, and tagging historic archive data. You can then break things apart if you want into summarizing news and creating highlights. There's a range of other things you can do as well. So you can do compression and encoding. I'll go into some of these in more detail with specific use cases. CDN optimization, targeted advertising, of course. We've heard a little bit about that. Hyper-personalization, recommendations, discovery. The shopification piece is quite interesting, but chatbots is an area where we're finding some of the greatest cost savings. And of course, then if you're in gaming, you might do something around non-player character chat, for instance. So let's look at accessibility. There are a range of different things in here. So we've got subtitling, we've got language detection, we have translation, artificial voice. There's a bunch of different pieces in here that we might want to be looking at. So dubbing is one of those pieces. Audio description generation. So here is actually an example it's 5 years old, but HbbTV has been using or has been looking at using AI for a while. So this is a content analysis example, for instance. And this is using face detection, facial tracking, and then you can do face magnification. So if you have a visual impairment, you could use it, for instance, to do that. But some of the other things that we're seeing sort of recently, and this isn't necessarily HbbTV, but it's showing what's possible, is BBC Sounds. So BBC Sounds is using OpenAI Whisper, and it's currently in trial. And the reason that they're doing this is because there's something like 27,000 hours of content monthly that's generated. And they're using this to do that automatic speech recognition and then create a transcript, but using an editor to go through and have a look at it as well and make sure that it's right. But they couldn't hit these volumes without using something like AI. AI dubbing is another area. So this is Paper Cup, and this is Jamie Oliver, and he was able to get a much greater reach and more views using this AI dubbing, which uses human in the loop as well. So they hit 28 times as many views by dubbing into Spanish rather than just using subtitling. So if we look at personalization, again, a range of different areas here. There's hyper-personalization. We can start looking at all the analytics and insights, for instance, that can lead us back into how we commission content, looking at semantic analysis, content discovery. And recommendations is obviously one that you will have heard about. So the way that we have been doing it using collaborative filtering and content-based has shifted to deep learning, but this new experiments are happening now using large language models. But you have to be a little bit careful because one of the early experiments did a great job of recommending things that were not actually on the service. Hyper-personalization is another great area. So here, you can actually tag what words you want to replace. It will change that person's name, auto-generate that voice using AI, and do it with lip sync. So you can actually say someone's name and really personalize that experience for someone. On advertising, again, a range of different things. We can do the behavioral analysis. We can have the segmentation and the targeting, of course. There's optimizing, content aware, and let's go into a couple of those examples. So these examples are actually from people who are up for awards tonight. So these are real use cases using HbbTV. This one is contextual advertising. So this is real time and live. It's object recognition, people recognition, sentiment analysis, and content analysis. And what this means is just because you have a car happening in whatever it is you're watching, if it's a car crash, you probably don't want a car ad next to it. And if it's a really sort of posh thing that you're watching, maybe you want a posh car ad. So that context analysis is really important. Another piece here is the audio content recognition. And this is TV Extras is doing this, and what they've seen is that they hit 76% of doing the increase in click-through rates on their Turkish smart TVs by doing this recognition. So listening out for words that are appearing and then triggering those addressable ads. Now, it doesn't have to just be used alone like this. You can use it in conjunction with other things. So ITV, for instance, has figured out how to get those new to TV brands onto their service by using its in-house team with generative AI to create these ads so that they can get onto these services for the first time. And beyond this, you need to think about another range of things. So, there are another range of things you could also utilize. So you could do monetizing archive, for instance. So this is a great example by the Cowboy Channel working with Alluvio, and they used AI and ML tagging combined with search to create another revenue stream for them. This here is around encoding, the encoding pipeline. So you can save roughly, most people are talking about 25%, for instance. And this is a pre-coding step where you reduce the number of bits, but you maintain or improve perceptual visual quality by reducing the number of bits as you're transmitting and storing. And similarly, for the super resolution side, you're downloading fewer bits and then up-resing it on the device. So to consider, think about, is it enterprise? You don't want to give away your data. Is it ethical? Have you compensated the creatives that you're training that data on? And is there bias in your data set? Also, in terms of regulation, there is no global standard right now. And the EU AI Act is now out and available. So, AI in media can make and save you money, but you need to think through the ethical implications, the bias implications, and the regulatory implications in order to do so. So thank you. Please connect with me if you'd like to find out more I'm doing a master's in AI thesis. I've gone back to do that on making and saving money in AI, in media using AI ethically. If you'd like to be part of that, please reach out. And if you have questions, now is the time.
Thanks, Maria. I only just noticed at the very end your Maria I thing. Very smart. I like it. Very good. Quick clarification. The example from Turkey that was listening for words, were they words spoken by the viewers?
So these were words from what I've seen of your presentation. There are people in the audience who will be happy to talk more about this. But from what I've seen is that it's when you have something and you're watching a program and there are words like summer that's mentioned or beach that's mentioned, then you can then actually show ads that are relevant to those particular words that you're picking up on, and that's why they're having a higher percentage of engagement.
Okay, so it's words from the audio track of the show itself.
Yes, in this case, we were listening to the linear TV, like Lifetime, and we were listening to particular 3 words, which were summer, beach, and holidays. So anytime that in the show they were mentioned these 3 words, the pre-configured addressable TV advertisement was triggered.
Okay.
Thank you. Please ask her more questions later.
I hate summer. You always have to go to the beach, and I don't have enough holidays. Anyway. And the example from the Cowboy Channel, what were the new revenue streams? Illuvio and the Cowboy, how did that open new revenue streams?
Yeah, so the Cowboy Channel does a lot of live rodeos, for instance, and across America. And rather than just doing live events, they realized that they could then start monetizing their archive. And for people who know more about rodeo than I do, if there are certain bulls that are very exciting, apparently, and if you want to search on that particular bull riding and those particular techniques, that started to generate a whole new revenue stream with their users. Instead of just having the live, it's video on demand, but it's tagging that really big archive that they have and monetizing it in a way that's simple for them to do, and they call it a living archive, so they're able to keep doing this. But it made it much more simple for them to do that and then to add the different types of search into it.
Okay, thank you. Question on Slido. How should content owners ensure their content remains theirs when using AI tools, or do they have to build their own language model on site?
Well, I would recommend you start with the enterprise version. You do not want to use a free version when you're doing something. And then you might want to start looking into making sure that it's focused on what you want to achieve. But don't just use a public version of something. Please look at the enterprise versions.
Okay. Do we have any questions in the room for Maria? We have time for a quick one if somebody has one. Otherwise, I'm going to say thank you very much to Maria Ingold. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to add an Italian flavor to the proceedings. Marco Pellegrinato from Mediaset and Paolo Ferrara from FinCons are going to be talking DVB-I and HbbTV and tell us a little bit the story of what they have been up to in Italy. Marco.
Owen.
There's a mic there if you want to move. 10 minutes on the timer. Please.
So it's a very important for me to be here today. We are in 2024, and it is a double celebration. In Italy, in 2004, digital television was born, and 10 years later, in 2014, we started a very big cooperation with HbbTV Association to bring HbbTV in Italy. Because at that time, maybe many of you was part of the previous middleware solution based on MHP. And we started in 2014 having a very big liaison with the HbbTV Association, particularly with the Migration Office. It was led by Mr. Savaggio, which is here today. And we started a very big commitment to bring Italian market into HbbTV. But at that time, there was in Italy a lot of application running on top of MHP middleware, and a lot of set-top boxes supporting that. So the challenge was to migrate from MHP into HbbTV2, but maintaining a real interoperability with the existing MHP application was broadcasted by the broadcaster at that time. And we spent at least 30 months to have the final specification and to allow broadcaster to broadcast at the same time a MHP application for previous set-top box receiver and HBB. And we had with HbbTV at the time 2 important symposiums, one in 2014 in San Marino, where we started this liaison to migrate and to announce, of course, the migration from MHP to HbbTV. And then at the very end of this work in 2017, when we were ready with all the specification to have another symposium in Rome with the HbbTV, where the first set of HbbTV application was demonstrated. We went first into HbbTV 2.0 together with the UK. So we managed to have the presentation of HbbTV 2.0 in Italy and the UK too. And for that celebration, Ultra HD Book 1.0 was the first book including all the specifications for migrating MHP into HbbTV, but maintaining a sort of interoperability with MHP. And it's very, very relevant because in that specification was included all the situation to maintain really interoperable the two worlds. And what's happened in this 10 years? That we multiplied the number of TV sets in Italy compatible with the TV set, with the broadcaster application. Of course, in Italy we have the certification regime, and in this case, the certification regime allowed the broadcaster to have application and running on top of the HbbTV receivers. So nowadays, we are happy to announce that our Mediaset Infinity application, which include also target advertisement and other stuff like addressable advertisement and so on, reach every day something like more than 15 million of TV set. And it's a very important awards for us because in 10 years we really engaged a lot of application and solution for hosting a HBB application and HbbTV TV set. So Mediaset is strongly committed to support HbbTV application, HbbTV TV set, and of course to collaborate and to cooperate to the standardization of next requirement into specification, just to bring all our requirement to the market and to be present in the TV set for our TV users. So what will happen in these 10 years and what are the relevant points that we achieved so far in technical specification and in technical solution for our application has been provided and presented by Paolo. Ciao, Paolo. Thank you so much. Paolo is the integrator of our technical solution, and Paolo will give us the effort that we spend together with Fincons to bring services in Italy like that. Thank you, Paolo.
Thank you, Marco. So good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you for the kind introduction, and also Marco is Your slides remember me when we started working on the project in 2017, and I remember when we started seeing the first 10 devices connected to the enabler HbbTV application. So we did a very long journey together. So what we are talking today, so this is the actual situation in terms of HbbTV penetration in Italy in the market. So Mediaset and Fincos Group together are very active in evolving HbbTV offering. But apart from what Marco already described, that is what is already in production today, we are also working together to evolve in the DVB-I space. That is another area where Mediaset is spending a lot of resources and effort. Mediaset started working on DVB-I in 2019, initially with a POC that later evolved in a pilot, and now is a reality, is a market trial that has been deployed in kind of production last year, Q4 2023. But in the meantime, Mediaset also wanted to innovate further. And so apart from the market trial, which is again a reality is in production, we are today also working together to explore new use cases that can be provided thanks to the collaboration between the DVB-I standard and the HbbTV standard. And so we are working together on some POCs where we are kind of exploring some of the topics that you can see here. Together with them, we are working on the DRM, which is again a reality in the sense that DRM is something which is already used in the market trial today. And apart from DRM, some other topics that are really relevant because we're talking about internet-based stream are multicast ABR and the CM/CD. Multicast ABR today is probably not a big issue in Mediaset in production because we do not have so many connected devices, but will be a challenge in the future once we have a huge number of devices connecting through the broadband. And the last topic is regarding target advertising. Mediaset has always been very active in the advertising space. As you know, we have together implemented the target advertising use case on HbbTV. We already have the HbbTV TA implementation working in production. And what Mediaset wanted to do was to understand if we can kind of move what we have already done for target advertising on the pure broadcast stream using the new TA specifications and try to understand what we can do in the DVB-I space. So this is something I already talked about, but just to clarify, we are talking about the possibility to replace one or more spots in the linear stream with one or more spots downloaded from the internet. So the question, can we do the same on DVB-I? The answer is that we are working on them. And this is something you will be able also if you want to visit the Mediaset booth in the O'Hare Memorial Hall. We have a specific demonstration on what we are doing for target advertising on DVB-I. We are kind of experimenting the different options, and especially we are kind of playing and experimenting the different ways we can signal placement opportunities into the DVB stream according to the DVB-TA Part 3 specifications. And this is probably also the most challenging part from us. But again, if you go to the booth, we will be very happy to go more in details of that. But apart from the placement opportunity specification, the placement opportunity signaling, once the signal, the advertising signal is detected by the application, from that point on, we are kind of using the same, conceptually the same implementation we did for the target advertising on the broadcast stream, in the sense that the part related to the integration with the AD server is something that is already in place and does not change in the DVB-I context, in the DVB- context. So thank you, everyone, for the attention.
Thank you very much. We have time for some questions. I do have one question about DVB-I in Italy at the moment. Do we have any idea how many people are using DVB-I service lists in the market? Can you give us a number?
I had this question this morning to a friend of mine, Motoshi Bito, that said to me that in Italy they sell 300,000 TV set compatible with DVB-I. I don't know how many of these 300,000 TV sets are hit by our application every day, but I can say that the trend of the traffic that we have today on respect to 6 months ago, it's quite about 600%. So I don't know really the figure, but I know that people enjoying with DVB-I in Italy, first of all, have a greater quality because in DVB-I we transmit at 50 progressive scan frame in ACVC. And there are a lot of broadcasters that join us. The list can be seen in the booth, the list of broadcasters. But the real figure is not here with me. But next symposium, I'll carry on the right figure.
Okay, it's a deal. Are there any questions in the room for the colleagues from Italy? I'm also curious to know what are your thoughts, gentlemen, about what you saw this morning from Freely, Everyone TV, HbbTV op-app. What does it bring to mind for you?
Well, I have the demonstration of Freely application. It's very amazing, very attractive, and it's very, let's say, smart. It's quick, responsive, and so on. I have to say that in 2018, together with TVSat colleagues, TVSat started the, let's say, the idea to create one OPAPs, joining many broadcasters together. It was with RAI, with Lassette, and so on. And we had one TV set supportive of our TV1 application in OPAP. Unfortunately, that plane was not brought to the final success for different reasons, but I think that it's a real amazing solution. Unfortunately, the Freely solution is not so open to all the manufacturers, but just the manufacturer that host or will host their own OPAP. But in any case, a lot of congratulations to the friend of Freely.
Okay, we have a couple of questions on Slido. How fast is the switch from a linear service to an advert and back again? Sorry, how fast do you need as a switch from linear service to advert and back again? 1 frame, 2 frames, 250 milliseconds?
Well, in the H book was fixed the zapping time, or the expected zapping time for DTT to DTT. It was less than 2 seconds at that time. On DVB-I, at the moment, is still under the performance of the TV set and the player. On target advertising, instead, the solution is made available by DVB, and in order to support DVB-TA, the responsive of the player has to be in the range of few frames, type 1 or type 2. We select type 1. That means the smaller delay as possible between the switch.
Okay, and final question. This is a little bit specific to those who have been following the story in Italy, but you have the new regulations from the regulator, AGCOM. How does DVB-I fit to these new regulations? And this questioner is specifically talking about the remote control keys. So I guess the new regulation says that the remote control keys must go directly to DTT.
That is already included in the first delibera was issued last year, and now we are trying to come to a final solution that the delibera was claiming. The second question about DVB-I, I'm very honored to say that our regulators opened the technical table over the DVB-I in Italy on December 5th. And we are very happy to announce here in HbbTV Symposium. Then we will see what will happen.
They will open on December 5th.
December 5th, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much,
Good
gentlemen.
news.
Thank you. Grazie. So if you don't mind, before I invite Ranjit to the stage, I just want to do a quick poll with the people in the room. Can I ask you, please, if this is your first time attending an HbbTV Symposium, please stand up. Your first time at the HbbTV Symposium. Interesting. Oh, you're getting a round of applause. Okay, you can sit down. Now, can I ask you to stand up if you have attended at least 3 HbbTV Symposiums? At least 3. Including this one. At least 3. That's pretty good. Now, please stay standing. No. Stay standing. Please stay standing if you have attended at least 7 HbbTV Symposiums. At least 7. We're on number 12 now, at least 7. Okay, this is interesting. Please stay standing if you have attended all of the HbbTV Symposiums. All 12. Well, thank you. That's pretty impressive. There's no further to go, John, sorry. I mean, the MHP Symposium, I don't know. Are we going that far back? So congratulations to those 3. We had Motoshi and John and Martin. Was it you, Martin Fenrich? No, not 12, he reckons. So that's always an interesting poll to do. You know, we're not... Anyway, let's leave it there. It's time for us to have another panel on the stage, and this one is going to be chaired by Ranjit Kaur, who's the program director with DTG, and she is going to introduce her panel to you. I'll give you this microphone, Ranjit, and we're staying with DVB-I and HbbTV. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Hello. Yeah. IP Channel Revolution, Mastering Launch Strategies with DVB-I and HbbTV. Today, I am joined by our experts from this industry, especially on DVB-I and HbbTV. Let's welcome them on the stage. John Pising, Director of Standardization at TP Vision, Vice Chair of the HbbTV Association, and Chair of the HbbTV Specification Working Group. Paul Higgs, he's Technology and Business Development Leader at Huawei, and he's also the Chairman of the DVB Technical Module Subgroup on DVB-I. Romualdo Federico from Kineton, he's a technical manager. He manages the certification scheme for the Italian market. He's involved in DVB-I trial and the certification process. Gordon Maynard, Director of On-Screen Publishing. He has developed the end-to-end DVB-I platform, and that platform has been used in various live services as well as DVB-I trial. So I'm really happy that we have got a great panel to start these discussions. Before we start this discussion, the market has moved on since the last transmission revolution with the fragmented market, competition, and with the endless pressure to pivot the cost, complexity, and the competition. So our mission at DTG is to ensure that the TV reaches its full potential by innovating with the industry to deliver that long-term growth centered around an egalitarian vision that television works for all. Our transformation, transitions, and innovations need to be fair and useful for all the stakeholders. Now, before we move in terms of what the industry is going forward and where we are today, let's see how we got there. The TV went from analog to digital to hybrid, and now it is moving into the fourth epoch, which is IP. The future of the TV is intrinsically linked to the future of internet. Now, in this hyper-competitive world, how we get all the players to have that common vision and common will and a common purpose. So the solution for that is the policy. In the UK, the Media Act 2024 and the Ofcom's roadmap to implementation through to 2025 is really helpful and bringing a lot of changes in the government policy, regulation, as well as legislation. And this particular slide is defining the scope of that Media Act. And I'm really happy to share here our CEO, Richard Lindsay Davis, from Digital TV Group. He has been appointed as a chair of the new DCMS working group, which is related to the infrastructure, and we are going to look into the future of TV distribution, for which we are here today. So this is the story in the UK market. Now, at the center of all these things, this is all related to the audience. This is some sort of effort to bring the broadcast and level that with the internet. At the heart of this one is the audience interest and the public service delivery. We need to protect that public service media, entertainment services, as well as the overall reliability, resilience, and at the same time, making the platform ready for the next innovations and enabling it that enable to have that open and competitive market. Now, we did a lot of studies with the various working groups as well as the industry stakeholders. In that, we have identified 25 challenges. All these are displayed on the screen here. I'm not going to go through each and every one, but it starts from the setup to the service discovery, service delivery, as well as overall content discovery, and also making sure that there is no national technical requirements, and making sure that there is a prominence for the national services overall. Now, it's very difficult to grasp all these 25 challenges, which needs a collaborative effort. But what we have done, we have categorized into three groups. One is related to the IP distribution at scale. This means that the industry challenge related to technology and the infrastructure, simplifying the complexity, industry challenge related to the market and the consumer, managing the transition. This means that this is the industry challenge in terms of how we bring this all together. Now going forward, in order to have the IP distribution, future distribution for each and every country, not just the UK, we need a clear route which is collaborative, which is long-term, disruptive. At the same time, we need to make sure that there will always be non-linear innovations such as artificial intelligence and so on. So today I'm joined by the industry experts, where we are going to go through this in detail. And at the heart of this is the industry technical standards. And these standards are really critical for interoperability, forward compatibility, and resilience. Now let's dig deep into this one, how we achieve the IP transition as well as launch of those IP channels using DVBI and HbbTV. So we discussed a lot around DVBI. So my question to Paul is, what is DVBI and why DVBI is the right choice for this IP launch services and going forward the IP transition and harmonization?
Thanks, Ranjit. So I hope most people have an idea these days about what DVI might be. I've worked with it now since its very inception, and a few other people I know have as well. It's really about making sure we could use internet technologies to reliably, predictably, and easily deliver television services, linear television services predominantly, using that internet technology. And it really started in the mid-2010s, I suppose, when a few of us realized that we were building the internet now in a way that could scale reliably and with the capacity to deliver television, which is a big task. So that it took a while to sort of anchor that. There were a lot of activities around streaming, which were successful, or streaming of VOD programs, which were successful and had their ups and downs. But as the technology evolution sort of matured, we realized that this was the time. And we could see that the internet will evolve and will sort of take over the platform for television, as it's done for email, as it's done for voice, or mail and voice, and everything else historically has moved on to that internet platform. So it was really difficult to be able to argue that television wouldn't become an internet technology.
So what are DVB-I features which it enables that future of the TV requirements?
So we've got lots of features. I don't remember all your challenges, but we had all those challenges when we started. And DVB-I always looks at things from a holistic perspective. We look at what are the commercial requirements, and part of the opportunity there is we've got such a diversity in our members. We've got broadcasters from across Europe. We've now got lots of contributions from even beyond Europe in this space as well. And then we've got technology researchers. We had some very good, some of the broadcasters have very robust R&D groups who were looking into this. So all of these people coming together could sort of pitch their plans and their visions for what we needed to do. So we could create essentially a globally applicable technology. It was also a technology that didn't leave anyone from our industry behind. So we made sure that everyone has a role. The broadcasters have a role to play. The app developers have a role to play. The TV set manufacturers do as well. Everybody can actually monetize their position in the TV industry, which they've done for a long time, and they can continue to do that even though we're using a lot of internet delivery and a lot of web-based technologies.
Thank you, Paul. DVB-I supports the linked application. It supports the service discovery. It also supports the HbbTV application. So, Gordon, question to you. Can the content providers and the broadcasters can reuse their HbbTV application and scheduling systems to launch IP channel using DVB-I and HbbTV today?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the things I find in the trials I'm working on is that so many of the components you need to set the trial up, you have them already. I mean, at IBC this year, we showed the Irish proof of concept where they were using the DVB-I allowed them to take their catch-up application and put it as a fully paid-up member of their EPG channel lineup. And that brings the access to the player application into the main TV interface. We're also seeing how it can be used for restart. So DVB-I is working very closely to allow the application to launch straight off as it's playing in a way that is open standard. We're also seeing how potentially DVB-I can feed HbbTV apps. And you're going to hear more later from the SAT-TV trial where we're using HbbTV to launch services, but also to be launched by services. So yes, absolutely. For the HbbTV community, DVB-I is a great opportunity to get much more involved in the delivery of linear TV.
And earlier today, we saw a presentation from Chris Poole saying that the OPAP can also use DVB-I in terms of bringing the channel list as well as the metadata and so on. So DVB-I and HbbTV is quite complementary.
Absolutely complementary. And that example shows how DVB-I can also be used effectively as a B2B tool, as a distribution tool. And there it's not running into a conventional DVB-I client. It's then being delivered into an application which can consume the DVB-I metadata. So lots of opportunities to use DVB-I in innovative ways, but also HbbTV, and working together, they can create great platforms.
How does HbbTV, DVB-I, and Dash technology, from your perspective, John, from the manufacturer side, how it can contribute to the flexibility and the scalability of launching a channel using DVB-I?
I think of those points you mentioned, the biggest one actually, from a manufacturer point of view, is the flexibility. That having the ability to actually include things in an app that are an incremental add-on to the linear service means we as the manufacturer don't have to bother with should we implement this, shouldn't we implement this, if we implement this native code too early, will we be under pressure to do software updates? We don't like doing software updates, as you might have noticed if you've been in any discussions with us. So the flexibility of the basic service provided by the DVB-I and the service lists and the Dash player, and then the ability to deploy an app for advanced features whether they are single sign-on, whether it's some of the targeted advertising and the reporting. It's a great balance that lets us do the stuff that we're good at and doesn't put us in a position where we're really uncomfortable, where something won't work if we don't do a software update. And yeah.
And Italy has figured out this as a first country and used DVBI for commercial trial. So Romualda Kiniten is managing the CSR for the Italian DVBI market trial. So from your perspective, for a channel provider, for a broadcaster, what they need in order to enable that IP channel on your platform?
Yeah, thanks, Rajit. I'll try to be clear as much as possible because I have already met someone who was interested in joining the Italian trial. So, of course, first of all, I need to say that it's free because at the end, everything goes around money, so you don't need to pay anything. And, of course, we need the LCN, so in terms of number and also in terms of proof that the broadcaster can, of course, use this number. We need the title, and if we want to stream a purely IP streaming on the DVBI, we just need the MPD streaming. So we will do like some tests in a test environment, then in a pre-prod environment, and at the end we will release the final service list with the new broadcaster that can, of course, handle many channels. But as you may know, there are different ways to play the content, as we were discussing before. So you can reuse even the HbbTV application, and or you can use the native player of the TV. In this case, of course, if you want to reuse the HbbTV application, we need the link of the application, and we will turn it on ATX format in order to give it to the CSR. And of course, again, we will do some tests. And another thing that you can add is the fallback to the broadcast channel. So this means that wherever something goes wrong, there is a loss of connection, you will switch in automatic way into the broadcast channel. So in this case, what we need is, of course, also the DVB triplet.
So from the commercial trial, can you share how many IP channels are reusing their current broadcast equivalent HbbTV applications? Do you have that data, or?
Yeah, let's give some numbers. Marco was telling that at the moment there are 300,000 TV actively working on the trial market, and we have more than 45 channels from 8 different broadcasters. And actually, we are in the process of onboarding 2 new broadcasters, regional and also national broadcasters. And from this perspective, we have like the 80% of those channels are purely IP. And the other one are, of course, using the HbbTV application. So they play basically the content due to the control of the media presentation of the TV. And some of these have also the fallback to the broadcast. So there is no channels that is playing in the first place the terrestrial, the broadcast, and then the IP. Those are all the channels are IP mainly on the first instance.
Gordon, what are the key challenges and opportunities in launching the IP channel today?
I think, as you've heard, and as Romualda particularly described, there's a lot of pluses here. A lot of the components that you need to launch these IP channels, you have already, broadcasters will have already. So they have catch-up app, they have video streams, they have EPGs, they have channel management systems. So there's a lot you've got in place. I think in our experience so far, the challenge is about making those units connect together. So we provide a sort of core metadata manager for all the metadata endpoints. It's making sure that all those things are connected together. So the channel lists, getting your EPG data in, linking to your applications. So the challenges are about connectivity, but the plus side is that most of the major investment broadcasters and platform operators will have in place already.
And from the manufacturer's perspective, I understand that all the IP channels needs to be protected, and hence there is a DRM related implementations. But John, what are the challenges from the manufacturer's perspective for displaying the IP channels with respect to DRM?
Not as big as you would think. because if you're sensible and you reuse components from your HbbTV implementation, then both for Freely and the HbbTV-DRM reference app that we will hear about later from Bob, then there's plenty of DRM-protected examples floating around that actually check dash works, check dash works with DRM. There are issues. I mean, the biggest issue that I know that a number of us are struggling with at the moment is subtitles, or captions as the Americans call them, and whether you can get away without needing to use an app for those. But most of what's there, if you're sensible, you already have and you can reuse. I mean, the point that causes the pain is actually the out-of-the-box experience, the installation experience, and adapting everything that happens between when you unpack a TV and when you see video for the first time. So adapting that to cater for DVB-RF only versus IP. How do you present that to the user in a way that they'll understand? Mm-hmm. I mean, the installation flow, whether you're talking Freely or DVB-I, the installation flow is really important to get right.
In the Italian trial, Romualdo, whether the DRM, is it directly driven through the native dash player of the TV, or it is integrated through the HbbTV application?
Actually, in Italy, 100% of the channels that are using the DRM is used through the HbbTV application, not with the native player of the TV. This is, of course, it was like a natural way to do it because you already have it. I mean, you were using it already on the HbbTV application, so why turn it into something more complicated? So where you, of course, can encounter some issue. So as also John was saying, so I can say that the 100% is using HbbTV application.
DVB-I service instances, they support different delivery mechanisms. So directly you can have a dash stream instead of putting this against the through the HbbTV application. So John, what are the challenges from the interoperability perspective of directly using the dash instead of using the HbbTV's dash player?
So there are trade-offs. There's no magic bullet. So the examples that I'm aware of from Italy, they use an app, but the app uses the native dash player. And one of the biggest reasons for the app using the native dash player, aside from DRM licenses, is actually the integration with the TV set UI, particularly when it comes to audio channel selection and accessibility settings. That the native dash players are much better integrated with the TV UI on that sort of feature than an app can be at the moment. The converse, of course, is that depending on where the native dash player came from, when it came, how old a fork of whatever open source code base it is, then you may find that there are things that don't work. So there's probably more testing required if you're using the native dash player than if you're using dash.js or Shaka or something like that. So no magic bullet, swings and roundabouts, better user experience versus more testing.
I think there are a lot of questions. So before we jump, one final question to Paul. Can DVB-I and HbbTV be used to enable personalization? There are a lot of discussion on personalization and audio engagement measurements. Can DVB-I and HbbTV used together to get this data?
Absolutely. I mean, I think DVB-I and HbbTV are platform technologies. They enable almost anything to run above them. DVB-I lets you run 2 or 3 different classes of HbbTV apps nowadays, and then there's more on the pipeline. HbbTV allows you to do lots of other things. So the ability to launch those apps, we knew this from day one. We couldn't write everything into one standard. And we knew that the only way to give that creativity, to broadcasters to give the option to consumers was to enable HbbTV apps. So they are the only way to really enable that level of personalization from the user perspective, customization from the broadcaster perspective, and opportunities for anybody else.
Brilliant, thank you. Any questions? Oh, any have got, yeah.
Yes, yes. The questions are coming in thick and fast from Mr. or Miss Anonymous on Slido. Some of these are quick and easy, I think. What is the impact on channel change time of using HbbTV app for DRM? Who wants to take that? John?
The tests we've seen say you would expect it to be worse, but it isn't.
That's not really an answer, though, is it?
Well, if you compare it with terrestrial.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's relative. I mean, you want the channel change time to happen in 0.2 millisecond, in 1 frame period, but people don't expect that out of terrestrial.
Okay.
I think there's an angle to this as well, that we don't have a single DRM system. There's no single key source. There's no single anything in DVB-I, and so therefore in HbbTV, it's a very disaggregated model. If you want content, you pick a key, you pick a license scheme from that content provider. So you might have to load things, but we hope we can improve that over time, and it is improving. But that's one of the advantages, I suppose, that goes with the disadvantage.
It's also worth noting that there is some work going on in MPEG at the moment to reduce the channel change times, or time to first video, with Dash. And when that lands, then maybe the Dash.js based approach would have an advantage. And in time, it would land in the native Dash players as well.
Okay. I want to give time to Ranjit to wrap up, so I'm going to rattle quickly through these. I'll ask them exactly as they're written. Have Samsung and LG implemented DVB-I in Italy? I think the answer on Samsung is
Someone
no.
from Samsung in the room? I don't.
Well, there is a list of manufacturers who participated in the Italian POC. There were 4 manufacturers in the phase 1.
I mean, the official one is, yeah, Marco acting that he can answer. Yeah.
Marco.
We really start with the first TV set supporting DVB-I from TP Vision. Thank you, John. Then LG come in. Either Sony come in, but never succeed. But definitively, Mr. Motoshi Bito comes with Vistel, and we go to the trial. Otherwise, there was no possibility. No others manufacturer considered to come into a market space before the pronunciation of our regulator. As soon as will come the pronunciation of our regulation, we expect that also LG, Samsung, and all the other ones will come.
I would like to add to that DTG provides the DTG DVB-I test suite, and there are many manufacturers who have licensed the test suite, so everyone is working behind the scenes.
Before you wrap up, let me read these last 3 questions out in case, in final comments, anyone wants to address them. Is there any news about DVB-I implementation in set-top boxes or in Android TV-based devices? And then kind of high-level philosophical questions. Will DVB-I end the era of DVB-T in Europe? And this one is addressed to you, Paul. Is DVB-I and HbbTV done then, Paul? We can all go home now, or what's left?
I think to answer that, DVB-I supports the hybrid platform with a very smooth transition to the all IP area. So it's not the end of DVB-T or satellite and so on. This specification is all about service discovery. For the next couple of years, it will be a hybrid platform eventually, and there will be an IP world. So DVB-I support that transition beautifully. Is that the crux of this discussion?
That's the crux of the discussion. I mean, this is what we've created this technology to do. And we think it's, to the question that was asked, I think we are, at least from a multimedia perspective, done. I've done email, I've done SIP and voice over IP and television and all kinds of things. And so I can't think of another media technology I want to bring to the internet. So yeah, I think hopefully with these technologies, we've got a robust framework. We'll keep growing them because there's still things we need to do. But they're the cornerstones of the future internet television.
If I can just give a personal view there, we heard earlier about the move to all IP and a kind of inevitability about it. So I think it's fair to say DVB-I won't make that won't be the driver to make that happen. It just allows it to happen in an orderly way.
In one word, like in one sentence, do you have any sort of takeaways for the audience about, in one sentence, if you can, provide any sort of key takeaways for the audience from this discussion?
One sentence.
One sentence.
One short
each.
sentence.
One very short sentence each.
I'm very happy. When we started DVB-I, we didn't know if this was going to happen. And when we started Open IPTV Forum, we had no idea what that was going to do. And all of this today, and this is proof that we got a few things right quite a few years ago. And so I'm very happy.
John, from your side?
As one of the originators of DVB-I, not just one of the originators of HbbTV, if I score 2 victories in my professional career, then that's 2 more than a hell of a lot of people.
Brilliant.
One sentence.
Yes.
Yeah, the Italian trial has proved that it can be done. So it's about the innovation. We don't need to be afraid of it, but we need to understand and then join it.
I'd say that DVB-I and HbbTV work perfectly together.
Ranjit and the panel, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Something very important before we have the next presentation. At the awards ceremony this evening, there will be food. There will be plenty of food. You don't need to go and grab a kebab somewhere before you come to the session. If you decide to grab a kebab on the way home later, that's your own business. But there will be plenty of food. Angelo assures me on that. Now, Gordon mentioned it earlier, the new service from Eutelsat, SatTV Connect, which is leveraging HbbTV. We have Olivier Tougeron from Wiz TV, and we have Jean-Luc Derudi, not bad, Derudi, from Eutelsat, who will be telling us about this new service. You can grab that microphone there. Yeah, great. The clicker is there. Okay. If we could put 10 minutes on the timer, thank you.
Hello everyone, happy to be here, happy to present with Eutelsat. So about Wiz TV, we work on TV solution for 15 years now, more than 15 years. Our idea is to be present on every screen, and it's why we like HbbTV. So we provide products fully compliant with timeless, fully compliant with HbbTV that is called timeless. We also do custom development, and we also have a cloud gaming solution. So to develop this project, we will see it after. We use our framework. So the idea is to develop the application once and then to launch it everywhere with the best performance. So this is the technical stack. So a developer will write the application. It's at the top, and then our framework will generate the code for every devices you see in the list. HbbTV is on the left of the screen. So about SatTV Connect, so for this project, we provide to Eutelsat a custom application and also design services. So we use our framework to develop the application. We also provide an administration console to manage EPG data, channel list, service list, third-party application. So it has been launched. It has been launched in October. So, and on two satellites, on two different satellites. But Jean-Luc will explain it after. And we also Eutelsat did also an integration on DVBI of the service discovery feature. So next is the video. Yes.
Okay, so we choose to give you a video which is in a loop to illustrate our message today. I'm going to tell you why we launched SatTV Connect, how it works very synthetically, and what are the opportunities with SatTV Connect. So why Eutelsat launched SatTV Connect? It's because Eutelsat is #1 for satellite free-to-air broadcasting in EMEA zone, with around 1,000 free-to-air channels for more than 100 million homes through 3 orbital slots: Outbird at 13 degrees east for Europe, Eutelsat NiSat at 78 degrees west for MENA, and Eutelsat 16 degrees east for Africa. Satellite free-to-air broadcasting is watched every day, especially in MENA, by 60 million homes for having access for free TV programming and information. And it's seen there as universal access to free television, regardless of terrestrial constraints or telecom subscription contingencies. It's absolutely free, and you don't need any other device than a dish and a satellite receiver. So it's why satellite free-to-air broadcasting is intended to last for a long time. And but we have to recognize that the viewer experience and the channel discovery and program discovery is quite poor, and it's why we launched the SatTV program. So SatTV is a channel and program guide dedicated to free-to-air satellite broadcasting. It provides the channel list management of around 30 channel lineups, depending of country or language, with a local channel first philosophy. And it provides also an enriched program guide plus 7 days throughout these 3 orbital position. So for the last 3 years, we have been rolling out the SatTV service for traditional external set-top box, which is the legacy business, especially in MENA and Africa, where we rely on a small mechanism that we embed into low-cost chipset with low resource memory in order to broadcast every night a data carousel that refresh every day the channel lineups and the EPG for the 7 next days. So it's what has been done to address this market, which is a legacy market, and now to address the growing base of smart TVs, connected TVs, HbbTV. We launched at the beginning of October the new SatTV Connect service. This SatTV Connect service relies on 2 protocols: HbbTV for the interactive program guide, and DVBI for the channel discovery and zapping banner. It works. It provides a multi-satellite position. Today it's 2 positions, Outbird and 78 West, but next it will also be rolled out for Africa. It provides multi-channel, multi-list choice, and it's multilingual from right to left and right and left to right. So there is 2 ways to access the service. One is through a Barker channel that give access to a portal, a global portal which aggregates all the offer per orbital position. And it provides also a dedicated EPG per channel when you zap on the channel through the green button. So as maybe Olivier didn't mention, is that the application in HbbTV is available and compatible with a 3000 HbbTV TV sets model. And concerning the DVB part of the service, today is already integrated with TP Vision and Vestel. So we think that SAT-TV Connect is today a good way to embark new broadcasters beyond Europe, especially in MENA and Africa, to join the HbbTV arena in order to provide a better user experience to their viewers, and also to put them in a position after proposing this first level of service of EPG to provide new services and new content, and also to put them in a position to catch new targeted advertising opportunities. So new broadcasters from new region beyond Europe, but also the opportunity to provide for a new type of broadcasters, the fast streamers, to join the satellite broadcasting arena also. And by providing this HbbTV and DVB-I environment, to allow this new broadcaster to use the satellite broadcasting as a shop window for typically a selection of channels, and through the HbbTV application to browse into their vast portfolio of fast channels and on-demand content. So we think that it's the right time today for the TV manufacturers relying on HbbTV and DVB-I to address the new market that we cover with SAT-TV beyond Europe and on all the EMEA zones through the satellite free-to-air broadcasting. So when I was talking about the new fast channels that are joining our satellite broadcast lineups, I wanted also to mention the announcement which has been made today concerning the launch of WeDo.TV, which is a pure player in the field of fast, that a few months ago launched his first channel, especially for the Italian market on Outbird, for addressing the free-to-air market in Italy, especially in integrating the TVSat lineup and embarking an HbbTV application. And today we announced the launch of this channel also on 7/8 West MENA zone, because there is a growing base of smart TVs and there is a shifting, I would say, that which is expanding not just in Europe but everywhere in the world, and notably in MENA. And it's also a good opportunity for these fast channels to reach new massive audience which are not covered so far by pure OTT broadband layer. And to finish, I wanted to thank you warmly very much, VizTV, for this very efficient development which has been made through this framework. We are very happy with the UI, which you can see is very pleasant and very fluid, and with a lot also of flexibility in terms of personalization and targeting. So thank you. I'm okay in the timing?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. A slightly naive question, just from my own understanding. You said you've added fast channel to the satellite service. So is it broadcast over satellite?
Yes, it's broadcast over DVB, but
right.
Embarking an HbbTV application,
okay,
allowing to browse into their service, their OTT service.
So we sometimes see comments on LinkedIn, people saying, yeah, but fast is just television, right? Just advertising. So this is kind of the beast eating its own tail almost, or something. You're putting the fast channel onto satellite, broadcasting it.
Yes, absolutely. Where we think there is a room for this channel in terms of coverage, not just on OTT, but also on every type of network, especially satellite free-to-air network.
And am I right in saying that this is an example? Gordon Maynard mentioned using DVBI in B2B situations where you feed the system with DVBI metadata. So even in the case where it's not DVBI in the client device, all of the service list management is done using DVBI?
Yes, it's done using DVBI. So if you don't add a DVBI client into the TV set, the SAT TV Connect part of a service which is about channel list management is not available. Okay. So there is still the necessity for the user to arrange his favorite, but the HbbTV service is available.
Okay,
sure.
Good. I'll take one very quick question if there is one in the room. Otherwise, I will say, okay, we're gone. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you. And we are turning now to the subject of sustainability. And we're going to be looking at decrypting sustainable streaming. And for this, I'm going to invite Robert Seliger. Luai, you're replacing? Okay, we have a late change, but that's okay. We're flexible here. Oh, wow, okay. I was not informed of this change, but that's okay. Don't worry about it. We're all good.
Okay.
Do you prefer to stay there or?
Yes, I think it's fine, but I can take this
okay.
in case I move.
Good.
Okay.
Off you go. Over to you.
Okay, thank you. So hello everyone. My name is Luai Baspos. I'm today replacing my colleague Robert Seliger, coordinator of the green streaming activities in our team. So today the topic is green streaming decoded myths or reality. And just to give you a scope of this activity or the project Green Streaming, which is sponsoring this activity, is basically a consortium of partners from the whole streaming value chain, production, encoding, packaging, and distribution and playback. So as you can see some names on this slide here, maybe some of the partners are in the room here. And our mission in the project is to understand the energy consumption entire the streaming supply chain. So as I mentioned, from ingest, encoding, packaging, CDN, and in a access network, and on a playback devices. You can see a lot of, let's say, components are here kind of not highlighted, so that we highlighted here the devices because for us, we discovered that like the most important component here are the devices which consume more than 80% of the energy consumption across the entire supply chain. So in this presentation, I'm focusing on devices, like especially on TV devices. This does not mean that the other components are not important or not in scope, but focus will be today on the devices. So device measurements. So as you can see here on this picture, there are a lot of parameters which may impact the energy consumption. Not necessarily must impact the energy consumption, may impact the energy consumption. So just to maybe list some of the parameters, maybe you can think that the resolution or the bit rate or the codec or maybe the device type may affect the energy consumption. So all valid questions. And our mission is basically to analyze and understand the energy consumption across the entire value chain. So first of all, we need to answer the question how to measure this energy consumption. So we need a controlled, synchronized, and automated way. So this is why we developed a test bed where we can do fine granular measurement of the energy using energy meters with a lot of, let's say, way to configure the system. And of course, later on, do the experiments using different parameters on content attributes, the device attributes. So as I mentioned, especially the display type is affecting the energy consumption. If you have, like, for example, OLED or QLED TV, there is like a difference in the energy consumption. So this is like a high-level picture of the system. One of the components we are using also is, especially if we want to control the bitrate ladders of the content displayed on the TV, especially in combination with native players, we need components that also controlling the ABR behavior while streaming the content on the TV. So you can, as I mentioned before in one slide, so we need a controlled environment. So we need to make sure that the content with a certain resolution or bitrate is displayed on the TV. And this is why we have also an additional component, which is ABR testbed on our side. So I think you are more interested in the results. And as far I can tell you, you can change the resolution, you can change the bitrate, you can change the codec. There is no difference in the energy consumption. And as you can see here, maybe as a funny fact of comparison, playing SD content compared to 4K content on OLED 55-inch TV, and you can see the difference between the energy consumption. So if you watch 5 hours content on this TV, SD compared to 4K, you can save 20 cents in the year for around if you play SD compared to 4K. So it doesn't make sense to just like go to lower resolution or even lower bitrate in order to reduce the energy consumption, because the reality is not that. I think a lot of in this area expect if we reduce content bitrate by 50%, this means automatically reducing the energy consumption by 50%. And this is not true, especially also in the streaming value chain, because the access network is up and running independent if you are streaming content or not. So it's not that like the access network is can be up or downscaled depending on the amount of data stream. This is not the case yet. This is something maybe could be improvement in the future, to have like similar like in IT services when you have up and down scaling, that you have also do this concept for the network. But this is not there yet. So you have a standby energy consumption in the network, and it's there independent if you are streaming low bitrate or high bitrate streams. So, but the key finding is the luminance has a lot of impact of the energy consumption. And this is why we try to focus on this parameter in order to reduce energy consumption. So as I mentioned before, we want to measure first, understand which component consumes a lot of energy, and then in next step, how we can deal with this situation to reduce the energy consumption. And this is then after the first investigation, as I mentioned, we saw or we discovered, and we could prove that the luminance has impact on the energy consumption, which is basically expected. We did multiple experiments. So basically, same content with different luminance levels. Of course, you have like especially on OLED TV, if you have darker content, you have less energy consumption. But if we make the content darker, it will also affect the user experience. So during these experiments, we provided in different experiments to users content with different luminance levels, and we measured the mean opinion score to see to which level we can go down with the luminance, and then do measuring the energy consumption. So our measurement shows that in some situations, depending on the content, it's not fixed that you can say, okay, you can always go reduce the luminance by 10% and you can save energy. It depends from multiple factors. display type, the content type, and all these things affect the percentage of luminance you can reduce in the content. So this is why we developed a system called Green View. And basically, the Green View is include different components, but one component is the libraries that you can integrate in the player on smart TV, including HbbTV. And what this Green View client library, it communicates with the server component, which is Green View AI component, which is basically AI model trained on multiple experiments and multiple TV sets using all the parameters, as I mentioned, the display types, the content type, and all this stuff. And based on this data, the library decides how to change the luminance on the end device. And this is done in a way that the user does not necessarily need to interact with the service. It will be done in a fully automated way. We can measure, as I mentioned, energy saving up to 15 to 20%, which is basically a huge impact in energy saving in this domain. So one important thing, and maybe it's relevant also to the audience here in HbbTV especially, there are also challenges. And the challenges are many TV sets also provide eco mode. So you can turn in this eco mode. And this eco mode also saves a lot of energy, but also affects the content and the brightness of the TV. So there are missing APIs that we can use in order to know if the eco mode is activated or not activated. Because if you have like activated eco mode on the TV and the application do some magic using this library also to reduce the brightness, so we have maybe some negative impact. So this is maybe important, maybe could be discussed in HbbTV to have access to certain APIs. Another challenge is also to get the display type of the TV. Currently, we are collecting the data and trying to identify the display type from the user agent because we collected data in a database. But some TVs, on some TVs, we cannot recognize the TV model from the user agent. So this is another challenge for us. But in general, this library is very simple to integrate and use, can be used in any player, including HbbTV. And on the other side, as you can see on this slide, there is a dashboard where also like the content provider or the broadcaster can see the energy saving, not only for one single streaming session, but also for many streaming sessions. And this will be aggregated and presented to the broadcaster in a dashboard. So you have numbers that you can rely on because these are measured in different experiments. So this is like a summary for my talk. Looking forward to continue to improve this value chain and improving the energy consumption to also maybe extend this in the future also to the measurements on the network and distribution supply chain in the media streaming. But my focus today was on end user devices, especially smart TVs. And we have some trials with broadcasters using this library in HbbTV. I hope next HbbTV Symposium I can tell more about the results of these trials. Thank you.
Thank you, Loe. You mentioned a few things there that it might be interesting for HBB to have access to this, to have access to that. Maybe a topic to discuss tomorrow,
Yes.
take advantage. So something for you to think about, maybe have a chat this evening with some colleagues and see if you want to pitch something tomorrow.
Definitely.
Very quickly, some questions in Slido. I mean, feel free to raise your hand, Mr. or Miss Anonymous, as well. Have you tested using older models of TVs and the impact on plasma, LCD, and LED?
Yes, so yes, we did this, and I hope I can give you the right answer right now, but I can also connect you with my colleague Robert. Basically, the most impact was on OLED TVs, because on OLED TVs you can basically backlighting you can do fine granular backlighting. On all LCD TVs you have basically single light, so it's difficult to do improvements. This is why on newer TV sets you have most impact basically on the energy saving.
Okay, and if you can give me quick answers, if that's possible, does codec complexity have a power effect?
No.
Okay,
no.
have you...
So if codec is important, we are talking about hardware decoding, which is the case on TV sets. If you compare software decoding, which is not relevant for TV sets, so the answer may be yes, but if we talk about TV and hardware decoding, no impact.
Good answer.
So maybe one more thing important. The funny fact is, for low resolution content on some TV sets consume more energy as high resolution content, because the TV needs to do the upscaling, which consume energy, compared if just like receiving 4K content and playing it on a 4K TV. Okay. So this is also important, that low resolution content may consume more energy than high resolution content.
Okay, this one can't have a yes or no answer, but anyway, how have you attributed energy consumption in shared infrastructure, such as the core network, access network, or CPE?
So it's a difficult question, it's basically, we are tackling this, so this is why we have partners in the project like Deutsche Telekom, but as I can tell you, it's difficult to measure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Loe, and thank you for stepping in for Robert also. Thank you. One more practical logistical question. The cloakroom, if you have used it, is the same cloakroom that we will use later for the awards. So if you have things there that you want to leave there and pick up later after the awards ceremony, you can do that. Let us invite for the final session of the afternoon. Come on, energy levels. Let's get going again here. Come on. Let's get Ranjit back to the stage again. Let's get Ranjit back to host once again. And this is a roundtable. Oh, that's my son calling me. I should just step outside and take that in a moment. Ranjit, over to you.
Thank you so much. Great session from
20
Louis
minutes on the timer,
myths
please.
and reality of green streaming. We are here to discuss HbbTV unified approach to interoperability and robustness in next generation devices. I'm here supported by our main colleagues, which are looking after the testing and the interoperability. Let's welcome them onto the stage. So without taking much time, let's invite Van. Van, she's the head of DTV standardization and innovation at Samsung, and she's the chair of HbbTV testing group. Bob, head of technology, strategy, partnership, conformance, and interoperability at Resilient, and he's the chair of the HbbTV Improving Interoperability Task Force. And finally, John Pising again. John is the director of standardization and TP Vision, chair of HbbTV Association, and chair of the HbbTV Specification Working Group. Now, I asked the question to my team that why we need unified approach in next generation devices and services. And they said that, Ranjit, answer is very simple. It was always there. We needed this approach for the current generation of devices. We also needed this approach in the previous generation of devices, which is basically, it is to ensure that devices and services are reliable, sustainable, and they work seamlessly together. So therefore, testing and interoperability is one of the main areas which needs to be very, very solid for any platform or the devices before entering into the market. This guarantees that frictionless approach to market for manufacturers and the services providers and so on. So question to Van. We have seen HbbTV test suite reaching more than 3,000 test cases and so on. Would you like to describe in terms of what its coverage and how we got there?
So hello, everyone. Does this work? Does this work? Okay, it seems this work. Okay, hello, everyone. So to have better understanding of the test suite, let's have a look at the HbbTV requirements in European and CIS countries. You can see that discrepancy in use cases is huge. Today we have heard many wonderful stories about HbbTV, advanced technologies, including addressable, advertising, CBBI, etc., etc. Why there are still countries that need HbbTV only for basic emergency alert? And still there are many countries that require compliance to the spec versions 1.2.1, published 12 years ago, right, John? May I have, yeah. So therefore, test suites has been developed to cover as many as possible use cases. Our goal is to give everyone the right set to develop products that meet local requirements. So we maintain tests for all the published spec versions. So the test suite can be used by both countries with advanced HbbTV features, as well as emerging countries where lower requirements threshold may allow faster HbbTV deployment. Another thing that many users may not know is that also the test suites have more than 3,000 test cases. Not all tests are mandatory and can be used by everyone. Some requirements are mandatory only for the receivers with proper capacities. So the last version of test suite includes only 65% mandatory tests and 35% optionals. Again, HbbTV missions is to have in one place all the tools HbbTV stakeholders need to develop compliance products. Therefore, apart from tests for core HbbTV spec, the test suite also include other tests. So tests for independent specs, so operator applications, targeted advertising, and audio watermark. And also tests from third parties, CTI Wave, Nordic, and OIPF. And recently, the spec group and testing group have been working on adding the DRM and country and platform-specific tests to the test suite.
Very interesting figures there, Van. So can anyone perform this gap analysis and feedback that information to the HbbTV testing group, how it works?
Yeah, so you need to become the HbbTV member first to contribute to testing and other HbbTV activities. So testing group maintains a RedMy system to interact with the test suite users, and the user can raise some feedback and requests for adding new tests, and all the requests are discussed at the testing group meetings every 2 weeks.
So if a company is a HbbTV member, so they can join the HbbTV testing group anytime. All the information is available on the website to join. Is it straightforward?
The testing groups meetings are open for HbbTV members. So anyone is welcome to join us and contribute to the evolution of the test suite. So we are a very nice team. And although many of us represent competing companies, we form a really friendly and supporting each other environment.
Perfect. And how one can obtain the access to the HbbTV test suite?
So anyone can access the test suite through HbbTV registered test center. And a list of these is available on the HbbTV website. And HbbTV members who has necessary expertise and equipment may license the test suite for use in the facility. And also the early access to test materials before the test suite release is granted to a member who actively contribute to testing activities.
Great, thank you so much. There is so much effort going on behind the HbbTV test suite development. If you would like to contribute, please join the HbbTV testing group. I understand that HbbTV is taking a lot of initiative to bring the platform-specific test into the HbbTV test suite. John, would you like to describe a little bit in detail what that initiative is and where we are?
Does this work? Yes, this works.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so this is a little bit more data. Sorry, the monitor in front of me that I'm looking at is flickering, which is disturbing me greatly. So in the keynote earlier, I talked briefly about HbbTV trying to bring into the test suite some of the country and platform specific tests. So this is a little bit more information and numbers on what we dug into when we started exploring this. So you can see here the Italian and the UK tests and the total. So we were looking at, sorry, I'm having to look at the screen here too. So we're looking at perhaps 50 odd DRM tests, and I've got the next slide on DRM. So I can't look at that one because it's got a light right above it. So I'm completely blinded. I'm having to look at a much smaller one down here. We then looked at which of the tests are filling gaps in the test suite. And we did an initial analysis and then dug through those in much greater detail. And you can see the numbers up there. We also then looked at which tests were looked like they were genuinely country specific. And we found that when we dug through those on later analysis, the numbers were much smaller. And actually, when we looked at them, several of the countries decided that some of those were no longer relevant. So you can see there the numbers of what we found. And as I said earlier, the goal is to bring these into the HbbTV test suite to reduce the number of independent things that implementers need to obtain before certifying their implementation. And we recently issued an RFP for this. But if you'll remember, I've put the link there of the document that has all this data in it. So if we go on to the next slide, which is about DRM. So you may remember from earlier, the focus on the DRM is the more advanced, more recent stuff. There is a pile of 10-year-old French tests which are used in some places, but we're going to look at those later. So we found 52. 10 were duplicated between Freely and TiVo. 35 were unique to Freely, 7 unique to TiVo. We've been through those, and as I said, we identified many omissions in the DRM guidelines specification, things that were tested that actually we didn't have some words for, that we had to go back and reverse engineer some words. We found, most of the tests actually looked okay. We only found one issue with a couple of them. And by and large, they cover what we had previously agreed to test, which is the new use of the EME API, which is what is preferred in the web and for web applications now for both PlayReady, Widevine, and anything else. And they also cover some of the selected advanced features from the old API. Right, so that's all I wanted to say. I mean, the goal, as I said earlier, is to bring this into the HbbTV test suite, so to make it simpler for implementers to test and certify their implementations.
So is it also beneficial for platform operators to integrate their test in their HbbTV test suite? I understand the manufacturer's perspective from beneficial, all the benefits.
Well, I'm not a platform operator, but if you have tests from 6 different sources, then managing those and tracking their evolution can be a pain. If you eliminate 2 of those sources, or reduce the number of different sources you get tests from, then that's hopefully less of a burden, but can't really answer that question. You'd have to ask one of the platforms.
Thank you, John. A lot of effort in testing side from the test suite perspective. Let's see what's happening under the interoperability umbrella. Bob, would you like to shed some light where we are with respect to the interoperability initiatives?
Yeah, does this work? Yeah, good. Yeah. So I found out today it's World Quality Day. which I didn't know, but it's very a good time to be having this discussion. And I appreciate that it's very, very late in the day, and most of you are probably quite keen to get out of here. So I've got a lot of slides, but I am not going to go through all of my slides and talk through all of them, but they're here so that they are a reference point for people who are new to HbbTV, maybe need to share this with their colleagues who don't know about all the things that we've been doing within the IITF, the group that I chair, and across HbbTV. But I'll try and quickly sort of summarize some of the things we do. And it's World Quality Day. It's about total quality, about having a number of different strategies to achieve interoperability. And HbbTV has developed a selection of tools in order to kind of build a foundation and top that off with actual active testing and plug fests that we run to get the best out of applications and devices. So the reference application. The first thing that the group that I chair started to take on was looking at how we might build such a thing, and our friends at Sophia Digital did an excellent job of creating this reference implementation of HbbTV with DRM, showing that it does work, that it can be made to work on a wide range of different devices. There's all the reference points there for you to kind of look at afterwards and dig out. The code is open source. It is available for people to look at and try and use as a reference. It's been tested on a wide range of devices in the market, so that we have data going back now over the many years that we've all been involved in this, for quite a few years, into different versions of devices, different versions of HbbTV, and across a lot of different platforms. So we know the features that we've supported their work, and there's a whole load of different streams that exercise DRM in different ways, and been added to recently with live and sort of interesting cases that go into the real nuts and bolts of how DRM systems might work, things like the new SL3000 layer. And most recently, we've been looking at things like subtitles and that kind of thing. This is the sort of evidence in history of information that we've got, and we've got a kind of positive trend that shows that things are getting better. It may not feel that way, but they really are. I can't remember what you were going to ask me a question about this,
that's fine. Actually, there is a slide on the interoperability events I can see. So how many times in a year we do interoperability events, and why do we do interoperability events?
Yeah, the interoperability events, gosh, I can't say that word. They're operated 3 times a year. We've had really successful events in London with DTG hosting, in Milan with Kineton hosting, and most recently in Berlin, Fraunhofer have hosted the most recent one. And they're a really important opportunity to get together the device manufacturers and application developers to actually try out new and evolving and in development features together. A lot of things like this can be done remotely and one by one, but actually this is a really effective way to not only try things out, but to discuss things. You can see the community of people been involved in these events over many years, and it really fosters a collective will to try and solve problems and uncover the issues that face us.
Thank you, Bob. That's really good. We see that there is a developer portal. What's developer portal is all about, and who uses it, and why we should use it?
Yeah, so this is the latest thing that we've sort of tried to foster a little bit. Obviously, it's an attempt to produce some material that is useful to developers. It's got a reference, developer guides, tutorials, and a whole load of different resources. Most recently, we've been trying to build up a resource list of applications that are out there that people could use to test their devices and build upon the foundation of the test suite with more application testing. I'd really encourage people to go and have a look and to contribute to it. It's only going to be as good as the community makes it by adding their own experiences and contributing to the material that's there. And if there's stuff that's missing, please do let us know and tell us about it. We'd be glad to add it.
Thank you, Bob. With respect to the interoperability events, and along with the interoperability events, we did a lot of HbbTV testing events as well, Van. So what are the benefits of HbbTV testing events, and why do we do the events along with the interoperability events?
Yeah, so testing event is the last phase in the test approval process in HbbTV. So the purpose is to verify tests on devices. So with the spec growing, so you have more and more advanced and automated tests, and sometimes issues just happen only in the real environment. So testing events, it's essential to make sure that the tests are correct. So the testing group is organized testing event 3 times a year together with Blackfest, Bob just mentioned. And so the testing event is just before the actual test is released, so we can collect evidence for test approval.
Bob, we have done a lot of interoperability work. You have mentioned about the reference application, which is important for the conformance, and also the developer portal. Is there any other activity and work going in interop sections?
It's like you knew this slide was coming. Yes. We've been looking most recently at an issue that's been causing some difficulty, especially in Spain, for subtitles, where it seems that the support for live subtitles in Dash players is not as good, or Dash in general is not as good as it should be, or we'd like it to be, and we're exploring that, trying to work out what we can do about it. And there's a joint SDO call. There's a shout out for those interested in this problem. I've got the date and time right, haven't I, John? Please tell me I've got it right. Good. So that call will take place to try and look at these issues and see what collectively the different organizations can do. It's interesting that there's a lot of things that not necessarily fall within the remit of HbbTV and my group to fix, but we can try and coordinate and triage them and try and move them forward and make progress. So some of these other things, the Dash Stream validation tool, HbbTV has contributed to adding the DVB and HbbTV profiles of Dash to those tools. Talk to me afterwards if you want to know more about them. The registry of applications is the thing that I've just said we're trying to add to on the developer portal, and we have a regular meeting which we are more than delighted for people to come and raise their gripes, their issues to us, and we'll see what we can do. We can't promise to fix everything. Not everything's in the association's control, but we will definitely try. And we can certainly try and help you find a resolution one way or another. So please do get involved or find one of us to raise things too.
Last question to John from manufacturer's perspective. I know a lot of tools have been getting created by Van's group, testing group, and the interoperability task group. Are there enough tools for the manufacturers to get their devices compliant and interoperable?
Never. Well, the point is, the earlier you find a bug, the cheaper it is to address. So if you find a bug, when you're doing your product development and you find the bug, then that's a lot cheaper than if the product is in the market and a consumer gets on the phone and complains about it. But conversely, you worry about time to market, so you don't want to spend an infinite amount of time testing your devices before you put them on the market. So there's a balance that has to be struck.
Brilliant. On that note, thank you so much. And there is a huge effort. HbbTV Association is contributing towards testing and interoperability. I would like everyone to tell their team members and convey this message to drive this area in testing and interoperability. Thank you. And any questions from
Thank you, Ranjit. Listen, since there's nobody coming after you, let's just quickly ask these 2 questions that are on Slido.
Nobody in the room is happy about that.
I know, but listen, come on, they're here. So somebody took the time to type them. MPEG-2 transport stream interoperability has been rock solid for over 20 years. Why is Dash interoperability such a problem? And how is it being improved? One-word answer, please.
It's new. and people are MPEG-2 transport stream interoperability didn't get rock solid from day one. It got rock solid because people like Roeder and Schwartz et al. Invested in tools and to analyze transport streams, and it matured over time. And Dash, if you stick to the solid part of Dash that has been around for a while, then it is better, it is mature. If you insist on using the bleeding edge stuff, guess what? You'll bleed.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the Dash reference app, a lot of Dash works very, very well if you stay within the realms of what's been done there well. It's also only now that we're starting to see it in the DVBI type example, in the real broadcast kind of deployed at scale kind of context. I think if it's been where it's been used in streaming, you know, people are a lot more tolerant to say fixing things as they go.
Yep. Which reminds me, by the way, 5th of December, OSmart workshop, open source media reference, open source media application reference tools, OSmart workshop online on the 5th of December. Look on the DVB website or the 5G Mag website. What is the situation around the test suite for OpApp 1.2.1? Is it already released? Look at these knowing looks.
So the situation with OpApp tests are stable. We have many tests for a long time, but we do not have anyone to review them. So actually, they are waiting for review to get approved. We already run many tests on devices, but the process required someone to review them.
Okay. And to finish off, a naive question from me. The developer portal, I hear talk that DVBI could do with something like that. Could DVB throw a bit of money at that and make it a combined HbbTV, DVBI developer portal?
I mean, the more that contribution that we get, the better that we can make it, I'm sure. I mean, I can't speak for HbbTV on that, but it would be great to have more input to how we foster a really useful resource, I'm sure.
I think you need to look carefully a bit about who the audience is, because the primary audience for the HbbTV developer portal is HTML, JavaScript developers. The primary audience for DVBI developer portal may be subtly different. I think that's something that you need to, but bearing in mind that the person doing much of the hard work on the DVBI developer portal is the same designated victim who also works on various activities for DVB, I think that should be an easy discussion to have.
Yeah. Do you want to say something? No, it's okay.
Not now.
So stay right there, please, because let's just get this done quickly. Firstly, thank you, Ranjit, John, Van, and Bob. Please stay there, stay there, stay there. I have two things to say to you. One is the Great Smith Street entrance this evening to come for the awards ceremony. Have a lovely time. It's going to be great. Good luck to everyone who's been nominated. And two is, please come tomorrow morning. There will be coffee, networking, exhibition open from 8 a.m. And we will start the opening circle at 9 a.m. And it would be lovely to have you all here, and let's build a wonderful agenda together. Thank you very much for your time today. Let's have a nice evening together, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Goodbye.